I declare open this Supplementary Budget Estimates 2021-22 hearing of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. Today the committee will examine the defence portfolio as set out on the circulated program. The committee has fixed the 5th of November 2021 as the date for senators to submit written questions or notice, and the 10th of December 2021 is the due date for the return of responses. Information on procedural rules governing the estimates hearings and claims of public interest immunity has been provided to departments and agencies and is available from the Secretariat. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the hearings are conducted in a COVID-safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Mobile phones should be switched off or turned to silent. I welcome Senator the Honourable Marise Payne, Minister for Foreign Affairs, representing the Minister for Defence, the Secretary of the Department, Mr Moriarty, and the Chief of Defence, General Campbell, and officers from the Department. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Secretary, I understand that you do.
Have a short statement.
For about 6 minutes we'll time you. But more importantly, whilst you are doing that, I understand that Senator Wong has indicated that she would like to discuss AUKUS and so if the officials that might be needed for that could make themselves available and come into the room, and we'll kick off with AUKUS. Yeah. And if that can happen whilst the Secretary is giving his opening statement.
Yeah. Secretary, I've indicated to you it would be preferable if you could table it, but I understand you don't wish to do that. In terms of...
But do we have copies of the opening statement, please?
Secondly, I understand the department has, in a break, I think, with past protocols, now requesting that we do outcome by outcome. Can I flag, we will ask questions and we expect officers to be available. I'm giving you the courtesy of saying to you, unsurprisingly, we will start with AUKUS, and then from the opposition's perspective, we will then go to the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And I would prefer not to have the time wasting of, that official isn't here. So if the department could make sure people are available, I would appreciate that.
And I understand as well, Secretary, in the event that officials are no longer here, they would potentially be available in the department as whatever the technology you zoom in. But,
Chair, we will hold them here.
Oh, you'll hold even better. Done. Excellent.
I appreciate that.
All right. Secretary, your opening statement, please.
Thank you, Chair. Greg Moriarty, Secretary of the Department of Defence. Chair, on 16 September, the Prime Minister, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom announced an enhanced trilateral security partnership between Australia, the UK and the US, AUKUS. AUKUS will build on our long-standing and ongoing bilateral ties with the United Kingdom and the United States. AUKUS will enable us to better collaborate on defence science, research and education, technology and industrial bases, enhancing our joint capabilities and interoperability. Initial efforts to focus on cyber capabilities, artificial intelligence, quantum technologies and additional undersea capabilities. I reinforce that Australia remains as committed as ever to our valued partnerships in the region. AUKUS complements our other key networks, ASEAN, the Five Eyes, ANZUS, the Quad, the Five Power defence arrangements and our deep and close ties with our Pacific family. The first major initiative under AUKUS is to support Australia's acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines. The UK and the US will support Australia to identify the optimal pathway to deliver nuclear-powered submarines, leveraging the decades of experience they have gained through their respective submarine programs. This option was not available to Australia in 2016 and only began to emerge as a possibility for us last year. Nuclear-powered submarines maintain superior characteristics of stealth, speed, manoeuvrability, survivability and almost limitless endurance when compared to conventional submarines. Through the nuclear-powered submarine program, we will deliver in this region an absolutely superior boat. This important step towards the acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines was based on analysis by the Department of Defence. Following a request from the Prime Minister's office, the Department initiated a preliminary examination of the feasibility of Australia acquiring nuclear-powered submarines in March 2020. After this initial consideration, in May 2020, the Prime Minister, in consultation with the then Defence Minister, requested Defence establish a small dedicated team to assess this feasibility in further detail. This team produced a study that was submitted to the Prime Minister and Defence Minister's offices in December 2020. In February 2021, the then Minister for Defence directed Defence to conduct a capability enhancement review to take into consideration the option of acquiring nuclear-powered submarines. Vice Admiral Mead was appointed to lead that review. Over this period, there was consultation with the United Kingdom and US experts, and at the political level on what cooperation on nuclear-powered submarines could entail. On 12 June, the three leaders met at the G7, where it was agreed that officials should determine a way ahead for trilateral cooperation on nuclear-powered submarines. During August 2021, trilateral discussions at senior officials level were held to determine the 18-month process for identifying the optimal pathway for Australia to acquire nuclear-powered submarines. The announcement on 16 September 2021 reflected the national decision each country had made to support AUKUS and the first program to be delivered through it. The Nuclear-Powered Submarine Task Force is now up and running. Its job is to work with the UK and the US to determine the optimal pathway for Australia to acquire nuclear-powered submarines. Defence recognises that this will be a major body of work over the next 18 months. We will examine the full suite of requirements that underpin nuclear stewardship, safety, design, construction, operation, maintenance, disposal, regulation, training, environmental protection, installations and infrastructure and workforce. We will extend the life and upgrade of all 6 of our Collins-class submarines. Through these upgrades, the Collins-class will remain at the forefront of conventionally powered submarine capability and are vital to the transition to the nuclear-powered submarine. We are investing in advanced long-range strike capabilities, including Tomahawk cruise missiles, long-range anti-ship missiles and joint air-to-surface standoff missiles. We are also enhancing our capabilities in offensive cyber, hypersonic systems, autonomous systems and space capabilities. The decision to embark upon a program to deliver nuclear-powered submarines has obviously been balanced by a decision to not continue with the Attack-class submarine program. The public discussion around the Attack-class submarine has been largely inaccurate. This was a large and complex program that, of course, came with its own set of unique challenges and risks. The total estimated cost of the program was $88 billion in outturned dollars. This is the same estimate that the department took to government in 2016, adjusted for foreign exchange rate variations. There was no cost blowout. The actual Attack-class submarine contracts in place at the time of the announcement accommodated the design phase. The construction contracts had not been let. These contracts have now been terminated for convenience. They have been terminated because our requirements have changed, not because of the poor performance by either Naval Group or Lockheed Martin Australia. As the Prime Minister noted, we were confident that the Attack-class submarine would have been the best diesel-electric submarine in the world. The government has stated that it is committed to finding a role for every skilled shipbuilding worker impacted by the announcement to acquire nuclear-powered submarines. The department is supporting our affected personnel and is working closely with ASC to manage and implement the new sovereign shipbuilding talent pool. That's the conclusion of my statement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Wong, you have the call.
Thank you.
Sorry. Chief, do you have an opening statement?
Thank you. General Campbell speaking. Chair, no, I do not.
Thank you. My apologies for that oversight. Senator Wong, you have the call.
Thank you. Mr Moriarty, As indicated, I'll start with AUKUS, which is the subject primarily of your opening statement. And if I can draw a distinction between, as your statement does, excuse me, between AUKUS, the partnership, and the first capability which is being pursued under AUKUS, which is the submarine. So I'm talking about the former, not the latter at this point. When did you first become aware the government would be announcing the AUKUS partnership?
Senator, it evolved during the course...
No, my question is very precise. I'm not asking about were you aware that they were doing it. I'll come back to that.
Yep.
I'm asking when you became aware the Prime Minister would do an announcement of the AUKUS partnership.
Again, Senator, if I could be, I know you're after a specific date, and I will try
Can I
and
seek to assist?
Give
An
that.
announcement?
The announcement.
The announcement.
When were you aware that the Prime Minister would be doing the announcement of the AUKUS partnership?
yes.
Was it weeks before, hours before, days before?
I think, Senator, from my perspective, the final decision to make that announcement was taken on the 11th of September, but it had been discussed, obviously,
5
in
days
weeks before.
When were you aware? You've not put yourself into that. So the final decision's made on the 11th of September. When were you aware?
I was aware on that date that the Prime Minister had taken the decision to make that announcement
You were
in
aware-
consultation with the other leaders.
You were aware on the 11th,
That's correct,
right?
Senator.
And were you aware it would be done within the week?
Yes, I was, Senator.
Was that the first time you became aware of the possibility of the partnership being announced publicly?
No, Senator.
When were you first aware, so that the timetable which PM&C gave me to some extent on Monday, the timetable that you've provided in your statement really goes to capability review points, which again is a distinction from the AUKUS partnership. When were you first aware of the possibility of the AUKUS partnership? When did someone say to you, or when did you become engaged in a discussion about the formal partnership?
I would say in May or June.
So Mr Shearer is reported as having raised it in Washington in April with Kurt Campbell. Were you aware before that meeting? Obviously not on that timetable.
Of
Mr Shearer's meeting with Mr Campbell, which has been publicly reported. I'm sorry, what's...
no, I'm
He's
aware.
described as the Asian Tsar, but what is Kurt Campbell's actual title?
Asia
Asia Undersecretary?
lead in the National Security Council.
Yes, I know, but
Yeah.
is there a title I should reference him
His
with?
proper title.
Yeah.
Well, we know...
Mr Campbell. Okay.
No, yeah.
We
Were
know
you
to
aware?
whom we speak.
Were you aware of Mr Shearer's meeting with Mr Campbell?
Yes, I was, Senator.
When were you aware of that?
I was aware of that meeting either on the day or shortly after
Okay, of the meeting.
of the meeting.
Okay. I'm not going to go to all of the, obviously, what you knew about the meeting, but was the AUKUS partnership something you understood had been discussed in that meeting?
No, I wasn't aware that the AUKUS partnership was something that had been discussed.
Okay,
in that
so when did you first hear of the word AUKUS?
I think in that May-June period.
Okay. So was it after Minister Payne's discussion with Mr Campbell, which has also been publicly reported, that you became aware of the AUKUS partnership possibility?
Don't recall the date of Minister Payne's meeting.
Oh, she's next to you, so I suppose you could ask her. Synodinos was back in the Eisenhower Executive Building to see Campbell just 2 weeks later. This time, the ambassador was joined by the Australian Foreign Affairs Minister, Marise Payne. Senator Payne also met with the US Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, with Biden's National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, during her stop in Washington. So I'm asking, so that's obviously Minister Payne's visit. Were you aware before or after of AUKUS, before or after that visit?
Senator Wong, are you quoting from
Oh, sorry,
document?
that was, it's an article I found, my staff found from The Guardian. I think
Are
it was The Guardian.
are we able to have that referenced? And
Under the radar, the Australian intelligence chief in the shadows of the AUKUS deal.
great, thank you.
I don't have.
All right, thank you.
I've just got a marked copy. I was just trying to get some timelines.
Yes. Senator, I don't recall a particular date on which I first heard the phrase AUKUS.
May or June, you said.
It was in May or June.
Okay.
As the Prime Minister was thinking about the framing of the way in which he wished to approach this engagement with the United States and the United Kingdom.
The framing.
Yeah, it's an umbrella agreement.
Sure. The Prime Minister has spoken about the meeting in Cornwall, including a discussion about this in June. Were you aware that the AUKUS partnership was being discussed in Cornwall
Yes, Senator.
before?
I was aware of the Prime Minister's intention to discuss it with the other leaders prior to his departure for the meeting.
This framework is, sorry, this framework as you described the partnership, was that the Prime Minister's idea?
I believe it was, Senator.
So this is not, because you were working on capability questions, which your evidence in your opening statement goes to, and Prime Minister and Cabinet spoke about. So a process whereby there's a question as to whether or not the attack class will provide the capability people that Australia thinks is sufficient. That's a legitimate set of questions. But this political level agreement, that was the Prime Minister's idea.
I believe that to be the case, but I don't know who else the Prime Minister may have discussed it.
Sure, but this didn't come from, for example, Defence engages very closely with the United States through ANZUS. We have very close military ties with the United Kingdom. I'm just being clear, this AUKUS partnership did not come via the engagement of military to military, defence to defence through a capability discussion.
That is correct, Senator.
It came at a political level.
That's my understanding, Senator.
Okay. There are 2 MOUs, I understand,
That's correct.
and they are both secret.
That's correct, Senator.
Right. When did you first see them?
I would have seen drafts of the MOUs in the weeks leading up to the announcement.
So in September?
No, it would have been earlier than that,
August?
Senator, if I can just check.
Sure, that's fine.
And perhaps if Admiral... Stop. CDF, can we? I believe, Senator, that August, please, if I could be assisted by Admiral Mead.
He's forgotten. You better help him.
Senator Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead. I'm the Chief of the Nuclear Power Task Force. So you're correct, there are 2 memorandums of understanding, one specific to AUKUS and one focusing on the submarine capability. They were brought together specifically around about August time when there was
What do you mean brought together?
So there was drafts that were developed before August, but in August there was a set of talks in Washington, trilateral talks. I led the Australian delegation. It was a interagency group of people that went across, about 15. United States and United Kingdom had similar individuals that attended, And at that set of talks over many days, those two memorandums of understanding were further developed and agreed to by the three parties.
Well, they were agreed to by officials.
Correct, by officials. There were drafts being sent back to Australia.
Okay, so in August you would have said, you think that's when you first saw drafts of the MOUs?
Or I may have seen an early
Okay.
draft, but before Admiral Mead and his delegation.
Okay,
left.
so is this the meeting, are these the discussions in August 2021 that are referred to in the penultimate paragraph on page 3 of your statement?
Yes, during August 2021.
Okay, so that's Washington trilateral, but only at official level. Sorry, I don't mean that rudely, but at official level.
Correct, Senator.
Defence?
Defence, DFAT, we had an official from ANSTO there as well. We had specialists on non-proliferation, counter-proliferation, technical aspects, capability, international law, people that understood stewardship, Navy lawyers as well, Navy submariners there.
Okay, so this is a multi...
Yes,
this is a
Senator.
negotiating team. So at this stage, when did you first get tasked with developing a partnership? And I mean that in a proper noun sense, as opposed to it, like when we have a treaty with the United States, we have long-standing arrangements with the UK. But this framework that the Prime Minister came up with, the partnership arrangement for announcement, when did you get tasked to develop a formal partnership at that level? So I assume we were looking, essentially you were looking at, do we think we need to go down a nuclear propulsion path? How could we deal with that? What will the Americans give us, etc.? And I'll come to that point. But we're talking about the political level announcement, the political framework, which was the Prime Minister, Mr. Morrison's idea. When were you tasked to develop that?
So I'll just give you a...
I think that the department was aware that the Prime Minister was intending to discuss his thinking with leaders on the margins of the G7 meeting. So
That wasn't my question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm actually just asking. So what it looks like is there's a political decision to make, to use this frame, the partnership, the AUKUS frame, as separate from or as distinct from the defence capability discussions. I'm asking when you were asked to devote time to actually developing that framework, the political level agreement.
From my perspective, Senator, it was in the lead up to the Prime Minister's visit to the G7.
And my understanding when I was sort of really tasked to do this body of work there, Senator, was post G7 on completion of the meeting with the three leaders and then leading up into August as an iterative process there to work two lines of operation, one being the submarine MOU and then one to develop the AUKUS MOU as the overarching umbrella document.
Okay. What was the involvement of the Prime Minister's office?
Most of my discussion was with the Secretary and the CDF, and I think they had discussions with the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's office.
Were there members of the Prime Minister's office involved in these discussions with you or with Admiral Mead?
On several occasions, Senator Wong, there was interactions between officials, between ourselves, the Pentagon, the UK Defence and National Security Establishment. Of course, in a matter like this, where the Prime Minister was closely engaged, from time to time we got direct guidance from the Prime Minister. Sometimes that was conveyed by the Prime Minister, other times it was conveyed by his office.
Okay. So you weren't aware of this prospect until May or June of this year, and this was So the partnership is essentially a political level, driven at political level, not at capability level.
Well, Senator, it does have obviously very specific capability outcomes.
That wasn't what I was talking about. I
It
think
was-
the Secretary
It
understands.
was a
what I'm saying.
political initiative, Senator.
Political initiative, thank you. So the partnership is a political initiative because, I mean, obviously we have long-standing relationships with both of these parties. Before the announcement, then I just want to check this. So I understand that Rear Admiral, is he still Rear Admiral Samet? No.
Yes.
Yes, Rear
Oh,
Admiral Samet.
Mr. Samet, he's a public servant.
That's what I was asking. Do we stop calling? We're not America, so we stop calling him that
Yeah,
because he's a
we
Mr.
certainly
He was a formerly Rear Admiral. Mr. Samet has given evidence to the Economics Committee that he was not aware of the decision to acquire nuclear power submarines until the media event. Right. Right, the day before, was it? Right, the 15th. Okay. And you made a decision not to tell him beforehand, despite the fact this.
I certainly did.
Okay.
And in consultation with the Chief of Navy and the CDF,
Okay.
and with Mr. Dalton, the head of the shipbuilding, National Naval Shipbuilding.
And similarly, the Defence Science and Technology Group, when were they first made aware of the decision to cancel the naval contract and acquire nuclear-powered submarines?
I would check to see. The Chief Defence Scientist was briefed. Senator, I'll see if I can immediately find out the date for you when that took place.
And Capability Acquisition Sustainment Group, when were they first made aware?
I'll try and get that date for you as well, Senator.
Now, so just to be clear, again on page 3 of your statement, over this period there was consultation with the UK and US experts and at the political level on what cooperation with nuclear-powered submarines could entail. Who at the political level? What's that referencing, Secretary?
On which page are you referring?
Page 3 of your statement, the third dot point.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's certainly, during that period of time, there was engagement with the UK National Security Team attached to number 10. There was engagement with the National Security Council in the United States. I was involved in some of the discussions. I worked with the Prime Minister's office and on an occasion on instruction from the Prime Minister.
Did you at official level have any discussion with French counterparts before the Prime Minister's announcement, flagging the intention to cancel the naval contract?
No, Senator, we had a number of engagements with French officials about our thinking about capability requirements.
That wasn't my question.
No, I understand that wasn't your question.
So could you answer my question?
I did not discuss cancellation of the attack program with any French official prior to the night before.
And so you spoke to them on the night before?
I spoke to them on the night before.
This is a 7 a.m. press conference. The night before the
yes,
yes.
the night before the
And
Prime
at
Minister's
which
announcement.
level did you speak to them?
I spoke to the head of Naval Group Australia, and the chair of Naval Group Australia.
Were they blindsided?
They were surprised and disappointed, understandably.
Okay. So, can I just go back to the usual process around acquisitions? I mean, these are complex, costly decisions, defence acquisition, preferably involving a lot of planning to minimise risk. Can you take me through, not associated with this, what is the usual process in government for defence assessment, risk assessment, acquisition plan, consideration before it then goes to ministers? Can you just take me through what the usual process is for those acquisitions?
A requirement is identified in most instances by a capability manager that is worked up through usually the capability manager, perhaps a service chief or chief of joint capabilities, doesn't in the non-service groups. There's again a process taken forward. It's worked through the committees. It goes to the investment committee. It then goes to the defence committee. It is then taken to a minister, and in our case, the defence minister for his or her consideration, subject to their views.
Is that what you would call first pass? Or that's no longer the terminology?
No. This is before first pass.
Okay, so this is pre-first pass. So this is all the prep. So minister, sorry, I interrupted you.
And then if the minister says yes, that's a capability I'd like to have you develop, then we go back, take it forward. It would normally then, again, go to be looked at by Prime Minister and Cabinet Finance. It would go out for exposure to the other departments.
Then what?
Then to NSC or NSIC, the Investment Committee of Cabinet, and would be considered as a submission.
Right, so which is the first pass? NSIC?
No. Well, it would depend on the type of capability and the size of the acquisition minister, but some that are relatively straightforward can just go straight to VCDF, who leads this process for us, can take us through in more detail. But
I just want the steps.
yeah.
Can you just give me the steps, please?
Senator, good morning. David Johnson, the Vice Chief of the Defence Force. It depends on the nature of the acquisition, Senator. The default process for a complex acquisition, which is what you're suggesting, is that a capability is identified, it is entered into the integrated investment program at the gate 0 stage. So this is agreeing that the capability is relevant and money should be identified and set aside for that. Proposal is then developed. It will go through smart buyer consideration to identify risks, to evaluate the options. It would then be presented to government as a gate 1, and that is to provide government advice on the nature of the capability, the options that would be being considered, understanding of the risks and the funding requirements that are likely to be required, to get an authority to further explore, and then to bring back at second pass or a gate 2 decision. Then the options that have been identified seek the authority for the funding and for the procurement.
Okay. Was either Gate 1 or Gate 2 ever identified in relation to the nuclear propulsion proposition?
The Cabinet submission did go through the Investment Committee for consideration.
When was that?
I don't have to date. I will.
Before or after the announcement?
Before the announcement.
How long before?
It was months before, Senator.
So you had a Gate 1 process before the announcement?
Each of these can have a different means.
I understand. Before you get to justifying why you didn't, just tell me what didn't have. Did it have... obviously the capability identified was through the capability... What was it called? Task Force? No. Sorry, what was the name of the group who were looking at whether or not...
Defence Capability Enhancement Review was the...
Yeah, all right, that one. Okay, so obviously there's some form of assessment capability. Did you go through the Integrated Investment Plan program in order to identify funding?
Yes.
When was that done?
That was done in the lead up to the Investment Committee consideration.
And when was the Investment Committee?
That's the date I'm going to get for you, Senator.
Some point between June and September?
Yes.
But that would be right?
Yes.
And authority, the second pass, when did that happen?
So the submission went through on that committee once, so it wasn't seeking, it was putting forward the option to procure the nuclear submarine, recognising that there was this 18-month working group activity of which the funding requirement and the other requirements would be identified.
So what does that answer mean? Does that... is he allowed to have his mask off when he's answering questions? Because I'm finding it hard to hear, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, Senator.
No, that's okay. I'm not clear from your answer. Has there been Gate 1 approval on nuclear submarine propulsion by the government?
The proposal that was put was to recognise that this was a capability to explore, that the 18 months would then occur and that funding would be identified to allow that activity to go ahead.
So does that mean yes, Gate 1 approval, or no?
No, it does not.
There is no Gate 1 approval from the government as yet?
The acquisition of the specific submarine and all the accommodating parts of the capability are what Admiral Mead's task force will bring back to government.
Okay. Can you just answer this question, just so I think your answer was no. I'm just going to put it again. As yet, there is no Gate 1 approval for the acquisition of nuclear-propelled submarines.
That's correct.
Thank you. And therefore, obviously, no Gate 2.
Yes.
So who came up with the 18-month consultation process?
That was decided between the three countries.
I mean, it's an interesting way to do it, isn't it? You do a public announcement and you message you're going to get nuclear subs, but actually you've not made any decisions other than to consult about it and to cancel a contract.
Well, Senator, the three countries have committed to decide or to identify the optimal pathway.
I understand that, but there's been a political announcement with a lot of hoopla, but actually government's not made any decision other than cancelling a contract and having an 18-month consultation.
So, Senator, with the US and the UK, and certainly with Australia's respects, in order to get further detail, the fidelity,
Sure.
the granularity,
Sure.
we need to be able to engage with industry and all those aspects.
I get all that, but I'm just saying it's messaged as this amazing decision, but actually the only decisions are cancelling the attack class contract and having an 18-month consultation about how we might get nuclear subs, nuclear-propelled submarines. They're the only actual decisions, aren't they?
But, Senator, I don't think it would be unusual for a government...
Are they the only actual decisions?
Well, Senator, the public announcement, the joint leaders' statement of the 16th of September, in its third paragraph, explicitly says, "We commit to support Australia in acquiring nuclear-powered submarines for the Royal Australian Navy.
Thank you.
Today,
Yeah, I
we
can read.
embark on a trilateral effort of 18 months to the point to seek an optimal pathway
Sure,
to
got it.
deliver this capability."
Mr Moriarty,
clear.
the actual decisions of the Morrison government are to cancel the Naval Group contract and to engage in an 18-month consultation with other parties about the pathway forward for submarines, nuclear-propelled submarines. Yes or no?
government
Is
has
that right?
No, because the government has
No.
also directed me to
I think that's what people, I think that is the case.
No, it's not,
In actual,
Senator.
no, because a commitment on a pathway, yeah, sure, okay, I can say, and a commitment on a pathway forward. But in terms of the actual decisions of the NSIC from the evidence, you've made a decision to cancel and you've made a decision to have an 18-month consultation about the pathway. You've not made a decision as yet to acquire. You haven't got Gate 1 approval.
Well, Senator, the processes which
Process. It's always process.
Well, you've been asking about the processes, Senator.
Senator,
I'm just-
when a
Allow the
government, say,
witnesses to
announces
answer.
that it's going to do a Western Sydney airport, it doesn't announce at the same time what the length of the runway will be, where the air traffic controller will be, what radars they will operate.
This is the largest acquisition in the nation's history. Anyway, let's move on. When the government, through the processes you've identified, made a decision so the decision to cancel the Naval Group contract and to proceed down this path is the NSIC decision that you
National
described.
Security Committee.
Oh, sorry, NSC decision,
NSC,
which is in
yes.
this period between, June and September?
We're checking those dates.
Yeah,
and
but I'm trying to be fair.
broadly this.
Did ministers have before them, or did, or do, we'll be careful about this. There's been quite a lot of evidence of jobs impact and a lot of evidence about capability impact, which I'm happy to go through, but I'm sure you are aware of it. Was Mr Morrison aware of the impact of jobs and the capability delay intrinsic in the path he was taking?
Mr Morrison and Cabinet colleagues discussed the full range of issues associated with not proceeding with the attack.
Did Defence provide advice to its Minister or the Prime Minister about the capability gap, absent other decisions, which would result from the attack class being cancelled?
Well, Senator, I wouldn't accept your framing about capability gap, but the
The delay.
the department.
Well, I think
Yeah.
everybody except you thinks there is. Every commentator, and frankly, some of your own people are quite clear about it. Right? We've delayed. We've gone through what happens with LOTE, how much longer that gives you. I'll come to capability shortly. It's inconceivable that we will get sufficient capability from this new capability early enough to deal with the current withdrawal of Collins. Now, I'm happy to come to that, but so let's leave that discussion because senators will want to talk about that. But I'm actually asking whether or not the implications for the delay on new capability and the implications for jobs was made clear to the Prime Minister, Mr Morrison. He was aware of that before he went down this path.
The department provided advice to government on a full range of issues, including workforce and capability issues, Senator.
Okay. So let's go to capability.
Who do you
So
want?
could I have Miss Admiral... So the two pieces of evidence that I'm interested in trying to pull together, the evidence given to the Shipbuilding Committee and also the evidence yesterday from ASC about the effect of life of type extension and what that gives us. And I wonder if we could ask Admiral Noonan to come to the table, please.
Senator Wong, while we're waiting, just to let you know that Chief Defence Scientist was made aware of the plan on 10 March 2021.
Good morning. So, Admiral, you made a statement in the Shipbuilding Committee, I think in answer to Senator Kitching, about, I haven't actually got the in front of me, I'm sure it's in this brief somewhere, but I haven't got to hand the quote. Hopefully someone will tell me which page it's on. But essentially it went to whether or not, thank you to good staff. I don't write off the opportunity for us to further upgrade these post-loaded subs beyond the period of that load, and you confirm that the Collins class fleet could potentially be in the water in the 2050s. Was that, can you explain what you meant by that?
Good morning, Senator. Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, Chief of Navy. The context of that discussion was at the Senate Estimates Reference Committee held Friday a week ago. We were talking about the life of the Collins class submarines post-load. We spoke about the schedule for the load and what that meant in terms of the overall life of the submarine. We spoke about the first submarine, HMAS Collins, will enter the load period in 2026 and will come out in 2028. That will give that particular submarine, the first of the submarines to be upgraded, an additional 10 years.
They go 40, 2 years, then a 10-year for further extension. So that takes you to 2048 for the last one. Right?
That's correct.
That's what
correct.
ASC said yesterday.
That's
Okay.
correct, Senator.
So what do you mean 2050s? What are you envisaging in that?
The context of my comments at the Senate Estimates Reference Committee were that I was not ruling out or ruling in the potential for us to continue a capability upgrade program with those submarines if required to give them an additional life beyond the load life.
But how would you do that?
We could potentially, if needed, continue to do another upgrade to the submarine. That would be dependent on the work and the rate of effort that the submarines undertake over the next 20 years.
So we nurse them through to the 2050s.
It
Is
is
that really our interim capability plan? Why is the Secretary gone? I'm interested in
Room
what...
at the table, Senator.
I'm sorry?
For room at the table.
COVID rules.
In case you
I don't think I
need to
had any
speak to-
questions of Mr Salmon at this stage.
The Secretary's waiting patiently in the back, ready to return.
Just so you're clear, I wasn't going
Secretary
to...
was providing optimal range of witnesses for you, Senator.
And should we wish to talk about details of the LOAT program, Senator, Mr Samet would be able to address that.
I got very clearly from ASC yesterday, you have not even asked them to consider this. So you're talking about a potential capability, but is that extension, but the entity which is responsible for sustainment has not even been asked to consider it.
Well, at the moment, Senator, they are focused on the LOAT program as it will commence in 2026.
What I don't understand is we are going down the nuclear propulsion path for sound capability imperatives, right? But we are now saying that we will have an even older submarine, which presumably in terms of the vulnerabilities associated with their capability will be, well, sorry, I'll rephrase, it's too complicated a paragraph. Australia's chosen to go down or to explore the nuclear propulsion path because of a capability imperative. That is, diesel submarines, given the circumstances, don't have the capability required, potentially are more vulnerable. But you're actually proposing or suggesting that we would use even older submarines than the ones that we were going to buy because they weren't sufficiently capable out to mid-century. I mean, how vulnerable will they be?
Well, that's a hypothetical situation.
No, it's not a hypothetical situation. It is exactly what is envisaged. Unless you can tell me there's another interim capability plan.
We will continue.
That is exactly what is envisaged. You are flagging the possibility of further extension to the life of the Collins. Yeah, a good boat, but one that started being constructed when I started university or before, extended to almost the 2050s in circumstances where your advice to government is you don't want the new diesel submarines because they're too vulnerable.
The life of type extension for the Collins-class submarines was always going to happen with at least 5 boats. The decision to load all 6 boats, Senator, will ensure that had we proceeded with the attack, we would have had a very capable Collins-class submarine into the 2040s. That has not changed.
Okay, but the whole point that the gravamen of the government's proposition around nuclear propulsion is that, that the diesel submarine is not sufficiently capable. But what you're now saying to us is the capability is going to be extended out to the 2050s. Now, I noticed you said this, interesting language at the Economics Committee. The Prime Minister said that the boats would be in the water by the end of the next decade. Is that consistent with your advice to the Prime Minister?
I think I actually made that statement, Senator, to Senator Patrick.
Was it? Sorry, I thought it was you. Is that why you looked confused?
I was going to just question, I don't recall making that statement.
Okay, my apologies. Thank you, Vice Admiral.
So yes, the Prime Minister has made that statement that before the end of the next decade, we have provided advice to him that we are looking for early delivery.
Is there any basis in your advice for the state for his assurance to the nation?
As for the information that we had at hand, Senator, we are confident that we'll have a boat in the water by the end of the next decade, but the work that I need to do with the US and UK in the next 18 months is to drive that timeline as far left as possible.
A boat?
Yes, a boat.
Meaning
by the end of the next
one
decade.
Boat?
That is the right-hand marker, Senator.
Okay, so your advice is that pushing really hard, we can get one boat.
No, that's the worst case scenario, Senator. So that is the right-hand marker. Why I'm aiming to work to drag that timeline left. So either more boats before 2040 and certainly the first boat before the end of the next decade.
So if I may just clarify, do you mean at least one boat?
So at least one boat.
Right, thank you.
But I want that certainly certainly the end of the next decade is 2039, say. We want that earlier. I've been given...
What's your advice about what is achievable to this committee?
So
what are you saying is achievable?
So the advice...
That will be established over the next 18 months.
Thank you. So essentially, do we have what is the interim capability plan? So what are we doing?
The government has a range of capabilities that it has approved. The Collins submarine will remain a potent capability for decades. In addition, the government has recently announced a number of long-range strike capabilities, which will give a number of capabilities to the ADF.
I understand the argument.
Offensive cyber.
Are you saying to me that the government is not contemplating any other interim capability, I'll start again. Are you saying to me that the government is not contemplating any other interim submarine capability? That the plan is simply keep Collins going until we get the first of, as yet, an unknown nuclear propelled submarine that we haven't made a decision to acquire?
Well, over the period ahead, the department's job is to provide government with capability alternatives.
I'm asking what they are.
Yeah, and I'm saying that the government, the department is looking to identify further additional non-submarine capabilities to provide us with a range of capabilities. Including offensive strike, long-range strike, offensive cyber. All of these things are contributing to increasing the lethality of the ADF.
Okay, so I understand the evidence, non-submarine capability, but on the public record, and Vice Admiral Mead, I think, he's done a good job, but he's also been upfront. There is risk associated with the delivery of an as yet unknown submarine towards the end of next decade. It requires us to do much better, frankly, than we've done to date in submarine capability, if you look at the timeframes before when the attack class was coming. So we are looking at getting a more complex submarine capability more quickly than we had envisaged getting an attack class submarine capability, which was a conventional submarine. So I'm simply asking, so whatever, you want to say to me about best efforts and, we'll work really hard to move the left-hand marker, all of that, there is this risk, or there is this issue around the end of the withdrawal from service of the Collins class and the arrival of the new as yet unknown nuclear. So far we've had Vice Admiral Noonan say we might look at how, as yet we don't know what that is. We've said non-submarine capability. Is there any other interim submarine capability that you are providing advice to government about?
Not at the moment, Senator.
Right. So the public discussions about leasing submarines, those are not on the table, is that right?
No, Senator.
Okay.
What we are going to do over the next 18 months is work with our partners to identify how soon we can get a boat, an Australian boat.
Okay.
We will, of course, be talking to them about how we can look at other options, additional visits by US and UK boats to our area, increasing the co-crewing that we do on US and UK boats. We need to build the skills. We need to...
Sure, okay, but Australian sovereign submarine capability, just so we're really clear, we extend the Collins for as long as possible and hope that can go long enough for us to get the time to get a nuclear submarine in the water. Correct? That's the government's current plan. Pretty risky, don't you reckon?
Senator, the Prime Minister has said this is a high-risk program.
Yeah. Submarine capability is identified for the reasons that's been discussed many times as critical to our national security. We're talking about eking out the last years of an ageing platform. I'm from South Australia, supporter of the Collins, right? But it's an old boat, and the timeframes that you're describing actually go beyond the life of type extension, in the hope that we will do better on the nuclear submarine than we were doing on the attack class. And it's much more complex. How does that work?
The timeline for the Collins LOTE, Senator, has not changed throughout the whole consideration of this.
No, but that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, no, sorry, that's not the problem. The problem is the 8 years into government, we've got the third submarine plan, attack class contract dumped, and we've got you don't want to call it a capability gap, you always react to that, but I think there is a capability gap, but certainly a risk of capability gap. And our only response to it is non-submarine capability and having the Collins pushed out even further.
One of the risk mitigants there, Senator, is that the designs that we're looking at are mature designs. They are in production designs with countries that have got great experience with nuclear submarines.
How does that assertion meld with the Prime Minister's assertion that these will be built in Adelaide?
Yes, so they will be built in Adelaide, but the designs are mature, and as you know, there was a lot of work.
But we haven't even discussed which design.
Correct.
We haven't worked out which one we want, have we?
That's true, but the designs that the UK that potentially would offer, or the US that would offer, would be mature designs. So that de-risks the program.
What makes you think, is that why you say we're going to do better in terms of timeframes on this more complex endeavour than we did on attack, in terms of the the timeframes for entry into service?
Well, Senator, there's a range of things that add complexity to a submarine construction program. One of them is design maturity. You know, that is a factor. But
We're just hoping we can get it in time, aren't we? That's actually the plan.
that is not the plan.
Well, that's what it
Senator.
looks like.
No. Well,
Hoping we can get
I
it-
wouldn't agree with your presentation.
So, Senator,
What do you say it is?
I'm seized by the need. My task
I
force is
don't know
seized by the
criticism
need.
of you, Vice Admiral. Mann.
I am driving hard to work with the US and UK to get this first submarine delivered as soon as possible. That is an absolute priority
Of course it is. We're hoping it can be delivered as soon as possible. Otherwise, isn't that there must be a point at which we can't keep limping out the Collins?
And that is the work that we need to do over the next 18 months with the US and UK. What is the art of the possible? What is the most mature design? How do we de-risk this program? How do
So we
get it
can do
delivered to
better than we
Australia?
have on Submarine Plan 1 and Submarine Plan 2.
So I'm not going to
Because
draw
when
reference.
would... No, because you know that those who ignore history are compelled to repeat it, right? That the reality is we have not... We're 8 years in and we're on our third submarine contract. And even with the attack class, you're talking about timeframes which are more compressed than the attack class was going to deliver. Correct?
What I'm saying to you, Senator, is I absolutely agree with you. The need to deliver this submarine as soon as possible, right? That is a high priority for me. I've articulated that to the US. I talked to the UK about it as early as this week.
Did Cabinet look at this?
Senator, the Prime Minister and his colleagues examined all of
Right.
the issues.
So they were aware of
relevant to
this substantial risk.
The Prime Minister...
Well, they were
on-
aware of this substantial risk to Australian submarine capability over the next decades.
Senator, I think
of the
if you look at the statement the Prime Minister made on the day of the announcement, he talked about the need to make sure that we had potent capabilities brought into the force as quickly as possible to manage what is an increasingly challenging strategic environment.
No, yeah, I understand
The
all
Defence
of that.
Minister's
That's not
talked
the
about
question.
the
That's
need
not
to
the question
accelerate
I'm asking. Yes, you
No.
don't have to sit at the estimates table and repeat what ministers said in their press conference, Secretary. And it's not the question I asked.
No, but you
Other people can read out. Yes, I'm putting something to you. This is the opposition. That's what I'm entitled to do. And frankly, me and Greg Sheridan, it's not exactly, people who are irresponsible around these issues. It is legitimate for people to ask questions about what this means for capability, just as it is to ask questions about what it means for jobs. Were they aware how many jobs would be lost immediately in Adelaide? Were those numbers that ANI would have 550 to 600 people immediately affected? Were those numbers before the Cabinet? When was the decision made to do the 3 months, the so-called job guarantee, which is we'll help you out for 3 months? When was that decision made for ASC?
Well, Senator, I don't accept your characterising of the government's initiative as a we'll help you out for 3 months. That has been some work that was put in place to get the work underway. There's no intention that workers will be abandoned.
Were
after
they
3
aware
months.
of the ANI, that the effect not just on direct employees but on contractors associated with ANI and contractors associated with Naval? Was an estimate of total jobs numbers advised to Mr Morrison before this decision was made?
Advice to government included advice on workforce impact.
Okay.
Sorry, just to clarify the question, if I may, in the gap. The attack class wasn't a mature design, was it? It was designed to work.
No, you get your chance later. You don't get to run interference on this.
I'm not. I'm asking a clarifying
No,
question.
you're not. You're running
Well, I'd
interference.
like
It's
to ask
fine.
a
He's
clarifying
already done it.
question.
You can do your section later.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Wong, can I just on that point, because Senator Fawcett also has some
Sure.
some
What
short
time do you
questions.
want me to wind up?
So I'm just thinking before morning tea.
What time is morning tea?
10:30.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Maybe can we just give Senator Fawcett and Senator Van perhaps
That's fine.
some time for some questions? Senator Fawcett, if we
That's
allocated
fine.
10 minutes, some time to you and some time to Senator Van, are you happy with that course of action?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Yep.
5 minutes would be fine.
Yep.
Thanks,
So I think-
thanks,
So
David.
20 past, we'll go to
Yep, thank you.
Senator Fawcett and then Senator Van, because Senator Fawcett asked.
So can I just go then to the limits on life of type extension? So can I go back to the discussion we were having, Admiral Noonan? Have you looked at the feasibility and cost of a second round of life of type extension?
No, I have not, Senator.
Okay. Can you tell us, and as yet you've not asked ASC to look at how else you might extend the life of the Collins?
That's correct, Senator. We have not.
What, so on what basis are you suggesting those boats could go beyond their current life?
I'm suggesting in terms of the seaworthiness of the platform as it currently stands and the capability enhancements that are planned over the next 20 years and the likely operational profile, there is no reason to suggest that those submarines could not continue to operate beyond the planned withdrawal date of the first submarine in 2038 if we continue to maintain those submarines to the standard that we currently do.
With all due respect, that's a negative. There's no reason to suggest they couldn't. Actually, what is the reason to suggest they could?
The engineering practices and the way that we operate our submarines
But you
would
haven't
allow us
asked
to...
you haven't asked ASC to assess that. I mean, the certification that they describe is certified for the, to the time at which load, to the end of the period pre-load, what's it, first and second material certification or whatever they call it. And then they have the 2-year life of type extension, correct? And then they get another 10 years. You've not asked those responsible for both constructing and sustaining it how you could get beyond the end of the life of type extension for a couple more years of capability.
And that's why I've said publicly, Senator, that I'm not ruling it in and I'm not ruling it out until we've able to do the analysis that would allow us to make a definitive decision with respect to further extensions.
Who will do the analysis?
That analysis will be undertaken jointly between Navy, CASG and appropriate contractors at a time that we need to look at the potential for further extension of the Collins class
We're just
submarine.
delaying it. So you're not proposing to do it this decade?
I'm not proposing to do it this decade.
So we might not know whether we can extend the Collins to a point where we actually get one or more of the unnamed nuclear subs until the 2040s. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not making
2030s.
any definitive comments or commitments, Senator, regarding further extension of the Collins class submarines.
But you see, that is the wing and the prayer, isn't it? We don't even know whether we can extend the Collins, other than you think it's not impossible. No, let me finish. This is the wing and the prayer. We are hoping, without assessment at this stage, we can extend the Collins beyond the life of type extension to enable the delivery of an as yet unnamed nuclear sub in record time. But we haven't actually checked whether we can.
5 of the 6 Collins class submarines will be operating throughout the 2040s.
2048 is the last one.
currently planned.
But no, that's not true, because they're withdrawn each 2 years, unless you extend them. 42, 46, 48. So we get this diminishing fleet of submarines, and we don't know if we've got the new nuclear submarine capability.
And as Admiral Mead has described, Senator, we are working towards
Sure, I get that,
time
but
frame
surely
that
we
see-
need...
Allow him to finish,
Sorry,
please.
I understand that, Vice Admiral, but surely we need to know... Defence is good at this, You are good at working out contingencies. The evidence, unless you don't want to tell me because it's classified, and I don't think the Secretary, although he dances around, he probably doesn't lie to me. So, he said there is no... we don't have...
A man of many skills.
Yeah, that's right. He dances well.
Like former Senator Ray, I don't dance.
My youngest daughter says to me, "Ma, I don't dance, you just don't have the moves." So I don't dance either. Or no, I do, but not very
It
well.
wouldn't be a pleasant sight with Senator Ray.
Yeah, okay. But he said you're not looking at any other submarine capability other than Collins and the new one, okay?
That's correct.
Isn't it a wing and a prayer? Aren't we operating on a wing and a prayer? Because what you're saying, and I understand you've been put in this position, but you're saying we might be able to extend the Collins, but we haven't looked at that and we won't look at it beyond 2030. And you're saying, I'm going to try and get the boat as soon as possible. And the reality is those two decisions, which are as yet unknown, could result in quite a substantial gap in terms of our submarine capability. You've got to accept that's a risk, isn't it? I'm being kind
And
of...
submarines aren't the only
Would you accept that
capability
that is a
addition
risk?
that we are looking to
Do you not accept that's a risk?
We are managing risk, Senator, all the time. When,
Do you not
when boats
accept
go
that's a
into
risk?
maintenance, when they're
Why will
offline
not?
for...
This is...
it's
Surely you
called
want a
risk
hard-nosed
management.
analysis. This is a risk, is it not?
Having a capability...
Vice Admiral Johnson, is this a risk?
Getting out of bed of the morning is a risk.
Every capability we manage,
Gosh.
and I'm not trying to be cute here, has risk to it. Every capability that we have a
This
different
is a
preparedness
different order of magnitude.
has risk. I mean, we need to manage this risk. The Prime Minister highlighted that this is a high-risk project.
Okay, so just so everyone's clear, and it's disappointing that the officers won't actually be upfront about this. Just so we are clear, you cannot say when we will get the boat, and I understand that.
No, I cannot.
You can't. You cannot say that we can extend the Collins beyond the life of type extension that is already factored in, and you're saying you won't even look at that till the 2030s.
I'm
There
not saying
is
that
a
we don't have
gap
a timeline for that.
potentially there in Australia's submarine capability, and the only answer to it is, we manage risk all the time and we're looking at non-submarine capability. Okay. There is one of the issues that Mr Wiley from ASC mentioned was hull fatigue that could start to impact on the Collins as their life reaches 40 years of operations. Have you considered the implications of that advice?
That will be advice that we thoroughly look at during the life of type extension that is planned, and that will give us a very good understanding of the whole life of the submarines going forward. And it would be based on the operating cycle post-load that will determine the fatigue that these submarines will undergo in the ensuing 10 years. That is yet to be determined.
And yet to be asked of ASC.
Well, it will depend very much on the operating profile of the submarines during that
but
period of operation.
That's an input into their advice. Surely you'd want their advice. I'm happy to cede to Senator Kitching wanted a couple of minutes in what's left in our section. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask just on the workforce demand, and I might have these figures, they might be a little bit off, but Collins is at 55 crew, approximately?
Approximately, Senator, yes.
And Attack is at 110?
No, that's not correct for Attack. Attack is closer to 80.
To 80, and Virginia is at about a 160?
I'm not entirely sure of the
134,
complement.
I think, Senator.
134?
Yes, Senator.
So we're 55 for Collins. How are we going to get to 134 potentially?
Senator, you might recall at the Senate Estimates Reference Committee I spoke about Plan Delphinus.
Do you mean the Economics Committee?
Yes.
Yeah, Economics Committee, the
Yes.
Naval Shipbuilding Capability
That's
Inquiry.
right.
Yes.
My apologies. I spoke of Plan Delphinus and our plan to grow the submarine workforce through the next 20 years. We're currently sitting at approximately 900 qualified submariners in the Navy. We have a plan which we are well on track to achieve to grow to 2,300 submariners into the 2040s.
Okay. Thank you. Could I ask you just on in terms of the Collins, Yesterday, Mr Wiley mentioned that issues like hull fatigue may start to impact Collins as their life reaches 40 years of operations, and that the ramifications of hull fatigue depends on operational characteristics. Does this mean that if hull fatigue is starting to impact Collins, it reduces their operational capabilities?
That is a fair characterisation, Senator, yes.
Okay. So how does that fit with the second load?
If we were to see that there had been evidence of hull fatigue at the 40-year mark, it would mean that consideration of a second load would need to take that into account. That might see us considering the potential life of a second load. It may be a period less than 10 years, or it may mean that we need to put operating restrictions on the submarines in terms of the way that we operate them and for their duration. So yes, hull fatigue will be a very important factor in determining whether or not it is possible to extend the Collins class beyond the current planned load period.
So we might have fewer submarines anyway in the 2040s? I mean, you're going to look at that anyway when the first load is done from 2026.
That's correct, Senator.
So we might have fewer, and in fact maybe far fewer submarines at that point.
Or conversely, we might find that the level of hull fatigue is less than what could be expected, which will provide assurance around the operating life of the submarines as it stands.
Okay, can I just go to LEU? This might be to Admiral Mead, but and I don't know whether Dr. Munro is here. But could I just ask about LEU?
Is this your last question?
Well,
or?
yes, and I'll come back to it afterwards.
Yeah,
but
all right.
have we looked in the 18-month inquiry? I can't remember what inquiry or consultation period. Have we looked at the low enriched research and development? Will we be looking at it?
So we'll be looking at what the US and UK has to offer with their capabilities. They currently operate life-of-type reactors. And I think the US is on the record that their life-of-type reactors incorporate highly enriched uranium.
Yes, but they're moving and they've started to do research.
Sorry, Senator Kitchen,
Yes.
that was your last question. Senator
Sorry, I'm
Fawcett,
going to ask
remote.
about reactors when I come back.
Yeah, we'll come back to you. Senator Fawcett.
Thanks very much, Chair. This will be a question, I think, for Admiral Mead or possibly Mr Samet, but just going back to some of the questions around the timeline for the attack class versus a future nuclear submarine. My understanding with the attack class is that the phase included an initial design phase and then a detailed design phase. Is that correct?
Who's answering? Mr Samet?
Greg Samet, General Manager Submarines. Good morning, Senator. We were progressing through the design of the attack class in the process of completing the functional design by 2023, at which stage we would be commencing detailed design.
And how long between the functional design stage and detailed design stage, how many years in the program were allocated to purely the design function to come up with the design to the point where build would commence?
That would be around 5 years, Senator.
Okay, so in comparison, if we're taking either a Astute or a Virginia class that is mature and those vessels are in construction, is it a fair assumption that the majority of that 5-year period would not be required, nor the subsequent first of class learning issues with design as opposed to a new shipyard would also not have the same penalties in terms of schedule and risk that you see with a new design in a new yard?
So, Senator, Vice Admiral Mead speaking from the Chief Nuclear Power Task Force. We see that as one of the risk mitigants with respect to scheduled delivery. The US and the UK has a similar view as well. We are looking at a mature design, and we are looking at one that is in production, that has a robust supply chain, and we think that in a way can accelerate the delivery of the first submarine for Australia in the 2030s.
Sure. So you have some basis around design maturity as the basis for the expectation of delivery as opposed to pure hope, which is good. Can you also confirm that the Virginia class, for example, there is both GD Electric Boat and Newport News Shipbuilding who are involved in building that class?
That is correct, Senator.
And can you confirm that the US has experience of expanding from one shipyard to two and have now a deliberate policy of maintaining multiple shipyards for a range of reasons, both industrial but also capability?
That is correct, Senator.
So can you also confirm where we have a mature design, and this may go beyond your immediate remit, Admiral Mead, but Lurson's design for the offshore patrol vessel, for example, started at Osborne, now being continued at Henderson. Have we seen a relatively seamless transfer of the build as opposed to some of the initial first class or first to build issues we made at Osborne? Has the build at Henderson gone in a relatively seamless, which is my understanding?
Okay, Senator Tony Dalton, I'm the Deputy Secretary for National Naval Shipbuilding. The Arafura class offshore patrol vessel is being built in parallel in two locations now, so in Osborne and in Henderson. Slightly different build philosophies in both places, but absolutely lessons have been learned by Lurson about the build in Osborne that have been transferred to the Arafura build at Henderson.
So in terms of assessing risk to schedule then for a nuclear boat that has a mature design, given that we would be dealing with designers and builders overseas who were used to starting up new builds in different locations, and given that we have experience of taking a proven design and starting a new build in a new yard, is it fair to say that there is a good basis for a more optimistic view about the schedule for that boat than there was for the attack class, which was a completely new design, and Gerard Autret, the chief designer for the Barracuda, made that very clear. It is a new design in a new yard, that the schedule, this is not pure optimism and hope. There is a good basis assuming that schedule will be tighter.
Senator, I'm not across the attack detail, so I won't draw reference to that. But it's certainly work that we're doing with the US and UK. We intend to get both designers, US and UK designers, out to Australia early in the new year to work at Henderson, to have a look at the shipyard there, to do preliminary design work there, to go over to Henderson as well and to look at what needs to be done there so that we have advanced planning for the shipyard itself. And obviously, we've also told the US and UK, not only do we want a mature design, but Australia has no intention of changing the design once one is selected. We find those aspects to be significant risk treatments in order to affect that early delivery date.
Sure. Can I go now just to some of the discussion that's been had around life of type extension? My background professionally is with aircraft and aircraft airworthiness, but similar to submarines, pressure cycles are a significant factor in the life of a platform. And my understanding from discussions I've had with ASB and Submariners is that our Collins fleet, because of the poor availability in their early days, the fatigue life, from a fatigue life perspective, the number of pressure cycles that they have had, and particularly with that period where there was an operational limitation on deep diving, in that the hulls are actually young, from a fatigue perspective. So as a starting point, we go into a life of type extension with quite relatively young, unfatigued. Is that a correct observation?
Senator, we have done an analysis of the whole life in relation to the planned life of type extension, and that analysis indicates clearly to us that whole life will not present a risk to achieving the currently planned extended withdrawal date following a life of type extension. Quite rightly, that analysis would have to be redone as we entered the next life extended period for the Collins class, to understand, of course, what the boats have been doing in their more recent life and what they'll do over their extended life before making an assumption about whole life into the future.
Sure. And on the basis of my aerospace experience with fatigue for the classic Hornet aircraft, are you aware that Australia was a world leader with working with the Canadians, which then informed the Americans, who were the manufacturer of the aircraft, around how to extend the fatigue life of the Hornet? And a lot of that came from the Defence Science and Technology Group. And I'm assuming, can you confirm that Defence is engaging with DSTG around fatigue issues for the Collins? And so we have a proven world-leading capability in understanding fatigue and planning for and implementing fatigue programs to extend the life of platforms.
And indeed, that's been the nature of work that has gone into understanding that the Collins class is able to undergo the currently planned life of type extension.
So is it fair to say that this is not a wing and a prayer or an unfounded hope, but on the basis of sound engineering analysis, we believe that the Collins can be extended, and we have processes in place if we need to extend it further, and that the schedule for the nuclear boat can reasonably be expected to be tighter than what we saw with the attack class?
Well, I won't talk to the schedule for the nuclear-powered submarine. I'm not familiar with that program. What I will say is that we have done the work to understand that we can extend the life of the Collins class by an additional 10 years. We will need to do further work to understand whether it can be extended beyond that.
But we do have historic precedents with other defence platforms where we have extended life well beyond the initial expectation around the fatigue life of a platform.
Well, I'm not particularly familiar with what we've done in the aircraft world. I do understand that that was undertaken. We'd have to understand how that translates to whole life fatigue as opposed to airframe fatigue.
Fair point. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. Coalition senators still have a few questions. It's up to the committee. It's up to the committee whether we continue on for another, let's say, 5 minutes.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, all right. I think Senator Van.
Chair, if I may, Senator Fawcett's questions more than adequately covered mine.
Senator Mulder.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
And
Could I have the CDF, please, and Chief of...
Yeah, but I'll do it.
Sorry, and Chief of Navy. Could I have CDF and Chief of Navy back, please? The question that I have, the query that I have really goes to, very similar to Senator Fawcett's queries, in that I'm trying to understand the concept of risk. And it's a risk really not to the having of submarines, but to the ability to defend the nation. And it seems to me that submarines are the input to some form of output, which is the defence of the nation. The question I have is it fair to say that the main warfighting functions of a submarine are along the lines of sinking ships and submarines, conducting surveillance, inserting special forces, and that the only thing that a submarine can do that other things can't do is perhaps have a significant and enduring presence. Is that a fair question?
Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, Chief of Navy. Senator, yes, in terms of the warfighting functions of a submarine, you've categorised that very well. I think the undisputable advantage that a submarine offers is deterrence through the fact that it has stealth and its whereabouts is unknown.
Thank you, and I call that presence, but thank you. That's a much better way of saying it.
Is that army talk instead of Navy
I guess it
talk?
is. I guess it is. I have little presence
It's the
anyhow.
senior service.
Of course it is. Of
Former
course it
general.
is. Of course it is. Can I ask, a certain number of those, for example, sinking ships and submarines, conducting surveillance, inserting special forces, are able to be done by other weapon systems, which are not submarines, and yet the Secretary only mentioned as a mitigating factor for risk 3 missile types. And the question I have is, doesn't the Defence Force have, or could they not get, should they need to mitigate the risk, the operational risk, as distinct from the building of submarines risk, a range of other capabilities to enhance the Collins over that period of time, or replace parts of what the Collins does, and that would be part of the risk mitigation? For example, aircraft. Could we not do functions of all of that by increasing the number of aircraft we have, and it's not just P-8s or other, but it's not just P-8s, it's other aircraft, and it's not just the 3 types of missiles that the Secretary mentioned?
Senator, General Campbell, Chief of Defence, it's a matter of combining and layering and creating systems of capability that, as you're indicating, do span air, sea, surface, land, cyber, and systems that can operate to enable and connect in space. Now, we've got to think of defence capability as a system of systems across multiple domains, and indeed there are very advanced technologies in all of those domains that are of benefit to the defence of Australia.
And that's good. That certainly sounds to me like the way that we should be expressing the risk. If there is certainly a risk in relation to building submarines and having submarines, there is a risk that can be mitigated in a far wider area in the operational sense. Thank you. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The committee is suspended until, let me get this right, 10:50. The committee is resumed. For the information of all, the committee has agreed that a photographer is allowed into the back of the room to be able to take a picture of all our smiling visages of us that are part of the committee. So sorry, Minister, it'll be the back of your head, and same to you, Secretary and Chief. Now, I have... In a moment of weakness, I indicated to Senator Patrick that I would call him at 11:15, so it's up to Labor then to take us through until that time.
So you're going to Senator Patrick at 11:15?
At 11:15.
Okay. So I have a question about the discussion regarding mature design that I think you had with, you started with me and you also had with Senator Kitching, Fawcett. So perhaps if Admiral Mead could come back to the table. So there was a question on notice received only this morning, and which I want to just say to you, Secretary, the tactical delay on shipbuilding questions being provided only the morning of estimates is noted. So perhaps we could comply. Was that your decision?
As you understand, these are complex processes, Senator.
Meaning that the Minister waited. Is that what that
I didn't
meant?
say that, Senator.
So there was a question from Senator Chisholm in relation to the submarines, where he said the precise details of construction, including what components will come from each partner, will be determined during the 18-month period of work. So when you said, I'm trying to understand how that is, you know what I'm going to ask, don't you? You're nodding your head. I don't understand how you reconcile that with your no intention to change design statement that you made this morning, Vice Admiral.
So what I would clarify is that it's our intent that when we start the build program that the design will be mature and that there will be a production run already in existence. So over the 18 months, a design will be settled upon, and once that design is settled upon, that becomes the optimal pathway that the three partners would agree to.
Yeah, but that's not a mature design, that's still first in class. Unless you're saying, so when people heard you say mature design, I think most people out there thought you meant we either get Virginia or Astute, right? What this answer makes clear is you're not ruling out a hybrid. So that is one design but with other elements.
Correct.
That is not a mature design.
Correct.
Correct.
Correct. So all options are on the table, but the plan is that design is mature at the start of our build.
How is it mature if it's first of class? How is it mature? It's a new design.
It would be mature in that the design would be finished before we start the build and the export to Australia.
Well, one hopes so. Okay, so you are leaving open a hybrid option.
All options are on the table there, Senator.
Okay.
But Senator, could I add that the Prime Minister's said scale, complexity, speed of delivery, affordability, all of these issues are ones that we have been directed to take into account.
Yeah, sure.
But
But I just want to be clear what's still on the table.
Yeah.
We are not in the world of deciding, essentially, we are still in the world where we could have a hybrid design that is unique, that has not been built before.
I think that's very unlikely, Senator.
I agree. I think that's very unlikely, Senator, but at the moment the aperture is wide at the moment.
Okay.
And what we're doing now is, as each month goes on, we are narrowing down that aperture, and exactly as the Secretary said, Prime Minister's statement on cost, scale, complexity and delivery timeline are the key considerations that will help us narrow down that aperture and get us to the optimal pathway.
Thank you. I might come back on that depending if others want me to, but I was going to move now on workforce demand baselines. In November 2019, at estimates, then Minister Reynolds said, I can say that at the last estimates, I did indicate from next estimates, that is early next year, we would prepare a new baseline. But then from next estimates and every estimates from then, we will have that as a baseline so we can see progressively what the changes are as we move into greater fidelity as the projects stand up. Has a workforce demand baseline been revised, and when was the most recent revision?
Yep. Senator Andrew Byrne, First Assistant Secretary, National Naval Shipbuilding Office. Following the government's announcement around the termination of the attack class program and decision to pursue a nuclear
Yeah, I
submarine.
read that. I want to
capability
know
September.
pre-attack class. Pre the announcement of 16th September, I assume you had revised a baseline in some point in that 9 months leading up to that announcement for calendar year 2021, correct?
Correct.
Can I have a copy of that, please?
Yep, we can take that on notice and table it, Senator.
Can you get it so I can ask questions about it today, please?
Yes.
Thank
we'll
you.
get it today.
And then you are going to revise it post the announcement.
Correct.
And it will, at this stage, there will be a significant dampening effect on demand in the near term, won't there?
In the near term, Senator, we expect that obviously there'll be little change to the demand profile in Western Australia, but in South Australia there will be some changes. Looking at the kind of macro level data that we have, we still expect though that the workforce will continue to increase between now and 2025 in South Australia, albeit on a slightly flatter trajectory than we had previously anticipated. And by the time we get to 2030, we're back to a total workforce number in South Australia that's in the vicinity of our earlier projections.
Well, it's a bit hard to do this in the abstract, but in November 2017, Mr Pyne promised 8,000 direct jobs, 3,500 in shipbuilding and 4,500 in directly related industries in South Australia, with another 20 to 25,000 created indirectly. That is in response to a set of questions. That was a public statement, and then there were a number of questions I asked about that. Are you able to give me an assessment of what the analogous numbers are now?
So just to clarify, Senator, and I'm just searching for that that question I notice here, but that was in relation to jobs by 2030. I think that statement from former Minister Pyne referred to.
The public statements I have don't reference a time frame.
Don't reference a time frame.
But I'm happy to give you the benefit of that.
Sure.
How many jobs? Well, can we do it this way? Have you done I know from Mr Moriarty's answers earlier that you did an assessment, or Defence provided all of the information to ministers before they made the decision to cancel the attack class. What is your projected job loss in South Australia over this financial year as a consequence of that decision?
Senator Tony Dalton, I'm the Deputy Secretary, National Naval Shipbuilding. Those numbers relate to the direct jobs that Naval Group Australia and Lockheed Martin Australia have, and we've put that figure at around about 560.
That's direct jobs.
Yeah, and I would say,
So
Minister,
just
that
hang
we
on, please.
don't...
Can we please? I would say, I'll give you the opportunity if you want to give the government's sort of explanation of it, but I'm actually just asking for numbers now.
So
can I clarify the numbers?
So, Senator, the direct jobs associated with Naval Group Australia and Lockheed Martin Australia are around 560. And that won't equate to job losses.
I was going to go to that, yes. So, sorry. Would you like to finish that and I'll follow it up?
So we have put in place a range of structures, Senator, to look after the skilled shipbuilding workforce in South Australia in particular.
Yeah, I'll come to that. I want to just get numbers first. So 560 job losses in 2021-22.
Well, again, Senator, I wouldn't characterise them as job losses. There are 560 odd people right now employed by Naval Group Australia and Lockheed Martin Australia directly on the attack class submarine program. We are working with both of those companies.
Okay, so that is direct employees. Have you assessed what the downstream impact is? Have you done an assessment of, other than Lockheed Martin and Naval, what other contractors and other suppliers, what the effect on employment numbers will be as a consequence of the cancellation? So this doesn't include ANI, for example, who gave evidence yesterday of about 550. So that's...
Those numbers do not include the shipyard construction workers, Senator.
Okay,
That's correct.
so we know 560 from LMA and Naval. We know that I think it's 550 to 600 from the infrastructure, Naval Infrastructure Group. So that's about 1,100 thereabouts. But who else? Have you done an assessment of SMEs, suppliers, other contractors?
Well, we're on a process now with Naval Group Australia and with Lockheed Martin Australia to work through what their subcontractor base is. Both of those contracts are design contracts, so there is not a lot of other contractors involved in delivering material equipment. So we'll work that through as part of the transition out process, Senator.
So now that you've cancelled the attack class project, can you tell me, do you currently have a revised estimates of direct jobs?
Direct jobs in what sense, Senator?
Sorry, do you currently have a revised numbers for workforce demand for the current and subsequent financial year for South Australia and also across the country?
Well, we certainly have demand projections
Well, what are
for
they?
South Australia and Western Australia.
You do now, post-attack class being cancelled.
There are some demand projections.
Okay, what are the demand projections for?
Well, we'll look at getting those to you, and we can take
So
those
I'd
on
like
notice.
to see before and after. Let's be really clear.
Sure. No, we can table
I want to
that.
see what your assessment was according to Minister Reynolds' statement and estimates a couple of years ago, and then I'd like to see what your best estimates are now. But I assume that the demand, but what we do know is 1,100 affected employees and jobs at risk at this stage, minimum.
Well, again, Senator, we're looking at the shipbuilding enterprise, so we're not looking at the shipyard construction workers in those figures.
So you don't have any responsibility for the construction, the nearly 600 construction workers?
Not direct responsibility, Senator, no.
Is anyone from government helping them? I mean,
Well,
this is a direct consequence of a government decision.
I think the testimony from Mr Seaton and Mr Birmingham yesterday covered that situation.
No,
Senator.
it didn't actually. Not the 600 ANI
No,
workers.
And we're comfortable to talk about the shipbuilding work.
Right, but there is no government program to which you can refer, or there is no government assistance to which you can refer for the 600 affected workers from ANI.
I think that was the testimony yesterday, Senator.
The indirect job claim by Mr Pine, just so we're clear, you don't actually back that in. It says in answer to a question on notice 4143 when I asked for indirect jobs claims made by Mr Pine, the answer was the estimates were sourced from a report supplied by an external service provider. DoD does not provide estimates of the number of indirect jobs when forecasting future workforce demand in South Australia. That's your position, isn't it?
That's correct, Senator.
Did you ever see those multipliers?
Well, we saw his figures, Senator. We didn't actually see the multiplier, so we're not aware of what the assumptions were.
So he just made it up. In response to question on notice 4147, you provided a table of current and historical workforce estimates of the Osborne shipyards. Do you have that 4147? I think it might have been a chamber question.
I think it was, Senator.
You've got that. You're smart people, though. I'm pretty sure you've got that, right?
Yes.
Oh, it's the one I was using yesterday. So, in 14-15, there were 3,751 jobs at Osborne. That was fallen to about 1,000 workers reduced by about 1,000 by 2021. Correct?
Correct.
And then you've got additional 546 jobs associated with the attack class on top of that. So basically, since financial year 14-15, you're looking at approximately 1,500 jobs taken out of the shipyard in South Australia.
That's right, Senator. That's a consequence of the Hobart Class Destroyer program
Sure.
winding down.
But 1,500 fewer South Australians employed since the government came to power in Osborne.
My one caveat there, Senator, would be that as we've spelled out in the preamble to that table, we really only have reliable historical data for workforce around the major programs at Osborne. So it doesn't necessarily fully capture everybody who's working at Osborne, but in terms of the number of industry workers employed on those major programs in South Australia, that's correct.
Okay. 1,500 less in 8 years.
Sorry, Senator. I should say it's. I mean that's 3751 down to 2806 isn't quite 1,500.
Plus
it's,
the
it's about
550 jobs at risk because of the attack class. So I would added that.
Sure.
Yeah, because these don't reflect that.
Sure.
The 2806 is as at before the decision was made to cancel attack.
But those numbers also don't include the historical numbers that were involved in the Osborne South Development Program, Senator, either. So the shipyard that was constructed at Osborne South, we in those numbers we haven't included shipyard construction workers.
No, but they're not included in the decrease either.
No.
Yeah, it's apples and apples.
It's just,
yeah, I'm just saying 1,500 less than when they came to power.
But there were,
That's right, it's a political point. You don't have to. So can I just be clear about the parameters of eligibility for the SSTP? Right. So when was the SSTP, when did government decide to put in place the SSTP? This is the Sovereign Shipbuilding Talent Pool. When was that decision made?
Senator, it was a proposal that was developed in the lead up to the government's final consideration of whether to decide to proceed or not proceed with the attack class. And as I said, because advice was provided to government on a range of issues, including capability workforce, so the government agreed as part of its consideration of that final decision that these initiatives would be pursued.
So when was the final decision?
Well,
the date of the NSC that was being discussed before. So I just can't remember.
No, just in the day or two before the announcement was the final government decision.
The final government decision on what was the day or two before the announcement?
Well, when the government finally sort of said yes, this is the sign off on these arrangements.
So the final cabinet decision on AUKUS and the pursuit of a nuclear propulsion was what, a day or two before the announcement?
Well, I think technically, Senator, until a cabinet decision is taken, and matters are still under consideration.
I understand that. I'm just making clear. So that was it the day before?
I'm not
just finding the times. Oh, you keep going on.
Yeah, but as I've said earlier in evidence, Senator, the government considered these issues.
Sure, it's not in your opening remarks. That's all.
No.
I didn't understand that actually the final sign-off was only a day and a half before the announcement.
No, and the Prime Minister and colleagues discussed these issues at several points in the lead up to that.
Was the submission to Cabinet for the final announcement a joint submission?
I'll check that for you, Senator.
I
believe it. I
assume Defence was involved in preparing the submission.
It was, Senator, and it's my understanding it was a joint submission. I'll confirm that for you.
So PM&C and Defence, or
I'll confirm that for you.
Sorry.
Senator.
So anyway, so the SSTP was determined at that meeting, or the decision to have the SSTP was determined at that meeting. So I thought that was your evidence, Secretary.
No,
I wasn't trying to trick you.
My evidence was that in the lead up to the announcement and the government's final consideration, these issues were being developed because the Prime Minister and other ministers have said workforce issues will be important and we will need to address them.
Okay, so was the decision to put in place the SSTP made at that cabinet decision or subsequently?
It certainly wasn't made
Okay,
subsequently.
fine. All right, so SSTP, who designed that? Is that Defence?
Defence provided advice on that issue.
To whom? Who's the decision maker?
Well, to the Prime Minister and colleagues and ministerial colleagues.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, did Cabinet say go away and find a support program for the workers who are going to get sacked? Or did you say here is the SSTP and this is what we want to be funded?
The department provided advice on a number of options and government considered those.
Now, can I first go to eligibility? We know that Naval and Lockheed Martin, which is the 550, was it?
Around 500.
560? Yep, sorry. 560. Those workers are eligible to apply for the SSTP.
So the Australian nationals are eligible.
Only Australian nationals. Yep, okay.
In the first
So the Australian nationals who work for Naval and for Lockheed Martin, whose jobs essentially are lost as a consequence of the attack class, can apply for assistance for the SSTP.
Correct.
Who else can apply?
Well, at this point in time, they're the people who can apply. Now,
Can anyone else apply?
we will look at other people who do apply.
At this point in time, is it open to anyone else?
So the portal is open, Senator, and if they don't come from that eligibility pool, we will look at their individual circumstances on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, okay. This is a weird way to run a process, but I assume you have an eligibility framework, correct? You have some definition of eligibility?
And we do.
Okay, well, what's the definition?
The definition of eligibility is all Naval Group employees and all Lockheed Martin employees engaged directly in the attack class submarine
Okay,
program.
so the eligibility is only LMA and Naval Group, and then you have, you're telling me, a discretion to consider anybody else.
Correct, Senator.
When did you decide to have the discretion?
When we put the framework in place.
And what is the terms of the discretion? Can you read them to me?
Well,
This is a power to determine eligibility of a program. It's not just, again, a wing and a prayer. You must be clear about what is the discretion and who it resides in.
It's the case-by-case status that we will look at, Senator, is for other employees who are directly and full-time employed on the attack class program who have been affected by the decision.
Where is that written?
In the heads of agreement that we have with ASC.
Right. Can I have that, please?
We'll take that on notice.
We'll take it on notice.
But it's still only through ASC.
So the Sovereign Shipbuilding Talent Pool is being managed through ASC.
I understand. Well, they've got a portal. They say you're managing it. They say the portal, the applications. Have you agreed with them, or in the portal itself, is there something which indicates to anyone else they can apply?
Not directly. As you navigate through the portal, Senator, you are asked a series of questions that determine your eligibility. One of them is, are you an employee of Naval Group Australia? Tick a box. Are you an employee of Lockheed Martin Australia? Tick a box. Are you employed elsewhere? Tick a box.
Right, but are they being told they can apply, that people are employed elsewhere?
We haven't gone out and run job fairs like we have with the workforce in Naval Group Australia.
I'm sorry?
We haven't gone out and run job fairs. Senator,
we haven't gone out and...
So we have gone directly into Naval Group Australia and we have discussed it with the workforce. ASC led that engagement.
Right.
Because they are the workforce most at risk.
Okay. How many people have had their eligibility assessed?
So I think as Mr Wiley testified yesterday, there have been 286 Naval Group Australia and Lockheed Martin Australia employees registered through the portal. 11 offers have been made and 13 offers have been made now and 11 have accepted a position.
Wow. Of the
No.
286 who have applied, I'll come to why so few, why there's half who haven't. You've only actually determined 13 offers.
So only 13 have progressed all the way through to where an offer is being made. I would note, Senator, that we're working with both Naval Group
Well,
Australia.
hang on, why is that? How does that work? 286 people have lost their jobs.
No, no,
You've
well,
only determined 13.
So there's 286 people have made an application through the portal. At this point in time, no one has lost their job.
They were all employed on attack class.
And that's correct. And they are still employed by
Okay.
Naval Group Australia and Lockheed Martin Australia, Senator.
I think we all understand that you're not going to be building submarines at any point in the next couple of years.
No,
okay? So that's why you put this program in place. I just want to be clear. 560 people are affected. Well, actually more than that are affected, but for the purposes of this pool of employees, 560 workers, all employed on the attack class. You've received 286 applications. You've only determined 13.
That's the state of play with ASC right now.
Why?
Because there's a process that they will work through. We are still working with both companies around a transition out plan, so the demobilisation of the workforce has not started yet.
What does demobilisation of the workforce mean?
That means that the
Job
planned
losses.
transition down of the workforce.
Yeah, it's job losses, isn't it? It's a
But
nice
it
word
also
for,
means
it's a
we-
nice word for job losses.
It has to be done in a controlled fashion so we can close out those contracts in a controlled manner, Senator.
Rex is here. Sorry, Chair, I've gone over. I'm happy to finish this and then go. Yeah, you're right with that? Sorry, I hadn't realised you were back, Rex. Well, look, I want to do this. I want to understand this. Did you do the costing for this?
There is costing involved in
No,
that.
did you do it?
It was done in the department.
So can someone explain to me why you only assumed 300 workers supported for 3 months?
Because it's the heads. What we wanted to do, Senator, was put in place quickly with ASC a framework so they can engage with the workforce, the affected workforce, straight away. So we have a heads of agreement, which is if you like, an interim contract. What we will do now is work with ASC over the next 3 months to put in place a robust contract that allows ASC then to manage the affected workforce ongoing, so that it's not a 3-month window program. It's a much, much longer program that will run
But
for as
that's
long
not
as it
what you.
needs to.
Well, you're telling me that, but actually the decision to date is only 3 months.
Well,
That's all you're funded for currently.
Well, there's actually a funding line available that's greater than $30 million.
ASC is only funded for
Because
3 months.
that's what's in the heads of agreement for the next 3 months.
Yeah,
Senator.
but
And as
money
I
matters.
understand it, Senator, the Finance Minister confirmed yesterday that ASC and Defence are going to negotiate an ongoing
Yeah, sure,
agreement.
but they haven't done it
to
yet.
provide those
At
It's
this
just a
stage,
function
at
of
this
time,
stage,
Senator.
30 million for 3 months.
But that's a function of time, so we can negotiate the
Okay.
contract.
So to summarise, we've got 560 workers at Osborne affected by the attack class. 286 have made application for assistance. You've only determined 13. And actually, at this stage, ASC is only funded for 300 workers for 3 months. You've got 600 workers contracted with ANI who have no government support. The evidence yesterday, I think it was 60 contractors, including SMEs, worth $120 million cancelled, no government support.
I don't.
And 35 contracts affected at ANI work which has ceased. No government support. I'm happy to go to Senator Patrick.
Senator Patrick, you have the call.
I've got some questions, I think, perhaps to the Chief of Defence Force and the Chief of Navy, and perhaps Rear Admiral Buckley might be able to help as well, just some submarine-specific questions. Firstly, to the Chief, I participated in the ADF parliamentary program a couple of weeks ago out at Woomera, and I was hosted by the Air Warfare Centre, Commodore Ross Bender, and I just would like to pass my appreciation. Fantastic host, and they did a really good job in including me in the work that they were doing. So thank you very much for that, Chief.
Thanks, Senator. General Campbell, I'll pass it on to Commodore Bender.
Thank you. I'll just go to the Chief, just at a very, very top level. I go back to the 2009 White Paper, which is a defence document, and it talks about a changing strategic circumstance and the need to increase our submarine force from 6 submarines to 12 submarines. Then if I look at every white paper that's been released since, it reinforced that need. And then we come to the Defence strategic update in July 2020. It basically said you've got government outlined how rapidly Australia's strategic environment was deteriorating. So it's in that context, and I don't want to talk about necessarily the merits of the project moving forward, but just in terms of where we are at with the current plan. That has us with only 1 new submarine in 2040, but if I just go with 1 cycle of LOTE, we will have to pay off a boat. We'll have, instead of having in 2039 12 new submarines, we'll have 5 relatively aged submarines. There's a paradox in there somewhere, and a very concerning paradox in the context of a description of an increasing strategic environment, Chief, with a capability, just understanding what we're going to have available to us is, even if I pick 2032, that we'll have 6 Collins-class submarines. It's not where we wanted to be.
Senator, I thought the discussion previously, which centred around capability risk and understanding the range of options and opportunities, is a really important place to start here. The Life of Type extension program for the 6 Collins-class submarines is more accurately described a life of type and capability upgrade extension program. So the boats get better as they are moved through that process. There's the question of the further extension that the Chief of Navy went through. And there's that wider range of capabilities that knit together to produce a defence outcome. And I think that's where we need to be looking at this with that long view of the capabilities and characteristics of nuclear-propelled submarines, and the work that Admiral Mead has emphasised in his right of margin, the least he is speaking to achieve is a submarine by the late 2030s, but desirous clearly of a program driving for more than a submarine.
Sure. So, but I'm actually trying to avoid the plans and just sticking with the reality of what you have available to you in, say, 2023, 2032, for example. The reality is you will only have 6 Collins-class submarines at that point in time when all of your signals, all of your messages to this Parliament and to the Australian public have been, we need to have more. We need to have a greater capability to deal with a deteriorating situation. So let's cast the future submarine program aside. It's not going to be there then. That must give rise to concern for you.
Senator, I think if you're looking in that, say, 2030s period, you'll see a defence force with much enhanced strike capabilities, air, land and sea, with capabilities that enable the operational utilisation to create a network from space, cyber capabilities strengthened, a wide variety of effects that are in our interest and are part of the story, as well as the loaded Collins.
Okay, so thank you. I just wanted to get your strategic view. I'll come back to the Navy now, just in terms of the LOTE that the CDF is talking about. The LOTE itself, at the moment, again with the publicly available information, includes an upgrade of the diesels to which dealing with the Hedemora diesels on the Collins class to a 4000 series modern diesel that are found on all modern submarines tend to use that particular diesel, a permanent magnet motor, and some changing out of switchboards. they're things that are necessary to make the platform work properly and be reliable. They're not necessarily about capability per se. And again, I'm going to 2032 with the Collins that's come out of Lote in a patrol area. Finding itself in a situation where there are modern submarines with modern torpedoes, air-independent propulsion, and indeed, Admiral, last week you gave evidence, or sorry, the week before, of a very complex environment upon which our submarines would have to operate, which is the very reason you want to go to nuclear. Is there some plan to move from where we are currently talking about in terms of just diesels, just main motors, just switchboards, to actual real capability up, and I'm talking about the warfighting combat part of the submarine?
Yes, Senator. Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, Chief of Navy. The Collins-class capability, as you'll be aware, has been progressively upgraded through a series of upgrade projects, and this sits outside of the Lote. The significant outcome of these has been the upgrading of both the primary weapon systems and the combat systems that you'd be aware of. This has been a joint US Navy and Royal Australian Navy initiative. All of our Collins-class submarines are now equipped with the upgraded weapon and combat systems, which will continue to be enhanced as we go through spiral upgrades of these systems. The spiral upgrade programs are generated via a joint armament cooperation program that we have with the US Navy. And more recently, further upgrade projects for the Collins-class submarine have commenced, notably to include upgrades to the communication systems, the sonar capabilities of all the Collins-class submarines, whereas the Lote itself will address those issues that you've pointed out around obsolescence and age-related degradation, which will ultimately enable all 6 Collins-class submarines to complete the additional 10-year operating cycle.
Okay, so again, let's just go to an example, and I'll go to something that's real and it doesn't breach classifications in that people in any Navy will understand this. Let's think about a Collins-class submarine in a snort transit or a opposed transit, or even operating in an area up to our north in relatively calm seas, as we know they are. One of the things that a Collins-class submarine will have to do that a Singaporean boat won't have to do in all circumstances, nor a South Korean boat or a Japanese boat that has AIP. When a submarine is snorkelling, we know that there's a snorkel mast that's up. We know that there is a periscope that's normally up at the same time, likely some sort of electronic surveillance measures mast up at the same time. You'd have to concede that that introduces a detection opportunity from things like pulse compression radars on aircraft and other assets. That's a yes, I'm thinking, just for the Hansard.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
And I appreciate the brevity of this. The diesel operating creates a noise which is detectable.
That's correct.
Okay. There's the submarine moving at, say, 4 knots with quite an extensive wake that follows that submarine, particularly in the calm waters that we have, even Arafura Sea, places like that. You'd accept that creates a vulnerability?
You're describing features of a conventionally powered submarine when it's snorting. That's correct, Senator.
And what I'm worried about, as a genuine worry about, is we put our sailors into a very complex environment where we are exposing, where a Collins-class submarine has to snort. It has to be able to maintain a battery charge. And I compare that, and perhaps where I'm going with this is something I talked about with Mr. Wiley yesterday, was an air-independent plug that we had originally proposed for Collins, but we never got there. There was a Stirling engine option that the Swedes had offered to us. By comparison, a 218 that is operating by being operated by the Singaporean Navy will have much greater choice about not snorting, not exposing those masts, not making that noise, not creating that wake. Surely, I mean, I have a concern about we're going to put our sailors into a combat environment, and we know the vulnerabilities of a conventional submarine snorting, and no amount of loading is going to take away that Achilles heel without doing something like having an AIP plug. And you can sort of weigh in here, Admiral Buckley, if you want to, if you think I'm wrong. It's a concern I have based on the current plan on record.
Thanks, Senator. And certainly the full package of work that will be undertaken through the LOAT period is yet to be fully finalised and agreed by government. You have pointed out some of the engineering considerations that will be included. There's also a number of other upgrades that are planned both prior to and during the LOAT process, which will ultimately have a positive effect on that signature that you've described during the snorting process, and I don't seek to go into those in this forum. But in terms of the concern that you have regarding our submariners, clearly as the Chief of Navy, that is my foremost consideration in terms of determining our operational capabilities and ensuring that the employment of those submarines is appropriate to the risk profile that they present.
Admiral Buckley, how many have you been on an AIP submarine?
Senator Rear Admiral Matthew Buckley, Head of Capability Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force. No, Senator, I have not been on an AIP submarine, but I have operated with AIP submarines. In response to your questions or comments in regards to the capabilities of AIP submarines, I would absolutely acknowledge and agree that in certain circumstances, certain geographic circumstances where one does not have to trade off range and endurance, the advantages of a AIP submarine are clear in terms of indiscretion. And I guess I would further note that some of the countries that you've identified that operate effectively those submarines have a very, very short transit distance to be able to get to any operational area which would be of import to them. So it's just a fact of the trade-offs that come with submarine capability.
Sure. No, I guess I wonder how many people in the RDF have in fact been to sea on. I know some have been to sea on an AIP submarine. My point is I want to have both. In effect, I'm teasing out the need or putting on the table the need, now that we know our strategic circumstances have worsened, now that we know we're only going to have Collins-class submarines, that you would be aware, I'm sure, that there was a Stirling engine option for Collins that was originally planned. Surely we must go down that pathway. I'm saying both, not a trade-off.
Senator, I'm not going to speculate on all of the range of capability upgrades that could be considered for Collins, but I just point out that there are finite things that you can do within the margins of submarine design, and I appreciate you're aware of that. There are many ways of managing indiscretion. There is other technologies, battery technologies, other things of a classified nature, as the Chief of Navy's alluded to, in terms of signature management in that regard. But it's certainly not my remit in my current role to speculate on that. We're focused on the nuclear powered.
I kind of got you up here because you're wearing dolphins. That's the reason I had you here. So maybe I'll go back to the Chief of Navy. I'm just suggesting that I'm not saying you rule it out. I'm saying that ought to be on the table. That's if you look at where everyone else is going, and indeed the operating environment you described at the Naval Shipbuilding Inquiry, I think it's got to be something that really has to be considered very carefully, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Labor.
Thank you.
Senator Wong.
Can I go back I have one more set of questions very briefly on the shipbuilding and on the SSTP. Actually, Admiral Mee, can someone remind me of, we already had evidence about when the earliest date for commencement of construction of the as yet unnamed submarine? There've been a number of dates in the papers, etc., but
So I think you're asking the question, is there an earliest date?
when do you, are you able to give us a not before date? So we're not likely to start construction.
No.
How long after the 18 month do you think consultation would it be before construction could commence? Are we talking 6 months or 5 years?
So we obviously need to work on the shipyard as well. So we need to bring the designers in to then upgrade the shipyard to accommodate a build fit for the design.
So years post the 18 months?
It would be certainly it would certainly be a number of years, yes.
Okay, we might come back to that. But can I go back now to the employees? So I think the evidence there is we're looking at least 18 months at perhaps say 2 to 3 years before construction's commenced. So you're talking 4 to 5 years. Current government funding is for 3 months. I understand your evidence that you're going to renegotiate. Have government made a decision about how long they will keep supporting employees, given we're talking about, for at least submarine construction, up to a 5 year plus gap between now and actually jobs?
I'm not sure there's an actual decision in that. It's Tony Dalton, Deputy Secretary National Naval Shipbuilding. What we have forecast is an initial funding envelope that will cover 6 years. 6 years? That's what we forecast, Senator.
Right. So that's assuming then about 6 years before we could commence construction.
Well, that's allowing options for government to consider in that period.
So the costing that's the costing, the planning assumption.
The planning assumption, Senator.
6 years from now?
From now.
And has government made a decision about what assistance will be provided to employees over that 6 year period?
Well, the sovereign shipbuilding talent pool places affected employees that elect to go down that path in a no worse off position.
So they won't be building anything?
But there's a stream of work, and Mr Wiley testified to this yesterday.
But why would people stay if they know there's not going to actually be any work, construction work for many of them for 6 years? Why would they stay in the sector?
Senator Wong, could I, because there'll be training opportunities, we'll need to send people, sorry, yeah. We'll need to send people to shipyards to learn on the job skills.
So there might be some, but we're talking hundreds, and it was going to be many more. What's your anticipation on how many will actually stick around for 6 years?
Yeah.
Well, again, Senator, I think what we need to do is understand the cohort of people that we're talking about. So the majority of people that we're talking about here are professionals. So they will be involved in meaningful work inside the talent pool. That's either supporting a Collins Life of Type extension, it's being seconded to other parts of the shipbuilding industry, it's being seconded to international shipyards to build experience about the construction of nuclear powered
But basically, you're hoping you can keep enough people for 6 years to actually do some construction work on these submarines. Yeah? I mean, if you're a tradesperson, wouldn't you just go to a different industry?
Well, again, the cohort we're talking about doesn't have a lot of blue-collar workers in it.
Okay.
Because the attack class submarine program is not in construction.
Phase.
And Senator, I might suggest that when we consider the shipbuilding workforce, we consider the workforce across the whole enterprise, and the demand will continue to grow even with the cancellation of the attack.
You're going to come after lunch with the documents that show me that?
Correct, where?
And I might go through the assumptions. But essentially 6 years
That's our planning
Your
basis.
plan is to support people in different, who would have been employed on the attack class for 6 years, pending the commencement of construction. Is that about, how long does it, what's the earliest date of entry? So you've got 6 years from now. What are we at? It's 2027. How long does it take to build?
We haven't provided an earliest date of entry, Senator, as we
Well, the Prime
discussed.
Minister had. And I thought you backed it in,
Prime Minister's
Secretary.
also told us to look at how.
No,
how
the Prime
quickly
Minister
we can-
has, and you haven't demurred. So if you want to tell us that you can't provide us an earliest date of entry and that early 2040 is not something you can attest to, then you should say so.
Well, Senator, I am not saying, and neither did Admiral Mead, that early 2040s was a date that we are putting a particular weight on.
Okay, so that's a political comment, a political statement from the Prime Minister, not based on your advice.
We would like to have the first boat in the water earlier than that.
Right, but it is not based on your advice, his statement. Okay. I'll come back to you if I get the document. We'll have a look at that. Thank you. Can I just ask, did Mr Dutton contact his counterpart before, his French counterpart before the announcement?
Yes, Senator.
When?
On the day before.
The day before. And was there a conversation? Or how does the contact made? Minister Parly, is it?
Parley.
Parley.
P-A-R-L-Y.
Yeah, Peter.
Mr Dutton phoned Minister Parley.
And did they speak?
Yes.
It wasn't just a message, right? And what was, is there a readout of that call?
I believe so, but yes. I mean,
Or can someone tell me what was said in the call?
We would not do that, Senator.
No.
You know that.
Do you have a public indication of what was said?
The Minister conveyed the government's decision to Minister Parley.
Okay. I'm just wondering if they chatted about the weather. He conveyed the decision that the attack class would be cancelled.
That the government was not proceeding with the next phase of the attack class.
Did you speak to anyone, CDF? Any French counterparts?
Senator General Campbell, I spoke to my counterpart on the day of the trilateral announcement, the 16th of September, after the announcement.
After the announcement?
Yes, Senator.
Was there a conscious decision that you would only do so after the announcement?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I had another question which I missed, which is in relation to an ABC report on the 21st of October that the Chief of Defence Staff General Carter, so there's UK, I think, departing chief, is that right?
No, that's correct, Senator.
Yeah. is reported as having signalled that the new trilateral AUKUS security pact with the United States and Australia could be expanded to include other countries. And the report names, Canada, New Zealand and Japan. Is this something that is contemplated?
Senator, that would be up to the three governments that are a party to the agreement.
Does the Australian government concur with General Carter's view that AUKUS is not designed to be in any way exclusive?
That's not something that I've been a party to discussions on, Senator.
How about you, CDO?
Senator, I agree with the Secretary's comment.
Well, I'm asking whether or not you have been party to any discussions.
No.
Right. Okay,
Senator.
no, I didn't know whether you agreed with him saying it or it reflected your experience.
No, Senator, it's a matter for the three governments.
No, but I'm asking at your level whether or not...
No, Senator.
Thank you.
No.
And there are no plans, Senator, for the expansion of AUKUS itself at this stage, but I think it is important to be clear it's not seen as an exclusive partnership. Australia and, and the United States, the United Kingdom, continue to engage in a very wide range of security and defence cooperation activities with like-minded partners, as you would expect. And I think there's plenty of potential for initiatives under AUKUS to naturally intersect with those other cooperative relationships.
Okay, I want to move now, if I may, to Western Australia. Not literally.
Well, you actually couldn't, Senator.
Okay. My first question is, and I apologise, it's a very complex area which I sort of come back to and then look again at the next estimates. But after Prime Minister Turnbull gave a range of speeches, I think, talking about sovereign capability, in 2018 the government identified 10 sovereign industrial capabilities. Defence Industry Capability Plan identifies 10 sovereign industry capability priorities. Continuous naval shipbuilding was recognised as one of the 10 sovereign industrial capability priorities. Now, I understand that I think 8 out of the 10 of these priorities that were announced then by Prime Minister Turnbull have strategic plans associated with them. I just want to understand what you say is the strategic plan associated with continuous naval shipbuilding. Are you looking down, tapping your fingers because you're waiting or thinking?
No, I'm waiting for Mr Tesh to join to help the committee, Senator.
Senator Peter Tesh, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. Your question was the implementation plan?
Would you like me to repeat all of it? It's quite...
No. It was
was trying to be fair and give people context.
Yes.
I've got a fact sheet which is from the Defence Industry Capability Plan in 2018. Are these still the sovereign industrial capability priorities of the government 3 years later? First question. Secondly, I'm advised, but this is not, I'm happy to have this clarified, that of the 10 capabilities which are identified as priorities, I think there are 8 which have a strategic plan associated with them. I'm asking if there is a strategic plan or similar associated with naval shipbuilding, continuous naval shipbuilding.
There is, Senator, yes.
And what's it called?
I'll have to get the specific name. Normally they are the implementation plans that attach to those SICPs.
And is that all public?
No, that has not been released yet, Senator.
When do you propose to release it? Because aren't others public?
8 of the 10 have been released, Senator, and there are 2 that are not yet released.
Okay, so 8 of the 10 sovereign industry capability priorities have been released. So what was your phrase for them? Not strategic plan, you called them implementation?
Implementation plans.
Just implement. Okay, so 8 of the 10 have had an implementation plan released, but continuous shipbuilding program has not been released, but it has been completed, you say?
Yes, Senator.
When was it completed?
I'll have to check the precise date for you, which I'll do promptly.
This year, last year? How about that?
Last year, I believe,
Last
Senator.
year?
Yep.
Why the delay?
In the release?
Yeah. If it's what are we at? October 21. If it was finished in 2020, why the delay?
That's a decision with government at the moment, Senator.
Minister, can you tell me why you delayed releasing the implementation plan for continuous shipbuilding?
I'm not aware, Senator, but I'll take it on notice.
Okay. In the announcement that Mr Morrison made, actually, I'll start with the existing. So, when will each of the following naval construction projects occurring in Western Australia conclude? The Guardian class, that's Pacific Patrol boats, the OPVs, Arafura class, and the Evolved Cape class patrol vessels.
Senator Tony Dalton, the Guardian class, the 21st Guardian class will be delivered in 2023.
2023?
The 6th Cape class will be delivered in 2023. And
And-
the 12th Arafura will be delivered in 2029.
2029. Current workforce, do you have those numbers on each of those?
The direct workforce in Western Australia, on each of those, yeah, I can get those
Or
numbers.
just give me the direct workforce in WA?
So the direct workforce in WA is sitting around 2,000, just under 2,000 at the moment. That includes the shipbuilding programs and the sustainment programs in Western
Okay,
Australia.
so that the sustainment on the Guardian class they do there?
So it's predominantly sustainment on Anzac class frigates
Oh,
and
the
Collins
existing
class
Anzac.
submarines.
Okay.
Senator.
So not on any of these at this stage?
No, so the sustainment for the Guardian class is done both in the Pacific Islands and in
And
Cairns.
Cairns, that's right, sorry. So 2,000, how many sustainment, how many shipbuilding in that cohort?
We'll be able to,
Approximately.
you'll see that in the spreadsheet.
Are you able to just give me, I'm trying to get, I'm just trying to get some, I'm just scoping it actually. Are we talking a quarter on sustainment?
So it's about, in broad terms, I'd say it's about a third in sustainment and the 2/3 in acquisition.
1/3.
But we'll.
No, that's
I'll
fine. That's
confirm it.
I was thinking, I assumed that the build is much more than sustainment, but I wasn't sure about the proportions. Okay, 2/3, 1/3. Now, there's been some discussion about delays to original schedules. Are the numbers you gave, the dates you gave me, 23, 29 and 23 for the three different types or classes, are they the revised dates or are they anticipated dates?
So only one program in Western Australia has been
OPV.
affected. No,
No?
in fact, OPV is still running to schedule in Western Australia, Senator. So the one that's been affected is the Evolved Cape class.
Right, okay.
We're working with Austal. At the moment, we've forecast a 6-month delay, but we're actually starting to see evidence that that delay on the last Cape class patrol boat will be less than that.
Are you telling me the OPV program there is no delay?
No, I'm not saying that, Senator.
OPV, I thought you said that was on schedule when
So
I asked you about
we talked about the completion date.
Yeah.
So at this point in time, there is no delay to the completion date.
Right, but where we are in the lead up to that on OPVs.
So right now,
Is there slippage in the program for
so
OPVs?
there is some COVID-related slippage in the delivery of the first 2 OPVs out of South Australia. We're still looking at the schedule in Western Australia. They're still on schedule in Western Australia.
Really?
It's a different dynamic in Western Australia.
Which is what, associated with labour supply?
Indeed.
Yeah. So, are you saying they're on schedule in WA?
At this point, Senator.
Really? What is the
That's
schedule?
not to say there's not a pressure on the schedule, but at this stage we haven't declared a delay in any of the vessels that are, so vessel 3 is under construction. That's the first one in Western Australia. Vessel 4 is under construction, and we anticipate that the 5th vessel or the 3rd one in Western Australia will commence construction on schedule.
Which is when?
At the back end of this year.
2021. Okay. Now, in 2018, Mr. Morrison announced a new Pacific. Oh, I'm in the wrong attachments. Relief vessel, is that what it's called? Would be acquired.
I think in 2018 we might have been talking about the large hull vessel for the South Pacific.
Our government will put in place arrangements to ensure Australia has a dedicated vessel to deliver support to our partners in the Pacific, including for humanitarian assistance and response. It's also mentioned in the force structure plan. Yeah?
That's correct, Senator. By that
What do
stage
you want me to
was-
call it?
In the force structure plan, it was referred to as the Pacific Support Vessel.
Support vessel, okay. The Pacific, where is the acquisition, or where is that capability? What's happened to the Pacific support vessel?
I think what we're looking at, Senator, is how do we adapt to the changing strategic circumstances in the Pacific. That's put an emphasis on delivering that capability into the Pacific quicker. So the government has made a decision to purchase that vessel from the commercial marketplace to have it in the South West Pacific next year.
So they've determined, so as at, Senator Kitching asked you a question in April about this. You said at this stage a submission is yet to be presented for government consideration. What you're now telling me is the government is not going to build it in Australia and will purchase it offshore.
Correct, Senator.
When was that decision made?
Take it on notice. I'll get back to you, Senator.
Well, some point between April and October. Is the market aware of that? Like Australian shipbuilders who would have anticipated the opportunity to tender for that?
The market's aware of it.
When were they told?
Again, it will be post the decision by government.
How long ago were they told?
Again, that will come back.
Are you sure people have been told?
Absolutely, Senator.
Mr. Pyne was very clear and unconditional in his assertion that this Pacific Relief Support Vessel would be built in Australia, and it was part of the continuous shipbuilding plan. Now you're telling me you've made a decision to purchase offshore.
So the government has made a decision to get that capability into the South West Pacific.
No, you've made a decision to purchase offshore. No Australian shipbuild. How does it affect our continuous shipbuilding plan?
Well, the continuous shipbuilding plan is running beyond that program.
But that was factored into no?
Well, no, absolutely. That's a single ship, Senator, was factored into that program.
And was factored into commercial entities' assessment of potential work.
So, was flagged in the Force Structure Plan in 2020, absolutely.
So bad luck, you don't get a look in. That's the message, is it?
For a single ship.
Is this why the implementation plan's not been released? Did it include actually building the Pacific Support Vessel as was the commitment of the former minister?
Senator Peter Tesh, the implementation plan relates to the broad sweep of requirements and expectations.
Yeah, sure. Did the draft assume that this vessel would be purchased offshore or built here?
Senator, the implementation plans are designed to give industry an indication of the scope. I would have to check whether it was expressly referenced in the implementation plan.
Yeah, what the assumption was. I would really like to know, where is the public announcement that this would be purchased offshore?
Well, I've certainly had a discussion with shipbuilders in Western Australia around that, Senator.
This is another Morrison government announcement not delivered, isn't it? A very clear commitment to build here in Australia. Was it 6 defence ministers in 8 years, and how is industry supposed to plan when people keep changing?
Well, Senator, I think the programs that Admiral Mead has, Mr. Dalton has been through with you in terms of those programs underway at Osborne, those programs underway at Henderson.
Yeah, but I don't recall whether
Mr. Dalton.
So you've just decided to.
Sorry, Senator. I am actually.
Now,
Another
the minister
announcement
was
not
speaking.
delivered.
Order, please, Senator Wong.
Yeah, that's fine. You told them you'd
I don't
build
recall
it
whether
here.
Mr. Dalton mentioned the Cape class in his earlier commentary, or the future construction of the new mine countermeasure and military survey vessels, which are going to be a variant of the Arafura, all the work that will be done in relation to the ice-rated replacement for the Ocean Protector and future joint support ships,
When were you
Senator. But this is a national undertaking, has been established by the work of this government, and I don't need to remind you, Senator, what a stark contrast that is to the previous government.
8 years. 8 years. So when were you aware that the government was reneging on the commitment which had been made by the Morrison government to build it here?
Senator, I don't regard it as reneging on the commitment as you put it.
I love this. Don't you
We've
love this government,
indicated
everyone?
that-
I'm
Yeah,
sure.
I do, in fact.
You know, it's amazing. You love that they say we're not doing what we said, but we don't regard it as reneging on a commitment.
Senator,
that's magnificent.
I
That
am-
really is magnificent. It's worthy of satire.
All right, enough of the editorial.
I mean,
Well, then
really.
you're
Raising the
perfectly well
question.
cast, Senator, if that's the case. But what I was intending
just-
to
you
conclude
don't have to be
with
patronising. It
my
doesn't
sentence-
work.
Well, sorry, Senator.
You don't.
But you know what?
I just
I'll
think
take
if
as much
you,
as
why
you
don't
like
you just
if
cop
you
it?
could just
Why don't you
give
just
a
say
millimetre,
yes, we
but you
changed up?
can't.
It's not a reneging. Why don't you just say yep, we made a commitment,
It's
but
a
we
very
can't deliver
one-way
it.
street for you, Senator.
No,
A very one-way street.
you're the minister.
You can say whatever you like, whenever you like, but you will not engage in any constructive discussion on these issues. What Mr Dalton has pointed out to you is that it is the government's view that this vessel should be delivered and operational as soon as possible. And like other large hull vessels which have been procured in the past few years, two that I can think of, the fastest way to do that, Senator, given the rate of shipbuilding currently underway at Osborne and at Henderson, which are, after all, finite physical areas for shipbuilding capacity, the fastest way to deliver that outcome, Senator, is with this purchase to deliver it to the Pacific next year.
Do you accept that your predecessor made a commitment it would be built in Australia?
I accept a commitment was made
Thank you.
of those
Thank you.
of that
Do you
nature,
accept that
Senator,
commitment?
And the circumstances have changed.
And so do you?
And so if you think the government should ignore
No,
changed circumstances,
I just
Senator,
want you,
then
and
you
you know
and
what?
I
I
are going
reckon
to
the
disagree.
Australian people would just like you to front
please.
up.
We were going
Yes, we
very
changed
well.
our mind.
Circumstances
Order.
should be ignored
Order,
by government,
please.
Senator, then
Why
you
don't
and
you
I are
just
going
say
to
that?
disagree.
Yes, we changed our
Order,
mind. Why?
please.
Circumstances have changed. I have said that. And
Why don't you
Senator
say
Wong
yes,
and
we reneged on the commitment?
Senator Wong and Minister Payne, can I have order, please, or I'll suspend the committee.
It's just amazing.
The committee is suspended.
I'm never going
The
to
committee
suspend
is
your pejorative
suspended.
language.
Spin.
The committee is suspended.
All right, well, I'm still waiting to hear whether or not you've actually made this public before this estimates hearing. The reneging of the commitment from the previous minister that this would be built in Australia. Who took the decision? Was it a cabinet decision or was it one of the 6 ministers that we've had in 8 years in this portfolio?
It was a government decision.
Cabinet or minister? No one's telling me?
I think my recollection is that it went to a cabinet discussion or decision.
But no announcement post-cabinet. So I mean, I think what people see in this government is you're happy to make flashy announcements, but you're not happy to make announcements on decisions when they mean taxpayer work is being funded offshore. So how long have you been keeping it quiet? So as in April 2021, we were told no decision.
Well, Senator, I would not accept that characterisation. Of course, governments take decisions, and it is up to government to decide
Yeah, it is.
when
I
and
don't
how
blame.
it
I don't blame
announces.
you. I'm sure this is
no,
a
no,
political.
but the suggestion was that we have been keeping it
No,
quiet.
okay. No, I think the government has. I think at a political level, they're very happy to make flashy announcement when it suits them, but they're not prepared to front up and say, actually, we've now changed our mind and we're not building this onshore.
So, Senator, if I may, on the 16th of September, there were 2 fact sheets related to shipbuilding that were released at the same time as the announcement. The West Australian shipbuilding fact sheet clearly lays out the program of work that are coming.
Oh, come on. You are really telling me that people should have worked it out because you dropped it off the list?
Well, it's about what's being
No
built
one
in
fronted
Western
up
Australia,
and said,
Senator.
you know what, I know we previously said we were building it here, but we're not going to. No one did that. No minister was prepared to do that, even today.
Rubbish, Senator.
Well, who fronted
Absolute
up?
rubbish.
Who fronted up?
You said that I was not prepared to say the circumstances
no, that's
have
true.
changed today.
You have said so. You won't accept that you actually have reneged on a commitment.
I'm not going to use your language,
No,
no,
okay,
Senator.
that's fine. Can I go to the mine countermeasure and military surveys? Okay, so there are two different fact sheets. I'm just trying to understand if they're referencing, because the words changed, the same project. WA6. So, there is a project reference actually by Ms Lutz in Defence News on the 26th of October, which she describes as Project C, or SEA 1905 Phase 1. Is this the future mine warfare and hydrographic vessels, or is it something different?
No, that's the project.
That's the project. The fact sheet for that project sorry, I'm trying to find that. Has there been a slippage on the start of that project? Sorry. I will get the correct things. Here we go. So I've got a fact sheet here. I'll call it a fact sheet, which is a page out of the force structure plan. That fact sheet has SEA 1905 commencing in 2020. Correct? FSP page, I don't know what this is. Naval Shipbuilding page, I can't see the page number on this. DPS May 20. So the fact sheet has this project starting in 2020. But has it been delayed?
No, Cheryl Lutz, First Assistant Secretary of
Ms.
Ships.
Lutz, you're famous, you're in the news.
Okay. The project started in 2020 and achieved first pass end of 2020.
All right, so the fact sheet in the FSP, in the Force Structure Plan, isn't actually, it's just internal government decision making. It's not when you actually start.
No, not started construction. Correct.
Okay. What's the status of this project? Has it gone to tender?
We're about to go to tender early next year.
2021.
We've done invitations to register and requests for informations.
And time frame on that? I can't even read that. I need glasses to read this.
Sorry, time frame for which part of the...
Well, I want to understand, is there slippage on SEA 1905 from what is envisaged in the FSP?
The FSP just shows us a range from 2020 out to when we expect to complete the build.
Yeah, and I'm saying, is it consistent with that? Are you anticipating that your work is consistent with that?
At this stage, we're obviously working through second pass, so we're working through the detailed schedule, and at this stage, we're holding to the current schedule.
At this stage, okay. Mr Morrison also talked about more construction work coming to Western Australia, an ice-rated replacement for the Ocean Protector, salvage and repair vessel and 4 support ships for enhanced undersea surveillance system. Have any of the contracts of any of these projects been put out to tender? And have any been awarded?
Those projects are still in the development phase and they're not scheduled to come to government yet.
Right, so they won't be tendered for at least how long?
Well, it depends on which one. So they will be tendered over the next 10 years.
Over the next 10 years. So he's referencing the next decade. When is the first one of these going to come to currently planned to go to tender? Meaning first temporarily. So I've read the list as he put it.
That would be joint support ships.
All right, so joint support ships, when are they supposed to be put out to tender?
They're just going through gate 0, so we...
there's a gate 0 before gate 1.
Sorry, well,
I didn't know that.
It hasn't gone first
What's gate
pass.
0?
That's the very early stages.
Yeah, got it. Okay, so that's going through gate 0. So it's got to do 1 and 2.
Yes.
So what is when are you currently working towards as the date for tender?
It would be around 3 years.
3 years from now, so 2024. So that's the first of them. Joint support ships. So is that the 4 support ships for enhanced undersea surveillance?
Sorry, can I
system?
just say that? Sorry, going to tender would be earlier than that. That would be when we would actually be achieved. So we go to tender probably in 1.5 to 2 years.
What was the 3-year date then?
When we would have a decision on the tender and be
Okay,
starting
all right, let's
project.
work on that. What you're working to in terms of a decision on a tender. So first is the joint support ships. That's for the undersea surveillance, is it?
No, that's separate.
Sorry. I'm just reading from his list.
Okay.
Maybe he's mixed up things.
Senator Wong, I had indicated to Senator Lambie 12:15. She's having technical issues, but I was wondering whether we could insert Senator Fawcett into the process.
Can I just finish the I'll try to do
another couple of minutes, and then we'll go to Senator
Sorry,
Fawcett.
which are the joint support vessels in terms of what the Prime Minister said?
Sorry, Senator, you have to read out the list again.
Okay. He said, over the coming decade, an ice-rated replacement for the Ocean Protector, a new large salvage and repair vessel, and up to 4 support ships for the enhanced undersea surveillance system. So which of those is the joint?
It's in addition to those.
But that's the first one of those is to 2024. And then what about these other ones?
The undersea surveillance would be following joint support ships.
So you'd anticipate a decision on tender for that towards the end of the decade?
Yes.
So close to 2030. What about the Ocean Protector?
I think that was around the same time frame as well.
End of the 2030, new large salvage and repair vessel?
Tony?
Same? Or 2030 to 2040?
So these ones will come between 25 and 30, Senator.
What, meaning the decision on tender?
So effectively meaning government approval, which allows us to go to contract.
And what is the sea lift and replenishment vessels?
I think they're the joint
They're
support
the joint
ships.
support ships.
They're what you're calling joint support.
Yes.
Can we just use... it's very confusing.
Okay.
No, it's all right. No, so those are the vessel... Right. So they're the ones you're saying are currently at gate 0 and a decision will be made on them by 2024. Who's been involved in the discussions with the Western Australian Government about the large dry dock at Henderson?
I have, Senator.
Right. When were those discussions commenced?
Last year, Senator.
Right. When did the Prime Minister first discuss that with Premier McGowan?
I'm not aware of that discussion, Senator.
Do you know if that occurred? You're not aware of any such discussion?
Not at my level, Senator. There's certainly been correspondence between the Defence Minister and the West Australian Government around the large vessel dry berth.
Has the Prime Minister discussed the dry dock at Henderson with Premier McGowan?
I'm not aware of that, Senator.
When is it intending that construction begin on the dry dock?
Well, Senator, we're working through a process now, developing options with the West Australian State Government. Henderson is quite a different precinct to Osborne in South Australia. So it's owned by the West Australian State Government largely. So we're working with the West Australian State Government to develop options about how we bring that to construction in the middle of, to commence construction by the middle of the decade.
Commence construction by which decade?
This decade.
2025?
Yes.
Is it the intention to build There's an interesting typo in my brief. It says sea life replenishment, but I'm pretty sure it's not that. What you described as the support vessels or the sea lift replenishment there?
Joint support ships, that is the intention.
I'm sure we can assist with your notes, Senator.
Just,
but how long...
Last question.
Right, thank you.
How long does it take to build a dry dock? So industry says to me, you're looking at 4 to 5 years. Is that...
It depends on what option you choose. Right. And so what we're doing right now is looking at those options, whether it's a graving dock, a ship lift.
Okay.
So there's a range of options that we'll need.
But at this stage, the earliest construction is likely to commence is 2025.
Oh no, we'll try and facilitate that earlier. This will be a range of those projects that we're working. So,
what's the 25 date then? You gave me a 2025
well,
date.
I think what I meant to say, Senator, it was the middle of the decade. So that's...
Last time I looked, 2025 is the middle of the decade, no?
That's correct, but 24 or even 25.
But you're still middle of the decade for the commencement of construction. That means the dry dock is not constructed
How many last questions?
before the sea lift, before the support vessels construction is supposed to commence.
And again, it depends on what option you use to
Okay,
construct.
I'll come back to that. Thank you.
Great,
Chair.
thanks Senator Wong. Senator Fawcett remotely.
That doesn't make sense.
And can we have the Chief Financial Officer, please, and also Navy for Senator Fawcett. Looks as though we have Navy, so we might start with Navy if that suits you, Senator Fawcett.
Sure, thank you, Chair. Admiral Noonan, welcome.
Hello, Senator. Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, Chief of Navy.
I just wanted to first off talk about the ADF parliamentary program. I took the opportunity in July to participate in that and spent about 10 days with the crew of the sail training ship Young Endeavour. I just wanted to pass on my thanks for facilitating the program, but more to the point to congratulate the Navy and the crew in particular for the work that they are doing with Australia's youth, and the crew demonstrated, I think, the best of Navy in terms of their professionalism and their ability to portray defence as an organisation and to develop the capabilities and confidence of these young people. So it's a job very well done, and although I thank the crew personally, I just like to pass it on publicly and through you my thanks for the work that they're doing.
Thank you, Senator.
On the point of Young Endeavour, it's clearly an ageing vessel now. I understand that there is a project looking at a replacement. Can you give us an update on where that's at?
I can, Senator. We do have a plan for the replacement of Young Endeavour, and I'll give you the latest information. So project C1788 is the Young Endeavour replacement program. The project is currently subject to procurement activity through a competitive evaluation process. We have total approved funds for that progress, and it was agreed on the 26th of November 2019 through NSC of the requirement to replace the vessel and for the replacement vessel to be built in Australia.
Okay, thank you. Could I move to workforce issues in Navy? In page 35 of the Defence Annual Report that's just been released, it talks about the fact here that the impact of COVID combined with a higher resource demand to support joint efforts contributed to increased workforce fatigue levels and tested resilience across the fleet. And it says Navy was successful in managing these workforce risks and has taken all opportunities to regenerate capabilities. Can you just tell the committee a little bit about what key measures you have taken and opportunities to regenerate capability? But I'm particularly interested in how you are managing discrete trades where there are small numbers of people with particular skills that are in demand across multiple platforms.
Thank you very much, Senator. As I've given previous testimony, the Navy workforce has been under considerable pressure for a number of years now. We have been working very consistently with the total workforce over the last 4 years to address the issue of workforce hollowness. In mid-2018, we had a workforce hollowness of around about 1,500 people, and by workforce hollowness I mean those mid-ranks for both our officers and sailors. We have managed to grow the workforce by a net sum of around about 600 people during that time. I'm currently have a Navy headcount of just over 15,500, largest Navy we've had in the last 28 years. Our separation rate has dropped from 10.3% down to a current separation rate of 7.8%, which sits within the ideal band of 7 to 8% separation, which is healthy for the workforce. That said, we're still very focused on some key vulnerabilities that exist, particularly as you've identified within the technical workforce. And we continue to institute a number of initiatives targeted at individual work groups to ensure that we provide the best value proposition for those very skilled people and our emerging needs into the future. Some of those initiatives, clearly the submarine fraternity, we've had a very deliberately targeted program for our submariners, which has achieved the uplift that we've needed, and we have a remarkably low separation rate within the submarine community at the moment. Some of these have been in the form of financial incentives. Some have been with respect to posting in employment opportunities. And so every targeted workforce has had a slightly different formula, but we have really looked at this in terms of attraction, retention, and ultimately recruitment and re-attraction. The total workforce model that we now have available to us allows us to bring members back who may have separated from the Navy in the past, had some external experience, gained further skills, and now having the ability to bring them back, in some cases at a higher rank level than what they may have left the Navy, to contribute in growing areas. And we've done this with great success, particularly in the cyber workforce, in the engineering workforce, and even in the submarine workforce.
Sure. So at a macro level and in generalities, you know, all of that sounds positive. I tend to often look for case examples to stress test, if you like, whether our broader policies are working. And one of the things that surprised me a little was speaking to Navy personnel this year, and particularly the stream of high voltage engineers, to see how people are getting back-to-back deployments on ships where they may go ashore from one vessel, supposedly to spend time with family, and are contacted at short notice to fill a hole in another vessel because there aren't sufficient people with those skills. How frequent is that occurrence, and how are you tracking individuals as opposed to, or individual trades and individual members, as opposed to just these higher level programs of total workforce availability?
Thank you, Senator. You've alluded to the technical trades as being a key vulnerability, and that's correct. I've had key workforce shortfalls in our warfare officers, our electronic technicians and communication information system sailors. Specifically with respect to the technical sailors, I've, through my Chief of or Head of Naval Engineering, we have been tracking every single technically qualified sailor in our Navy over the last 3 years. We individually look at their career profile, their posting history, their training, their opportunities for the future. And over the last 12 months, we've moved that particular category of marine technicians from a critical category to an at-risk category, which means that the workforce health of that particular work group has improved over the last 3 years to a point that it's now fragile, but we now have the capability to man our current ships, submarines and aviation assets. Doesn't mean we can stop there, because the demand, as we've heard through various testimony this morning, for the Navy workforce continues to grow. And certainly one of the things that's very high on my radar at the moment is looking at what our future technical workforce requirements will be, particularly to support the future nuclear-powered submarine. Short answer, each and every one of my Navy people is critical. and we do look at them through the lens of their deployment history, their deployability into the future, their family circumstance, and we look for those opportunities for respite to the point that I have, on a number of occasions over the last 2 years, directed changes to the fleet activity schedule in order to provide some relief for those ships and sailors that have been working very hard.
Cool. So if I come back to my specific example again, because that's what I find useful to stress test things. As a group, your technical workforce may have gone from critical to fragile, but if that requires an individual to do back-to-back short notice hole-filling postings, I question how sustainable that is into longer term. Within that specific trade of high voltage engineers, how many high voltage engineers do you have in Navy that are not posted to technical jobs, i.e. available to go to sea and be on that roster, if you like?
I'd have to take that specific question on notice, Senator, to give you that exact number of technicians.
Sure. And similar question, and I'm aware there's two sides to this. In that one hand, you want to provide opportunities for people to work out of category as part of their career development, but do you have, again, taking a specific example, do you have roles that require a high voltage electrician qualification but aren't actually working in that stream, whether that be in broader engineering training roles or administrative roles, etc.?
What I do have within our total Navy workforce, Senator, is a number of positions, several hundred positions, that are categorised as maybe any category. For example, some of my positions that we would have within Defence Force recruiting would allow me to put a high voltage technician in there if he or she decided that they wanted to try something different for a period of time. And similarly, we've rotate those positions to provide opportunity and exposure for people outside of their specific trades, but also to broaden the contact with the community through the different trades through something like recruiting. Similarly, as I look at how we provide opportunities for our Navy people to get relevant external experience in contemporary engineering places in particular, we have a number of outplacement opportunities for our technical workforce and more so other elements of our workforce, including the logistics workforce. And this provides, again, a relevant but not necessarily codified position for an electronics technician or high power technician to gain relevant leadership, management and technical experience outside a codified position that they might normally serve in at sea or ashore.
So my final question, I guess, is to you as a capability manager for Navy. At a corporate level, the strategic workforce resources and supporting, you're probably aware I've been quite critical of the job families approach that Defence has taken in probably the recent decade or so, in that it's very easy to then generalise and aggregate figures, paint a fairly bright picture, whereas when you get into the very precise world of engineering, whether that be in airworthiness, seaworthiness, particular trades, where there are competencies and qualifications that only come with relevant experience, the job families model falls over. And as I look at the annual report, for example, on page 104, where it talks about some of the key initiatives that are being put out by the department, I see things like a key initiative is the voice of the customer, a customer-centric training program focuses on how to keep up with customer needs, perceptions and understandings. It strikes me that fairly abstract statements and programs like that aren't going a long way to helping you as a capability manager who has a chain of command to get the feedback from people within Navy that identify where there are shortfalls. Are you satisfied with the support you're getting at a strategic level from One Defence, or as a capability manager, are there changes that you think would assist you to manage that very precise workforce requirement that you have to safely operate a capability?
Thanks, Senator. That's a very complex question and problem set that you pose. As you well appreciate, human resource management is multifaceted. It needs to be managed at both a strategic level and a tactical level, right down to the deck plates. And I feel very well supported through the Defence People Group in terms of the way that we look at the macro issues, and particularly the ability of the Strategic Centre to move with agility to support personnel initiatives that I've put forward over the last 4 years. And as I look at the trajectory that Navy has been on in terms of those very precise and critical workforce categories, I recall when I was the Director of Sailors Career Management in 2007 that Navy had 27 of the ADF's 32 critical categories. Navy now has 5 critical categories. So this is a long-term game, and over the last 14 years, through the efforts, combined efforts of the Centre and DPG and the internal Navy workforce and HR mechanisms, we have not just recovered some workforce elements that were actually categorised as perilous back in 2007, to a point that we've evolved to a strong workforce, and a workforce that is now being required to consider new and future capabilities that we weren't even considering back in 2007. The requirements around cyber, the requirements around space, the requirements around high power, as you've alluded to, Senator, weren't even on our radar there. We've introduced new categories for sailors that serve in our landing dock heavy vessels. We've reintroduced the aviation technical trades that support helicopters embarked at sea. And so overall, Senator, I can't give you a precise breakdown in this forum of every single initiative, but in terms of that longitudinal look over a period of almost 15 years, I've seen tremendous growth, tremendous strength, and I've been nothing but delighted with the support.
Look, thank you for that exceptionally long answer, if I might say. And Senator Fawcett, we've now gone some 7 minutes over into the lunch time. I assume you have more questions on this and of the CFO. So if it's convenient...
I can put 2 questions on notice, Senator Betts, and then I'll be done.
All right. Do you want to put them on notice verbally now?
Yes, I'll
Yep.
and then
All right.
I'll let us all at lunch. So, Chief Navy, thank you for that. Perhaps one way to get a snapshot of where collectively within Navy and broader defence we're up to is to revisit the RISO review. I think the last time I saw a mention of that in the annual reports was 2013-14. It would be useful to just go back over the recommendations and give an update as to where we're at and whether we've not only achieved but sustained the outcomes that were envisaged. So if you could take that on notice. And for the CFO, you'll be aware that I have long pursued absorbed measures within defence. And on page 74 of the annual report, table 4.4, there is one mention of an absorbed measure. Again, I think the Parliament should get transparency to understand what things have been deferred in order to fund that absorbed measure, albeit this one at 15.7 million was quite a small measure. But in principle, if you could take that on notice to provide some information, that would be useful.
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. And before we adjourn, Senator Van wants to send a cheerio, I think.
I just want to join with Senator Fawcett and give my thanks to the Navy. I was lucky to join him on the Young Endeavour. It was such a wonderful experience, and my thanks to you and the VCDF for putting on the ADFPP program, and thanks to the crew of the Young Endeavour.
Thank you, Senator.
The committee is suspended until 1:40.
Thank you, Chair.
The Defence has some answers to questions that were taken on notice earlier today.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, Chief of Navy. I have one answer for one of the questions on notice that was posed by Senator Fawcett. Senator, in response to your question on the number of sailors that we have qualified for LHD high power positions, I currently have a demand of 49 positions in Navy at sea. We currently have 71 people, men and women, qualified to fill those positions. So with respect to how I manage that excess number, some of those are in non-high power positions ashore, and some are in instructional billets and other shore-based positions. But certainly that number is adequately covered in terms of the ratio of trained people to demand.
Thank you, Chief. I'd be interested to know that why some individuals have been given very short notice back-to-back postings to fill holes at sea, but perhaps if you could come back with that at some point.
I'd probably need to look at that on a case-by-case basis, Senator. Sometimes that's as a result of short-term medical requirements or short-term personal issues. But in terms of the total workforce, it is healthy to sustain the current requirement.
Thank you.
Senator, I have an update on joint support ships. I need to correct the record on the dates. So the dates are, we're likely to go out to request for tender in 2024. There would be then a procurement contract after we had achieved second pass, is likely to be Q1, Q2, 26, and construction would start in 27, and then you'd need the dockyard in place required for consolidation by end of 28.
Did someone contact you, suggest indicating that a correction should be made, Ms Lutz?
I contacted my staff to confirm
Right.
the first and second pass dates because I was doing it off the top of my
No
head.
worries, thank you. That's fine.
I've just got one question, if I may. If I may, Mr Moriarty, or to you or to Chief of Navy, on the issue of the submarines in the lead up to the decision, was the eventual basing of the submarines an issue for consideration, or is that something that is on the radar but no decision made yet?
So, Senator Greg Moriarty, Secretary of the Department of Defence, infrastructure and support is one of the issues that will be looked at during the 18-month period. Of course, we do have a plan existing. The government's already got a plan to invest in HMAS Sterling. We in the department, independent of the work that Admiral Mead's team will do, we will now look at what needs to be accelerated and what additional work may need to be done at Sterling to make it capable of more appropriately hosting visiting nuclear-powered vessels and then our own. But the issue of fleet disposition and facilities is a matter that we'll need to bring forward to government at the right time.
And of course, my particular interest in relation to East Coast basing and presumably decisions in relation to existing, and we've discussed existing infrastructure, but any East Coast basing of the nuclear submarines will also be now a matter for consideration.
The whole issue of what facilities Defence and the Royal Australian Navy need on the East Coast, there's now this additional dimension which we'll need to take into account. So, yeah.
And is Hobart considered to be part of the East Coast?
I think Eric on this one probably not. Admiral Noonan.
I think the Secretary's provided a fulsome response, but the new requirements for the nuclear-powered submarine will go into those considerations, and there has been no determination by government in terms of a short list of the options that are being considered at this stage.
So do I read into that, Admiral Noonan, that we have discussed East Coast basing, but East Coast basing may not necessarily equal submarine basing, or it could or it couldn't, so those options are still open. Do you see the question I'm asking?
Yes, it is still open, Senator, and it's part of a transition plan that I'm working on now as we transition from the Collins class to the new class of submarine. We did have a very advanced transition plan from Collins to Attack. Obviously, we've had to rework that from a whole of Navy perspective, and the basing is one of the aspects that we're providing new advice on.
Thank you. Thank you, Admiral.
Senator Wong, you have the call.
Thank you. Can I go to a completely different topic, which is in relation to RAF arrangements for Mr Morrison's trip to Glasgow? Is there someone who can...
The Defence support, Royal Australian Air Force support?
Well, I'm assuming he's taking a RAF jet, plane. I assume he's not flying commercial. If he is, then do I ask
I would
any
hope
question?
that he would be flying on one of our aircraft.
I just want to... You need a...
Just trying to grab my brief there, Senator.
Your name tag. Thank you, Air Marshal.
Go ahead, Senator.
I'm just confirming that the Prime Minister, you've been tasked to fly the Prime Minister from Australia to Glasgow and return?
Senator, it's Air Marshal Mel Hupfield, Chief of Air Force. Yes, that's correct.
Right, when were you tasked?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, just the actual date. But
I'm just wondering, was it before or after the announcement?
It was after the announcement. Yeah,
okay, and so somebody in a blue uniform just walked in, so presumably he can help too. Which aircraft will he be taking?
It'll be the KC-30A GTC, Government Transport and Comms aircraft.
What make of aircraft is that?
It's a KC-30, which is a derivative. It's our air-to-air refuelling aircraft, and it is an air-to-air refuelling aeroplane, or the what we call the MRTT,
right.
Multi-role tanker transport, and it's been configured to permit long-range special-purpose aircraft
When
functions.
did this happen?
2 years ago? Yeah,
Right.
some time
So it's
ago.
a refitted KC-30, is that what you want me to call it?
That's correct, Senator.
Right, and you said it does air-to-air refuelling,
Its primary role is air-to-air refuelling.
but it's being used as a passenger.
It can be used for special purpose aircraft and strategic airlift, including passengers.
How often has this aircraft been used for Prime Ministerial travel?
I have to just dig this out of my brief, Senator.
Air Marshal Hupfield, Air Chief Marshal Hupfield looks for that, Senator. This is a procurement that the government agreed under the previous Prime Minister. I think the opposition leader at the time was advised by then Secretary Richardson, and it has progressed since then.
So my question, can I have an answer to my question?
So there's only been a couple of occasions that the Prime Minister has used it. There's in the order of 200 flights this aircraft has performed, of which only five have been used for special purpose functions.
All right, so it's been procured, it's only been used for special purpose functions 5 times, but it's flown about 200.
That's correct.
When did it enter service?
So we purchased the aircraft second-hand in November 2015.
Right. When did it
and
start to get used for special purpose?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. It is in my brief
Which Prime
somewhere, but-
Minister?
Say again?
Which Prime Minister?
I'll have to take that one on notice too. I can't recall.
I just thought you might remember which Prime Minister started using it. Because it's not used often, obviously. It's only been used 5 times.
I don't think it was fitted out before 2018, Senator, but obviously...
so was it
Air
fitted out
Marshal
at...
Hupfeld will check.
There was a couple of years to actually get the fitments done. So
it was fitted out under Prime Minister Morrison?
It was fitted out before Prime Minister Morrison. So from the approval to proceed with the configuration of this aircraft in 2015, then we proceeded to commence the modifications from that point.
Right. Is it the intention that was the on this occasion? So on most occasions, the Prime Minister uses what the reconfigured A330. Is that what the other big one is?
That is the large one. It's a
Yeah.
reconfigured multi-role tanker transport aircraft, the KC-30.
No.
Sorry, I said usually the Prime Minister uses what, the BBJ?
He will use, pending the nature of the task.
Or the Falcon.
It could be the BBJ or the Falcon would
Yeah,
be...
but this has only been used 5 times, so usually this is not the aircraft that's used.
No, it wouldn't, not normally.
Well, why was who decided it should be used on this occasion?
The KC-30 provides us with a longer range, less number of stops. The BBJ doesn't have the range to do that without a number of stops on the route to the particular
Air
destination.
Marshal, the question was who decided that?
So the request for use of special purpose aircrafts will come to me, and then my staff will look at the best means to deliver the outcome of the task.
Sure.
And that's a balance of the best use of crews.
Was there a request from the Prime Minister's office to use this particular aircraft?
We will coordinate with the Prime Minister's office to determine...
Was there a request from the Prime Minister's office to use this particular type of aircraft?
The Prime Minister's office preferred the use of the GTC, and indeed that is the best aircraft for this particular task.
So they came up with the request. It was at their request that you use this aircraft, which is only been used on 5 occasions for special purpose.
Senator, the Prime Minister's office will always request the task, and then we will
Air
talk
Marshal, hang on. Well, I want to be really clear. I get that they ask you to task and then you consider, but I asked you a very specific question. I thought you said, yes, it was them. Who asked for this aircraft? And I'm putting it to you. Did the Prime Minister's office request this particular aircraft?
Senator, as I'm trying to explain, it's not as simple as that. So the dialogue and the questions are iterative. So a request for the task is put forward. We then examine what the best way to complete the task will be, and then we will go back and talk to the Prime Minister's office to ensure that we can meet the Prime Minister's requirements.
Has this aircraft ever, in the 5 occasions it has been used for SPA purposes previously, ever been used for the Prime Minister?
Yes, it has, Senator.
On which occasions?
So certainly the ones that I can recall was for a visit to the United States, and then of course this task is the immediate task at the moment.
So that's once before?
So I'll have to get back to you, Senator. I'm just having troubles finding that in my brief at the moment.
So the iterative process, was this aircraft your first recommendation?
So, Senator, I found the items when the Prime Minister's used the aircraft. So he used it 14th to the 18th of November to fly to Tokyo. He used it that was 2020. He used it the 3rd to the 5th of November in 2019 to fly to Bangkok. He used it the 19th to 21st of October in 2019 for a trip to Jakarta. And he's used it 19th to the 27th of September in 2019 for a trip to the United States.
I again want to go to the request. You said it was iterative. That's one of the ways in which you don't want to tell me who first raised it. I'm putting it to you that the use of this particular aircraft was first raised with you by the PMO.
Senator, for all of the special purpose aircraft taskings, the request is put forward and then we work through with the
I
Prime
agree.
Minister's office.
The request to use this aircraft for this tasking was put to you first by the PMO.
For the GTC, for the Glasgow task
Yes.
specifically, Senator?
Yes.
The request for the task is put forward first and then
No.
we
Can
negotiate.
you not answer in the general way, Marshall? If I'm wrong, you tell me I'm wrong. I'm not asking generally. I'm saying on this occasion, the Prime Minister's office requested the use of this aircraft.
Senator, the way you're asking the question, and I am answering the best way I can, is that the Prime Minister's office will direct or request the task and we then determine...
And I'm putting to you on this occasion...
Can I try and assist you, Senator Wong? We're going around in circles. The question
Really
is
simple.
specifically, in requesting the task, was a specific aircraft also put in that request?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator,
Okay, well, I'd like
until
you-
we explained what the best outcome for the task would have been.
I want you to... Did you talk to them?
No, I didn't, Senator.
Right, who did?
I have a wing commander that...
All right, does the wing commander want to come forward so she or he can tell me who first raised it?
The wing commander's not been listed as a witness, is not here today.
So, Senator Wong, if you ask your question, I'm sure Marshall Hupfeld will take it on notice and return to you with a response.
Thank you for your assistance, Minister.
So, Senator, I can take it on notice, but that is not the way that we do the task.
No, okay. Well, I'm saying to you, I'm asking you, did the PM... Is it the case that the use of this aircraft was specifically requested by a member of the Prime Minister's staff?
Senator, the best way I can think to answer that is that the Prime Minister's office, in this case, would prefer the GTC.
Thank you.
But I provide the advice on what is the best system.
So they indicated a preference. Is that the better way to deal with it? Okay. So who indicated that preference?
That comes through the Prime Minister's office and the staff that they
The problem with
engage.
these answers, and I know you're assisting, is I keep asking you in the specific and you keep responding in the general. So I'm asking you a specific interactional question. You're responding to me with the general systemic
Then I'll have
answer.
to take that on notice, Senator.
So you don't know, but you can say to me that the preference was indicated by the Prime Minister's office. Why? Why do you understand that preference was indicated?
In terms, they understand how the aircraft work, and as we work with them, they
What
become...
do you understand the reason for their preference?
The capabilities that are represented by the GTC aircraft for long-range transport are most suited for the task that the Prime Minister's office has requested for this particular
What
event.
is it about the tasking that makes this the most appropriate aircraft? Can you be more specific?
It's long range, it's more efficient, it's more cost efficient for us to use that aircraft for that long range transport. There's less disruption, less stopovers on the way. You can travel further.
Simply by virtue of range?
Range, and it also provides more flexibility if weather and other factors were to come into play. It allows us to do the task with more surety.
Was it the Defence's first recommendation based on the tasking?
Yes, it was, Senator.
And in requesting the task, in requesting this aircraft, was the preference indicated because the Prime Minister wanted to avoid stopovers? Refuelling stopovers?
In terms of that discussion is a discussion between my planners and the Prime Minister's staff to ensure that we get the most suitable solution. And my staff's advice to the Prime Minister's office is to use this aircraft for those reasons, for the longer range. It's also, with COVID, there's less risk. There's also less risk from a security perspective. the amenity on the aircraft means that we can land for any refuel stops that might be required.
So you're explaining why. I think I actually asked you, was the request from the PMO made for this particular aircraft because the Prime Minister wanted to avoid a stopover or a refuelling stop?
That will be one of the reasons that the Prime Minister would prefer that.
Now, you said it's got a capability of air-to-air refuelling.
That's correct, Senator.
For it or for other aircraft?
It can do both.
Can do both. Is it proposed? Has it ever conducted? I assume in its SPA usage and its usage for special purpose. Do you ever engage in air-to-air refuelling?
So, Senator, if I'm hearing the question correctly, while it's on a special purpose aircraft task,
I'm assuming the 200 other taskings which are not associated with special purpose, you may or may not have used it for air-to-air refuelling, correct?
The majority of those have been for air-to-air refuelling, but also strategic transport.
Yeah, I'm asking in the context of its usage for special purpose, has it ever engaged in air-to-air refuelling?
Not while it's been on a special purpose aircraft task, Senator.
Is it proposed to do so on this occasion?
Not on this occasion, Senator. Not planned.
Not?
Not planned to do so.
Okay. Did you ever provide advice? Was there ever a request for air-to-air refuelling from, or did the PMO raise the possibility of air-to-air refuelling?
Do you mean to air-to-air refuel the aircraft in the GTC itself?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
So no air-to-air refuelling option was ever raised in the discussions between your people and the PMO?
It may have been discussed. I'd have to take that on notice. It's always an option that we could consider, but it's not necessarily the most efficient way to deliver the capability.
Right, so you don't know. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator.
Can I go now to, I had some questions about, not of you, thank you very much, Rachel. I want to follow up, actually, I think there were questions asked by Senator Kitching and some others in the last estimates about the number of defence contractors. So this would be, it's listed in my very extensive brief as programs 3.2.3 and 2.12. Okay, so you were asked, I think, at the last estimates to provide defence workforce census. And I think there are your external workforce, just so I'm clear, I think there are three groups: your outsourced service providers, so this is where you've got a permanent decision to outsource something; contractors, so skills that you usually have internally, but you have surge capacity, short-term workforce gaps, and consultants who are engaged on a temporary basis, right? As at March 2021, is that the taxonomy is correct?
Stephen Groves, Chief Finance Officer. Yes, Senator, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, as at March 2021, you had 25,000 outsourced service providers, 6,810 contractors and 314 consultants. By contrast, you had just under 16,500 APS employees in 2021. So you had many more people employed externally than you had employed as an APS officer. Those numbers have increased over time. For example, 5,000 in March 2020 to 5,600 in September 2020 to 6,800 as of March 21. The cost has increased. You got 1 billion, 140 million in 18-19, 1.5 billion in 19-20, and 1.3 billion for the 9 months to March 2021. So this is a lot of expenditure. My first question is about the increase. If you look at your external workforce census, between March 2020 and March 2021, your numbers increased from 5,361 contractors to 6,810. That's, I think, just over a 25% or 27% increase in contract numbers. Can you tell me why?
Senator, there was a variety of reasons. One is the workload is increasing, and we are relying on the contractor workforce. The March 20, I think, was our very first census, and certainly our processes were evolving and improving over the period that we did the subsequent two census in September 20 and March 21. So I don't have the exact numbers of how much were improvements around people reporting better.
Okay, well, can you get that? Because it looks like a pretty big increase. So if your defence on that, to be frank with you, is it's not just that we kept outsourcing stuff and paying other people more. You know, we actually didn't report correctly the last time. I wouldn't mind understanding.
There was a mixture of that, yes.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind understanding what is attributable to the underreporting and what is attributable to the growth in the actual number.
Yep.
The costs are GST exclusive, the numbers that I read out, which are in your report.
I believe so. Could you just quote another one of those costs for me?
1.14 billion in 18-19, 1.5 billion in 19-20?
They're exclusive.
Right, so on top of that, you pay GST?
Yeah.
For where attributable?
Yeah, but then we recover it as a public
Exempt
sector entity. Yeah.
So you pay it when you engage contractors, but then you recover all of the GST payable?
Correct.
Right. So I think I've got, can you provide the full year cost for 2021?
It's 1.873 billion for contractors.
1.873. So it's gone up again?
Well, I think the number you were quoting for 2021 was a year-to-date figure.
No, but it's gone up for the financial years 18, 19, 19, 20. 1.14, 1.52, now 1.87. You're probably going to crack 2 billion next financial year.
It has increased over those 3 years, yes, Senator.
Could you, right, I was going to ask you for the on notice for the total costs each year inclusive of GST, but I think your answer is the actual net cost to you, given you get it back, is the numbers that I've identified, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you. So why is it costing so much more? Is it more contractors? More per, is the cost per contractor on average getting higher, or is it both?
I think as you were talking, I think most of our rates are fairly standard. I wouldn't say the rates are going up. I think it's probably the volume, and that was reflected in what we were just talking about before in the census numbers over that period. So there is the growth.
Groves, you've got expenditure that's gone up to 1.86 billion for the recent financial year. It's a very substantial increase, and it keeps going. I would really like to understand if the Defence Department has done some analysis of what the cost drivers are.
There is certainly the growth, I would say, Senator, is driven by both the specialist expertise that we need, where we're using contractors. It's the nature of the market that we're operating in. A lot of our contractors are in those specialist fields around ICT
Mr.
in
Groves,
particular.
I actually first want to understand, before we get into a sort of qualitative and discursive analysis, I'd like to understand some data. Has the average cost per contractor increased? Has the number of contractors increased, or a combination of both?
The number has increased. Has the price per contractor increased? It could be, but we're also using a variety of different skill sets in there as well. It's not as if it's a standard contractor rate per person.
No, but surely to understand the drivers of what is an increasing cost, which is growing far more quickly than CPI, you would try to understand the drivers. So let's go back. What is, you said the numbers have increased. Can you give me some data point for that, please?
Only what we were just talking about before with the number of contractors that we had recorded in the census. Now, the census is also at a point in time. It's not an average over a year.
Okay.
We only capture it at that point during the census week.
So the Australian Strategic Policy Institute has calculated that your average cost per APS employee was $121,000 in 2021. The average cost per contractor was $283,000. So the contractor is costing $162,000 on average, more than the average APS employee. Does Defence accept those figures?
The way that ASPE calculated them were correct. We don't necessarily agree, and you can't by using those numbers. Like I said, the census is a snapshot in time. It's not an average over the financial year, whereas our expenditure is the amount over the financial year. So it's not a like for like, would be one point I would say.
What do you mean it's not a like for like? What they've done is said, so I didn't actually understand your answer. So your answer is what was the first part of your answer?
How they calculated it was that they looked at our expenditure over the 1920...
And divided it by head count in each category.
No, Senator, if I may, they divided it by the contractor census numbers, which were at a point in time.
Sure.
Which aren't averaged over the year. What might have occurred in the census?
What do you say the average number is?
I'm sorry?
Well, what do you say the
I don't have a number for the number of contractors we have as an average over the year, like we do with staffing.
Does the contractor headcount fluctuate a great deal within each year?
I only have information based on when we do the census.
I know, but if your argument is the average cost calculation that ASPE has done, and they are reasonably, well, they're very close to government.
Yeah.
If your argument is, well, I don't necessarily agree with their per capita figure because the numbers fluctuate in a year, I'm giving you the opportunity to tell us how the numbers fluctuate.
They're seasonal. Our numbers for contractors, depending on the nature of work, would shut down over December,
All right, why don't you do the equivalent
January?
then? Why don't you give me your average cost per APS employee in 2021 and 21-22? Can you give me that?
Not off.
Okay.
Not
Can
with
you
me.
take that on notice?
We can take that
Why
on
don't you
notice.
give me what Defence says? If you don't agree with ASPE, you tell us what the average cost per contractor is in 2021 and 21-22.
We'll have a look at that, Senator.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's just arithmetic, isn't it? And the fact that someone is only engaged for 6 months out of 12 months doesn't detract for how much they cost. So if you've got an aggregate figure of total expenditure and you calculate your head count effectively of contractor, it's not a bad metric of the average cost per contractor. Like your point in time issue only really makes a big difference if there's some massive variation in the year where you've got half the number of contractors. Then you might have a
No, we'll have a look
statistical
at coming up with our own number. Yep.
Excellent. Because basically I want to understand how much more on average you're paying for each contractor than an APS employee. I mean, ASPE's put a number on it, 160 grand per year. Do you agree with that or not?
well, based on the calculations that ASPI did, yes, they are, and I would agree that they are, if you're just looking at the raw labour costs of both, they are more expensive. But likewise, you'd have to look at the skill sets that we're acquiring under both.
So you keep saying this. Have you got anything you can show me which analyses, which demonstrates that Defence is securing value for money by paying considerably more for its external workforce than for its APS workforce?
No, Senator, but I'd also, in our response, I'd also talk about the nature of the contractor resources that we are hiring and project management skills, specialist skills around...
Don't you have those internally?
In a number of areas, we have outsourced those activities.
Permanently?
In some cases, yes.
Why?
Well, there was, I might have to refer to colleagues, but there was recommendations from the First Principles Review that was recommending that we should be looking at larger use of outsourced models. I think the nature of the ICT market in Australia is also heavily weighted to contractor usage, and to get the skill sets that we need, we have to engage in that way. But we'll put that in our response.
Sure. Has the APS cap been one of the drivers of your increased use of contractors over the last 3 years?
We will always follow the policy that we are set. And yes, we have an ASL cap that we have to manage to.
Right, and this is one of the ways in which you manage that?
We also have a lot of expectations from government on what they want us to deliver, and we have to find the best way of doing that. Both living within the rules that are set for us as an agency, but also around value for money and achieving delivery.
Is it one of the drivers of the increased use of the external workforce?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator.
Have you ever looked at... Now, Mr Groves, one of my colleagues put a question on notice in seeking the numbers of contractors at APS skills classification level, and the Defence response was that you do not have the data enabling such a comparison.
I think we may have said, Senator, I'd have to refresh my memory on the QAN, but I think our response was that we don't hire contractors as APS 5 equivalents.
No,
or
I know,
APS 6
but look, this goes to value for money, doesn't it? If you surely to get a sense of, are we getting value for money from our external workforce? One of the things you'd want to do is to think through, given that statistically, an APS employee is going to cost me 160 grand less a year on last year's numbers. Am I getting value for money in purchasing those services through an external person in the external workforce at a substantially higher rate? So you'd want to understand what an equivalent APS staff expenditure would be as compared to this to get a sense of value for money.
Yeah. I think all of our procurement decisions that we make, whether it's around contractors or other things, should have value for money as a basis. But likewise, if you have gone out for a recruitment process to hire ICT experts or project managers, and that has come back with nobody in the market, or we are not competitive in the market with the rates that we pay, we sometimes have to look at alternative means to get the work done.
So ASPI calculated you were paying over $1 billion a year more than you would if those contractors were engaged as APS employees. Have you ever looked at the savings you could make by employing people internally based on the ASPI report?
No, we haven't.
Have you been asked to?
No.
Why not?
I think...
were you shrugging at me, Mr. Moriarty?
No, because it's not a question that... the government gives us a policy framework in terms of our APS and our ADF employees, gives us a policy framework for the circumstances under which we should look at consultants and contractors. Then we decide how best to achieve the missions that the government gives us, the tasks that the department is given, the priorities that the government would like the department to tackle. And we use the range of mechanisms. We've always had a blended workforce. As you say, the work is growing. Senator Wong, we're doing a lot of additional work on shipbuilding, COVID-19 response, guided weapons initiatives that the government has done. All of these are very important initiatives. We need to meet the government's priorities, and we'll need to grow the workforce.
So, given your answers, do you think it's that you could generate savings if there was movement on the cap?
Well, I don't think that's an appropriate question, Senator. I will deliver on the government's objectives with the policy framework I'm given.
I think there was also a question on notice asking for a breakdown between contract workers' remuneration and the fees charged by companies providing the contractor. Your response was that you didn't know?
No, because...
No, it was.
Sorry?
It was.
Our response...
Defence is not privy to what percentage of the contract price is paid to the entity's workers. It is a matter for the entity as to how it engages and remunerates workers.
Because under those contracting arrangements, we are contracting for a specific skill set, which we normally engage at panel rates, and what the contractor personally gets paid by the firm that they work for is not something that we're
It's the
privy to.
inverse. What is the cut? Surely if you're trying to work out value for money, you'd want to know if Deloitte or PwC or whoever, I'm just picking those names just to be clear, whether they're taking a 5% or a 70% cut as their fees before you even look at what the remuneration. You don't think that's relevant?
Our value for money decision needs to be on what we would have to pay the firm to get those skill sets in. And it's not something that we ask our contracting firms on what their profit margins are.
I'd like to understand the drivers of the differential on the basis of the ASPE numbers, the differential between the average costs. Your explanation of that.
Yep,
okay.
We will provide that on notice.
Is it different skills level? Is it the same skill level but workers being paid more for the same skills? And how much do you say is due to overheads, fees and profit margins from the firms? How are your fees structured when you pay a contractor firm? Hourly, daily or weekly per worker? Or a whole job lot?
Depends. Most of our outsourced service providers are more outcomes-based contractual arrangements. I would say that our contractor arrangements are probably largely time and materials, and consultants, of course, would be largely based on a piece of work that they are delivering.
Okay. So, you provided an answer after the last estimates about the nature of the full definition of contractor used for the purpose of the census.
Mm-hmm.
The criteria, the guidance that is included in your answer 168 is that the individual performs day-to-day duties of the entity, use skills to perform the services that would normally be maintained in the entity, and work is an integral part of the entity's business. If the contractors are carrying out work that is integral to you, can you tell me why you wouldn't just engage staff, APS staff, to do those jobs?
Yep, Justine.
So, Senator Justine Gregg, Deputy Secretary People. One of the elements or drivers is a surge capacity at times. Some of the activities performed relate to ICT projects, relate to areas where a surge workforce is required that we can't
What number?
source
Give me some numbers
from
then
within.
associated with that.
Okay.
Like, my problem is the sorts of scale you're talking about, which is billions of dollars in differential that you're paying over $1 billion more a year You're then coming back to me and saying, oh, there's all these reasons. Well, what of that is attributable to that? What of the
Okay, so-
differential is attributable to surge capacity?
So a proportion, I can't answer that. What I think's also important to the question, Senator, is information technology, which is an area of labour market shortage at the moment. Around 20% of the activities performed by the contractors are in the ICT area.
Okay.
Another significant proportion is in project management.
Do you have the numbers there, or is this the workplace census, or is this another?
This is the census.
Okay.
So in the app, sorry.
I don't want to cut you off, but
No.
if it's in the census, I don't need you to read that to me. Is that? Thank you. You might pre-COVID. How many defence contractors worked at defence premises? Do you want to take that on notice?
Yeah, I'd take it on notice.
Also, I think I asked you this. You can't give me a proportion which is of the 6,000, which is surge capacity. Is that right? What you can give me is a proportion which for ICT. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay.
And also we can look at the previous census to give you a sense, Senator, of the change in that mix.
But that is categories of work, not what is not need. So your argument to me is we need some surge capacity, but you can't tell me what is the proportion of that attributable to surge capacity. What you can say to me is which sectors they work in.
And what's changed.
What's changed? Did you want to?
Sorry, so we can talk to you in the response about, in terms of the activities performed by the contract workforce,
Okay.
how the activities have changed in relative contribution.
Okay, and could you also provide me more specific figures on the tenure of contractors? The number of existing contractors who've been engaged for less than 12 months, for 12 to 24, 24 to 36, more than 36.
That may be challenging, Senator. I'll try and explain why. I think in some cases we're hiring a firm to provide a skill sets of, we can certainly look at how long we've had a contract in place, but there might be different individuals that are being provided over the course of that contract.
So your data set doesn't tell me individuals, but it does tell me entity?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you just do it for entity, if you can't interrogate it?
Senator, if I may, your question around pre-COVID, I've got information, if you want to get a guide, for March 2020.
Okay.
Which
I was just trying to get a baseline
Yeah.
that made sense, that's all.
Yeah, so if from our March 2020 census, on site, so of that 28,632 that we recorded in our census, 19,031 were on site on defence premises.
1,900.
19,031.
19,000. I was going to say that's very small. 19,000.
Yep. Off-site was 5,889.
Yep.
Overseas was 669. And then multiple sites, i.e. they might be doing a mixture of on-site and off-site, was 3,044. That was back in our March 2020 census.
Okay. All right, I'm going to... I've asked for that on notice. On notice, can I also... I want an explanation of the difference between Mr Moriarty's evidence in October 2020 that said there was $2 billion for civilian employees, and then in the relation to the budget estimates round question on notice 402, the number was 1.614 billion for 2021. Can you just on notice explain the difference between those two information sources? I'm sure there's a scope question. Yeah, that's...
Sorry,
I just want...
Did you... I might have an answer just to confirm those numbers. So certainly for 2021, our APS employee expenses were 1.975 billion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not too sure where the 1.6...
One question on notice 402.
I'd have to have a look at the question
I
on notice.
think they're the same data set, but they might not be.
Yeah, okay.
In which case, what it looks like, so where I sit, and you may have a different explanation, is your APS costs are going down and your contractor costs are substantially increasing at a faster rate.
Yeah, across the 2 financial years, our employee expenses were pretty much the same, identical.
I got 1.614 in 2021 in question on notice 402.
Yeah, the financial statements we have in the annual report have, I said, the 1.975 billion for 2021.
Yep.
And 1.979 billion
Okay.
for 1920, but I'll have to check what that.
Yeah, why don't
line
you
was
check
covering.
that? And all right, I've got colleagues who've got lots of questions. I was going to ask quite a few questions about Afghanistan, but I will truncate them. I just want to ask some very narrow questions about LEE applications. So is Mr. Jeffries available? Mr. Jeffries?
We'll get the right people.
Yeah. And then I'll leave it, you'll have a couple of them pull it down, whichever way you're going. Oh, you've got your, oh yes, that's right. Okay. Mr. Jeffrey, how are you?
Good afternoon, Senator. Hugh Jeffrey, International Policy Defence.
Question on notice 64. You answered me saying that 1,619 LEE applications were processed. Can you tell me how many were certified by Defence and how many were rejected?
That's correct, Senator.
Sorry, can you tell me how many were certified and how many were rejected?
So,
you gave me a
Senator,
process answer, I'm just asking an outcome answer.
So, over the life of the program, Senator, the Defence Department certified or assessed over 1,600 applicants.
Yep.
And we considered 1619 to be precise.
Correct.
The Minister certified 677 as these as eligible.
As eligible?
And
Sorry, as eligible, 677 eligible?
that's correct.
The remainder rejected or?
No, 516 were certified as ineligible.
Ineligible.
356 applications were closed when the applicants declined to continue.
Okay.
70 applications have not been finalised.
Outstanding, okay. Question on notice 67, you answered the, because I referenced the legislative instrument about 6 months, that people had to apply within 6 months of ceasing employment.
That's correct, Senator.
You gave me a very lengthy answer. That is correct. Can you tell me how many of the 516 were ineligible, were refused as a consequence of that criteria not being met, that is an application within 6 months of ceasing employment?
I can't tell you that answer specifically, Senator. I'll take it on notice.
That's okay.
I don't know if our data will explain that detail.
But that's a sort of ab initio ruling out, isn't it?
Senator,
There's no merits-based analysis in that circumstance. You just say you didn't apply within 6 months, you're out. Is that not right?
Well, Senator, unless the applicant can demonstrate exceptional circumstances.
Okay.
And I should add, Senator, that those circumstances are applied by the department generously.
Which is actually what I wanted to ask you next. You said in question on notice 66 that, and you sort of reflected, I think, previously to me, what you just said about generous interpretation. In question on notice 66, you said Defence determined eligibility on whether an individual was in an employee-like relationship, rather than that when they were formally employed. Can you tell me in your words what you meant by that answer?
So, Senator, it simply means that we don't require an individual to have been employed directly by the Australian Defence Force or the Defence Department to be considered under the program.
Why doesn't... Have you had conversations with your GFAC colleagues about that approach?
Senator, I've had conversations about how the department, how this department applies the criteria under the LEE program.
And what are those conversations?
Informal conversations, Senator, with colleagues.
But the substance of them is that you are more, how should one put it, expansive in your approach on
Senator,
the employment contract.
I won't speak to how the Department of Foreign Affairs applies those criteria. I can only speak to how Defence does it.
No, I'm not, but you, I know you're sort of avoiding this, but the reality is Defence has taken a more expansive approach on the employment relationship issue, hasn't it? You would know that.
Senator, the roles that Defence and the Department of Foreign Affairs have in Afghanistan are very different. And so the types of employees are very different. And so it would make sense that each agency interprets the criteria differently. Or
So
applies
if
it differently.
the embassy guards who were employed in the outer perimeter by a contractor but were still providing security to the Australian embassy had been employed by Defence, would you have regarded them to have been in an employee-like relationship on the basis of your approach?
Senator, if I'm not going to comment on how the department does it.
No, I'm asking...
But I will tell you how Defence did apply the criteria under
Thank
the
you.
LEE program and how we do apply those criteria. Essentially, a service has to be rendered. An example could be that the employee relationship is actually with another entity. For example, we in Uruzgan province, we had interpreters that were employed by Dutch forces, but they were essentially worked to Australian forces in many instances, so
Yes,
we
I
would
think
regard them
CDS
as an employee. Yep.
And you did not exclude them for not being direct employees
No.
from the application
No.
process? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Any other Labor senators? I promised Senator, who was it? Van, I think at 3, and Senator Lambie at 3:15. So we have till 3 o'clock for Labor senators. Yeah, Senator Kitching. Yep.
Could I ask whether, I think I might need Admiral Mead, the design, when you're looking at the design, are you going to look at torpedoes, the type of torpedo?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. Vice Admiral Jonathan
Good
Mead,
afternoon.
Chief of the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force.
Yeah, so when you're looking at the design, and you said I think it's a wide aperture in terms of the design this morning, are you looking also at the type of torpedo?
So
the
the
reason
tor-
Sorry,
go on.
Well, I was going to say the reason I ask is that if we went with the British, that would mean we'd have to have their heavyweight torpedo, and rather than the US Mark 48. So are you looking at that, and how that affects the design?
So we are working with the UK and US on a range of capability options. We've left, as I said, we have left that aperture open to us at the moment. So it could be a US or it could be a UK weapon. I said we will work over the next couple of months leading up to the 18-month mark really to narrow down that aperture.
Okay. Is there a view that it might be better to have the US torpedoes?
I don't have
a range of views,
Yeah.
Senator.
Sorry, what was that?
There's a range of views on these issues.
I'm not,
He has a very clear view about all of this. Hope he's called here too.
I'm not allowed to have a view there, Senator. I'm going to let the sort of the evidence and the facts speak for themselves and provide advice to government.
But it would be easier to go to Guam to get the Mark 48s, to get them to go to Guam and re-weapon.
That would be a leading question.
And Admiral Mead didn't respond, so it's good. It's fine. Thank you. Could I ask about LEU and HEU and whether we've considered the LEU, using an LEU in a naval reactor?
What we are working with the US and UK is that they will provide, and I think the Prime Minister mentioned this, there will be components that will probably be built offshore, and part of the reactor would be built offshore because they have that technical skills. We would accept the reactor core that they provide us.
Thank you. I guess the point, the HEU, and correct me if I'm wrong, the HEU can be used in, it's bomb-grade uranium as opposed to LEU.
So I'm not going to comment on different aspects of HEU there, Senator. It is getting into sensitive technology.
Okay, but the US Congress has been funding research into LEU, so we would most likely go with that kind of tech.
Once again, Senator,
Yes,
I don't want to comment on the inner workings of a reactor. What is important is that the reactor that we will take either from the US or the UK will be a life of type reactor, and that was made very specific by the Prime Minister. It means that the reactor does not need to be opened up nor refuelled during the life of the submarine, and that is a very clear distinction in recent times. It's one of the driving factors that we have confidence that the US and UK options are the more optimal options because of the life of type reactor.
So once the reactor is there, you don't have to open it at all?
So the reactor core itself, correct, it is not opened during the life of type of the submarine because it does not need to be refuelled. It is a sealed unit which comes to us.
And there's no maintenance that needs to be done?
So we are getting a bit technical now. When you work outside the reactor core, there are pumps and aspects in the reactor compartment which will require maintenance, but the reactor core itself is a sealed unit. You can't get inside the reactor core, Senator.
Okay. In the last, let's say, 6 months, have any studies been commissioned into the benefits of using LEU?
Are you saying within Australia or with our partners?
I'll go for Australia and then for the partners.
So I can't speak for our partners on what studies they've done. We have not commissioned studies into different types of fuel. I said our expectation is that we will accept the reactor core that is provided to us by our US or UK partner.
Okay. Do you have to take any core samples?
I probably won't get into the specifics of how they manage and monitor the core itself leading up to the delivery to us. But, we need to work with the US and UK, and this, I'm not trying to be cute here, over the next 18 months to work out aspects to do with stewardship, including the core itself.
Right, okay. It just occurs that would be, you'd have to get into the reactor to take a sample.
Correct.
Yes. So you can get into the reactor?
No, you can't get into the core.
Okay. So how do you take core samples?
There will be devices in the compartment itself that monitors radiation levels. We know that that's in the public domain. That's there to provide safeguards for the submariners working in the submarine and outside.
Okay. Thank
It's important, Senator, just to reiterate that the government's made it absolutely clear we are going to achieve the highest international standards for stewardship and safety in relation to this capability. The US and the UK have very exacting standards. We are learning from them already what it is expected of us, and the Prime Minister has made it very clear to us that we are to achieve those standards. We've got excellent support from APANZA, ANSTO, other agencies. DFAT have expertise around the counter-proliferation, non-proliferation issues. We are drawing on that expertise. So I'm very, very confident, but also very committed to making sure that the work that we do over this 12 to 18 months sets standards for us that we can meet that are absolutely world's best practice.
And I think Australia has excellent regulatory frameworks.
And just following on from the Secretary, we have officials, experts from ANSTO and ARPANSA currently embedded in the task force to enable us to meet those exacting standards that the Secretary mentioned.
Now, so there's no, I think this morning there was a discussion around acquisition strategy, but that for nuclear vessels, that hasn't been done yet. That hasn't been, developed yet.
No.
Okay. And that'll be done, do you think, within not just the 18 months, but do you think it'll be done more quickly than that?
We'll do it as quickly as we can, Senator.
Thank you. Was there a risk assessment done when there was a contemplation of cancelling the attack class?
I don't understand.
Well, did you do a risk, I guess, almost like a SWOT analysis?
I think the government was very clear about what the consequences of not proceeding with the attack class contract would be. The Prime Minister's made it very clear when he announced that the government is acquiring additional capabilities to bolster the lethality of the ADF over that time. Navy, Mr Dalton's area, CASG, are looking at what we can do to make sure that the loads are delivered efficiently and on time. We're looking at additional capability, what can be brought forward. We're developing advice to bring forward to government on that. So I think in terms of analysis of risk and providing options to government in terms of mitigating that risk, yes, the department has undertaken that work and continues to do so.
Was it in a written form?
So there was advice provided to government via the normal cabinet submission process,
Okay.
Senator.
Defence hadn't accepted Naval Group's proposal to move to contract work scope 2. Is that correct?
I'll need to hand that over to the C1000 people here, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator. Gregory Sabat, General Manager, Submarines.
Thank you. Defence had not accepted, I always say Naval Group, but Naval Group's proposal to move to contract work scope 2. Is that correct?
Defence was not in a position to accept the offer. That was subject to a government decision, Senator.
At that point before it went to contract work scope 2?
So we had not entered Core Work Scope 2 because that was subject to a government decision.
To move forward to that
work scope.
Yes. My understanding is that Defence had identified 7 areas of improvement. What were they?
I'm sorry, Senator, I'm not
So
familiar
there were
with,
seven
I'm not familiar with those 7 areas that
Okay.
you talk about.
Were there items that needed to be resolved to move forward?
I think I've made it clear in previous testimony, Senator, that what was required was an affordable and acceptable offer for the next phase of work, being Core Work Scope 2. We had also done other work in the normal course of our program, such as regular reviews of the schedule and the program cost estimate. That work had been completed, and Naval Group had in fact presented an affordable and acceptable offer to proceed with the next phase of work.
Did you advise Naval that you were verbally or in writing that you were happy or you were satisfied with the proposal that you'd evaluated?
We had worked with them on the offer, and our assessment was that that offer was affordable and acceptable and compliant. But still subject to government approval before entry could take place.
Did you advise the Secretary or the CDF, or maybe perhaps Mr Dalton as well, I think, that you thought that Naval Group had met all of the agreed criteria?
I did advise Defence leadership that we had received an affordable and acceptable offer for the next phase of work, Senator.
Was that done verbally or in writing?
Verbally and in writing.
Could I have a copy? Or
I will take that
table
on
it?
notice, Senator.
Okay. Would it, in your opinion, has there, was the advice that you provided to Naval, I guess, or their understanding of the status of that process for Naval to have signed up new Australian subcontractors and families that were moving to France, that preceded the announcement to terminate the contract?
I don't quite follow your question, Senator,
Well,
but what I can say
so there were
is that
Australian
Naval Group,
subcontractors that were moving to France?
Naval Group was fully aware that entry to Core Work Scope 2 was subject to a decision by government.
I think Mr. Moriarty this morning talked in his opening statement in relation to the contract pricing. Was there a blowout in the cost? And I think Mr. Moriarty said that in fact there hadn't been.
No, there was no blowout in the cost of the program. The program cost estimate that was reviewed again this year in accordance with the normal processes under our contract, where we continually reviewed the program cost estimate, remained within the total acquisition cost estimate that we announced in 2016.
And it remained within about 1% of the cost? It didn't move much beyond about 1%?
It was within the 50 billion constant dollars, which is $88 billion outturned, PBS 21-22.
And what was that cost? What was that $50 billion? What was that base? What was that made up of? What was that made up of?
As I've stated before, Senator, many times in testimony, that comprised a number of things, and indeed it's a good point. I noticed that the media still reports that we scrapped a $90 billion contract with the French. That's not the case. The 50 billion constant dollars, $88 billion outturned, covered the cost of our work with Naval Group to design and build the submarines, the cost of work with Lockheed Martin Australia for the design and integration of the combat system. It covered the science and technology program run by DSTG over the life of the program that would be de-risking the work that we were doing with our industry partners. It included the cost of the submarine construction yard, and we were building a world-class yard for the construction of the attack class. It also covered an upgrade to the design so that through the build of 12 submarines, we had an opportunity to incorporate new technology into the submarine as it matured. It included also initial logistics support as well as our operating costs for the project office within Defence, and it also included contingency.
Okay. I'm going to run out of time, but what are the hull differences between a Barracuda and an attack class?
The hull differences in terms of size?
Size, shape?
They're relatively similar, Senator. In terms of size, that's length overall and diameter. There are some differences in terms of internal structures, given that, when I say internal structures, about, there's things called deep frames within a submarine and so forth. But because we were building a conventionally powered submarine, designing and building a conventionally powered submarine, not simply, as many people purported, trying to convert a nuclear-powered submarine into a conventionally powered submarine, there were some slight differences in terms of the internal structures of the hull to accommodate the very different propulsion train that we included, and of course the power plant. Noting that we had batteries to include in our submarine as a conventionally powered submarine, diesel engines and so forth, as opposed to a nuclear reactor, which is in the Barracuda class.
Sorry, what was that last, just the last little bit of the sentence? Was that Barracuda class?
The Barracuda class. We also had, of course, a different combat suite. We had a different, and that included different sensors and sonars, and different crewing arrangements as well.
On the, I mean, we've talked about recruitment and sufficient number of submariners. Does the proposal to undertake potentially 2 life of type upgrades for Collins provide Navy with the boats at sea sufficient to train the next generation?
I'd have to hand over to Chief of Navy to answer that question, Senator, in terms of what's been assessed as required in terms of crewing arrangements for a nuclear powered
Is that to
submarine.
Admiral Noonan? Or
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Senator Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, Chief of Navy. I didn't quite catch the full context of your question.
So what I'm wondering is if there are two potential life of type upgrades for Collins, does that provide Navy with the boats at sea sufficient to train the next generation of submariners?
Well, in accordance with this morning's conversations around LOTE and whether or not there is potential to do a second extension, it's really too early to make comment on how that would look. But in terms of the overall workforce health of the submarine branch, it is very healthy, and I am confident that the pathway that we're on in terms of recruitment, training and qualification of Australian submarine sailors and officers is certainly sufficient for our current planned requirements with respect to the Collins fleet, both pre and post-loaded, and the submarine growth plan that we've got going into the 2040s will take us nominally to a currently planned figure of around about 2,300 qualified submariners. And while I am yet to be able to fully analyse the requirements of the future nuclear-powered submarine, initial analysis would suggest that number, which is based on the work that we did around the attack class, 12 hulls, is roughly the same for what we will require for 8 nuclear-powered submarines, notwithstanding the fact that there will be a different skill mix. We're yet to fully determine, or yet to determine, the specific nuclear qualifications that will be required for the command team, the engineering team in the boat, and obviously also those people that require to fill governance and regulatory positions ashore. One aspect of the workforce that Navy is progressing, I might have mentioned it in previous testimonies, we're actually conducting the submarine command course in Australia next year for the very first time, and that is part of a deliberate plan to be able to grow our own workforce in all aspects as we move into the future capability.
Could I just ask...
Senator Kitching, just before you go on, can I have an indication from committee members at this stage, because I think we will go over time with outcomes 1 and 2 that we're on at the moment, and flag that the Secretary needs to leave at 5 p.m. So if anybody has...
But myself and the CDF will return. We just haven't...
Yes, but you'll be gone at 5 p.m, so as a result, if senators have questions that may pertain to the Secretary or CDF, let me know, so we'll try and get them on before then. But the intention is to continue with outcomes 1 and 2, and so are there any questions for Defence Housing or the Australian War Memorial? Because I believe there aren't, and if that's the case, they can be
I'll just
dismissed.
confirm.
So if any senator that might be listening in can let me know by the afternoon tea break at 3:45, that would be exceptionally helpful for the ongoing good governance of this committee. And Senator Lambie will be coming on at 3:30. Coalition senators mightn't mind just a little bit of time in the limelight, but if you could continue for another 15.
I want to ask about capabilities of China. So
another 15 minutes?
Yes, so maybe I'll go
all right. You continue, Senator Kitching.
I'll come back, but I might leave this CDF.
Senator Kitching, could I just say, obviously, we're dealing with the issues of naval group that not proceeding with the attack. I'd just like to make the point that obviously this was very disappointing. I'd like to acknowledge that Naval Group Australia, Lockheed Martin Australia, Naval Group France are also engaging with us very professionally and appropriately as we work through the next steps. Pierre-Eric Pomelet, the head of Naval Group, obviously he's very disappointed at the decision. John Davis, the head of Naval Group Australia, but our teams continue to work very professionally together to get a fair and equitable outcome, and that just, as the government has said, we will deliver a fair and equitable outcome for all parties as we take this forward.
Merci. Could I ask, so firstly, could I commend Defence for having a P8 up in the South China Sea? And could I ask about the capabilities of China and why we might be moving to nuclear submarines?
The Secretary looks really impressed with that.
Could I make a couple of...
Yes.
I mean, the CDF will certainly talk about the operational issues, but as you know, Senator, the government's Defence Strategic Update and the linked Force Structure Plan talked about a more challenging environment. The ADF has for many years operated in the South China Sea and across the broader Indo-Pacific. We continue to prosecute Australia's interests there to promote a free, open, rules-based international order to work with friends and partners, including the ones we talked about this morning, our ASEAN partners, the Quad partners, Five Power Defence arrangements, and our Pacific family. So we are determined to continue to have significant capability to be able to contribute to regional stability and to make that reasonable contribution. The South China Sea, the government's acknowledged it's in an increasingly contested area, and therefore it's appropriate that Australia has the best capabilities to be able to prosecute our interests in that area and across the broader Indo-Pacific. I think the future nuclear-powered submarines will enable Australia to make a stronger contribution to regional stability by providing that additional enhanced capability and the ability to continue to be able to operate undetected with those incredible capabilities for decades to come. So that's, I think that in terms of framing, but the way the ADF is operating, and it's a very high operational tempo, I'll invite the CDF to join me.
Could I just inform that this committee has just recently done, reported on what we colloquially called the Quad Inquiry. So that had some, I think, very good recommendations, including that we continue working with organisations such as ASEAN.
That committee with those good recommendations.
It was all a joint.
Kitching,
it
was it?
It was a joint effort. It was a joint effort. But yes, very interesting evidence. But thank you, General Campbell.
Senator, you asked, I believe, about People's Liberation Army capability.
Yes.
Yeah. I would just like to reinforce the Secretary's point that defence and national security is an effort that engages what we do in defence, in foreign affairs, in our intelligence community, in our home affairs space. It's a whole of government, whole of nation effort, and it is utterly dependent on the relationships we have with partners and allies in the region and beyond. And it's one in which our current Defence Strategic Update 2020 speaks to the environment in which we operate. We are, as the Secretary noted, very active in the South China Sea, as we have been for decades, because it's a natural pathway to major trading partners in North Asia, Japan, Korea, China. And it is a point of intersection amongst the ASEAN community that we work so very closely with. And I make those introductory comments because I think it's both instructive but also can be narrowing of thinking just to speak of one nation's capabilities. But I will offer what is publicly available material with regard to the size and capability of the People's Liberation Army as an indicator of the area that our Defence Strategic Update speaks to of generally military modernisation in the region. So the PLA is, and to some measure this depends on what pieces you add, but it's approximately a force of 2 million people. The army component about 1 million. There are approximately 350 combat vessels in the PLA Navy. That means by number of vessels it's the largest navy, albeit not necessarily the most powerful navy in the world. An indication of land capability, it has more than 1,250 ground-based ballistic and ground-based cruise missile systems. It's got an advanced Air Force with approximately 1,500 advanced fighters and, you know, a wide range of land, air, sea, space and cyber capabilities. Certainly its work over recent years has been in the development of theatre command capabilities across its different theatre regions and the development of joint effects within those theatre commands. It has a range of systems that seek to develop or appear to develop the anti-access area denial effect that would mitigate or seek to constrain movement or action in areas in the vicinity of mainland China out to what's known as the First Island Chain. And its growth in capability has been, through the last 2 decades, very significant, from a quite modest force to one which is very substantial and very capable, and indeed using and utilising a range of leading-edge technologies to further develop the force, whether it's in issues like the research into artificial intelligence or quantum computing or advanced computer chips and other forms of advanced military technologies. Now, again, I think it's really important the Australian Defence Force exists to defend and secure Australia's national interests. It doesn't do so in isolation. It works with allies and partners. It looks in primarily the focus of a secure Indo-Pacific through a community that generates security. And as I say, that quick run through quite publicly accessible materials is just an example of militarisation of capability, which is driven by the technological revolution of the digitisation and computerisation of the world, as much as a range of materials, technologies and so forth that have all enabled a more ubiquitous access to advanced systems and technologies.
Thank you. Could I ask how many submarines the PLA has?
I would defer to the Chief of Navy on that one.
Thank you.
Lest I get it wrong.
Hello again, Senator Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, Chief of Navy. Our current understanding is that the PLA Navy has, I think, approximately 45 submarines, and that by 2035 they'll be looking at a number close to 70.
70.
I'll just confirm those numbers, and I might be able to give you some further detail about how many are potentially nuclear powered.
And Senator, while that is occurring, could I note, we are talking about a nation of approximately 1.4 billion people. It's the largest trading partner of about 140 countries on the planet. It is a great power, and what I have described to you is not surprising necessarily. It's always about a combination of both capability and intent that we keep a close eye on in terms of a wide range of nations, capabilities, intents through our region and the world.
I agree with you. Yes. Admiral Noonan, could I ask you also whether China would have access to, for example, the North Korean submarine fleet, and how many submarines would that be?
So, in terms of the specifics of the PLA Navy, Senator, the current estimates of submarines operating in the Indo-Pacific in 2035 is expected to be somewhere in the order of 250 to 300. At least 76 of these will be Chinese PLA Navy submarines. Over the past 15 years, the PLA Navy has constructed 12 nuclear submarines. North Korea has over 70 submarines, including around 20 Romeo attack-class submarines, 40 Sango-class coastal submarines, and around 10 Yono-class midget submarines.
Thank you. So 70, how many all up? Was that 70?
70, that's
all.
correct.
And Senator, as you know, North Korea is an ally of China, but I think, and the Foreign Minister's probably has more expertise, but the relationship's very complex. I don't think we would assume automatically that in the event of some contingencies that the DPRK would, see itself as wishing to make assets available, but it's a very complex sort of relationship that's...
I don't think one could make that assumption, Senator, Secretary, and I think the Secretary has characterised it well.
Thank you.
And in terms of growth of the PLA submarine force, Senator, it's since 2010, it's been approximately one submarine per year they've added to their force.
Thank you. I think that was about 15 minutes. I'm happy to keep going, but I probably want to go back to subs.
Okay. I might just ask some questions in relation to this. Can I just ask, Admiral, in relation to this new edict in relation to foreign vessels reporting, or so-called reporting, before they enter into the territorial waters that China claims, but as we know, under the 2016 ruling, they have no legal right to. What's been the practical effect of that? I know that we did some transits earlier in the year, and I think it was in May. So have we transited up in those areas since, and have we had to comply, and I put comply in inverted commas?
So, Senator, in terms of Navy's reporting, all of our reporting remains in accordance with the requirements of UNCLOS and international reporting requirements. And given that we do not transit within 12 nautical miles of any claimed or disputed feature, there's no requirement, we've had no requirement to acknowledge the reporting requirement that China has put in place.
If I could add to that, I mean, and nor would we necessarily, Senator.
I appreciate that.
There's a number of those claimed features that we don't recognise. So, should the government direct Royal Australian naval vessels to sail anywhere that international law directs us to, we'll comply with the appropriate recognised reporting requirements, and where we would recognise jurisdiction over those boundaries or features, not necessarily those that were simply asserted or claimed.
Thank you, Secretary. And to our knowledge, no other countries, our friends and allies, are adopting, I assume, a similar position to us.
Not to the best of my knowledge,
Okay.
Senator, but we can try and.
Thank you.
And specifically, Senator, to your question about RAN activity in the South China Sea, this year we've had 122 days up until today has been spent in the South China Sea by RAN vessels. There's no further planned activity for this year.
Thank you.
Can I just ask just a question on the nuclear capable hypersonic? We would
Well,
never.
there may not be much that we can say in this forum, Senator, but we'll do our best to help answer your question.
Well, generally, I'm really asking just because, I mean, I can't really imagine necessarily our ever doing that, but it gives them a much greater capability.
Well, Australia would never seek to put a nuclear warhead on a hypersonic missile. But as you know, Senator, we do have an active program of collaboration to develop hypersonic capabilities. Air Force is heavily involved, Defence Science and Technology Group. If you wanted, do you have a question about the media reporting of?
Just the reach, and I'm trying to work out what I could could possibly ask you in this forum.
Senator Kitching, can I just interrupt? Apparently Senator Van was promised time at 3:15, so
Yes.
Since we are likely going right through probably to and Senator Lambie I think is on at 3:30.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Senator, could I just very quickly say, I think, Senator, you could assume that progressively weapon systems will become of increasing range, increasing trajectory variability, hence capacity to respond is challenged, decreased time because of speed, and depending on the state, the nature of the lethality in the warhead will vary from conventional to nuclear. And all of that presents a significant strategic challenge to all nations.
Yes.
All right,
Thank
we
you.
might leave it there.
Thank
Senator
you.
Van?
Thank you very much. I've got two blocks of questions. First one for the Nuclear Submarine Task Force, and then second one for Defence people. Thank you. Just so you know who have available. Admiral Mead, thank you for coming up. Can you walk us through an outline of what work the task force needs to do or focus on over the next 18 months?
Good afternoon, Senator. The Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force leads the whole government effort to examine sort of the full suite of requirements that will underpin the build of the nuclear-powered submarines in Australia. There's a number of work areas that we know that we need to address. I'll just give you a quick breakdown. These are not exhaustive, but they are the strategy and policy implications, the workforce and training and education, the program management, capability aspects, the Australian industrial base, the stewardship requirements, which the Secretary mentioned before that we need to achieve and satisfy the absolutely highest standards, the non-proliferation issues that need to be dealt with, and the security aspects. We need to work with our three partners over the next 18 months to address them individually, but then collectively as we go forward to identify for government the optimal pathway to acquire these nuclear-powered submarines to be built in Australia.
Thank you very much. It sounds like you've got a lot on.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Major General Fox, welcome. You're aware of some of the academic work I've done. I think I tabled it at the last estimates, but I'm happy to do it again on the effect of gender on our veterans and our defence personnel. In that, and as we've talked before, a key risk to our female personnel is separation from children when they deploy. I think that's accepted by most these days. So prior to a female personnel deploying, do they go through a different form of pre-deployment screening than the males?
Senator, Major General Natasha Fox, Head People Capability. In terms of preparation to deploy, we do have a series of types of preparations. We have the unit preparation to deploy, and there are a number of pre-deployment briefs contained in that. And then an individual is also expected to have their own personal affairs in order, and we work through checklists around that deployment. In terms of support to families when members are deployed, there are specific support arrangements for family members. In terms of if there's an emergency, we can fly other family members in to support families who are left behind in deployment. We have arrangements where there might be a deliberately differentiated package depending on the role of an individual when they deploy for some additional assistance. And we also have emergency childcare arrangements that's required as well for different deployments.
And that seems, great things to have in place for the children. I'm more concentrating on the effects of on the personnel. So are there personal circumstances taken into account before they deploy, such as the number and age of their children?
So, Senator, sorry to interrupt there. Everyone's personal circumstances are looked at as part of collective capability when a unit deploys. So they would be taken into account, and there would be work undertaken with the member in terms of their preparation to deploy. There are different counselling mechanisms available through our health system for access to counselling in preparation to deploy for the member, but also we are able, with our own Defence Member and Family Support Branch, able to support the member and the family in preparation to deploy as well.
But no screening for any effect that it might have for long-term mental health is done?
No, just other than a pre-deployment check in terms of their medical circumstances and wellbeing circumstances before they deploy, and I'd defer to the Surgeon General for more detail on a health check or pre-deployment health check.
Admiral.
Thanks, Senator. Rear Admiral Sarah Sharkey, Surgeon General of the ADF. In terms of specific health screening for our female ADF members, all ADF members, male or female, undergo periodic health screening, and also in terms of operational, there's a comprehensive health screening package that is pre-deployment that is mission-specific in terms of fitness to deploy, and individuals, whether they're male or female, go through a clearance process and will have their individual health circumstances considered during that process.
And how robust do you think that is?
Well, on a scale, I think it's very robust. I think, in general terms, the Defence Force health system probably tends to overscreen its individuals, rather. Yeah, so I think it's an incredibly robust process.
I'm not sure I'd agree with you on that. Just from cases I'm aware of, when Major General Fox, when people are deployed, is it for a set time? So is that a known thing before they go? So particularly females with children, so they know how long they're going to be away from their children?
So there are, Senator Major General Fox, there are multiple different deployment periods of time. Generally there is a known period, but sometimes circumstances change when you are deployed that might delay your return to Australia, or if you're deployed overseas, or delay you on task in Australia. And individuals are spoken with through their command chain about what impact that might actually have. We actually have at the moment 23.9% of females deployed on non-UN deployments at the moment, and 22% of females from the Australian Defence Force deployed on United Nations peacekeeping missions at the moment.
Those personnel, are they allowed to say no to an extension to their deployment, or are they just told that they have to and suck it up and the effects that it has on the separation from their children?
Depends on their role that they're fulfilling. There's often some flexibility in negotiating length of deployment times and family circumstances for both males and females in the Australian Defence Force. Sometimes the role that they're performing, there might not be as many people available in that role, so there's less flexibility in that sense.
Doesn't seem to be the case, again, from the cases I'm hearing about, but thank you for your evidence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Mann. I think what we might do now is go to Senator Lambie.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll have questions for the Chief of Army and CDF.
Senator Lambie, can you just raise your voice a bit? It's really coming through
Sorry,
faint.
I'll have
Thank you.
questions for the Chief
Thank you.
Defence Force. Thank you.
Senator Campbell, just coming to the table.
So, thank you. There are reports in the ABC today, and what I'd heard over the weekend, that there was a near drowning at the Army's Aviation Training Centre at Oakey, and soldiers sunk to the bottom of the swimming pool while wearing 20-kilogram vests. What's your understanding of what happened up there?
Lieutenant General Rick Burr, the Chief of the Army. Senator, thank you for your question. Yes, there was an incident which has been reported in the media. That individual, I can confirm, was taken to hospital and has been released uninjured and without further treatment. The incident is obviously being investigated and is being reviewed by Comcare, and it was an activity where our troops were training for activities where they would typically fly over water, so they'll be wearing what they would normally be in an aircraft. What I do know is that equipment weighed 10 kilograms, not 20 as reported.
And who runs the training exercise?
The unit physical training staff and the unit command team. It's run to, like all PT activities, to a strict plan with adequate safety supervision in place. In this case, The lifeguard at the pool was the safety person present.
And how often is this exercise ran through that unit?
I'm not sure, Senator, but it's, as I said, it's routine training to make sure that our people are comfortable with flying over water, and is part of that continuum of training. It's done in a safe and progressive way. On this occasion, as I understand it, individuals were given the option how to enter the water, whether it be from the shallow end or the deep end, and I wouldn't comment any further until it's fully investigated.
Is this the first incident out of, this is obviously an exercise that is carried out? Frequently, not frequently, I'm not sure.
I think
is this the first incident is this the first incident of this sort of exercise in that pool?
Senator, I'm not sure. Obviously, this is being investigated, and I don't have all the information at my fingertips at this time.
Okay, so you don't know if there's any more incident reports that have been given in the at the rear. Could you tell me whether the RSM was in that session?
Sorry, Senator, could you speak up? I could hardly hear you. Sorry.
Sorry, could you tell me if the RSM was there for that session, the RSM of the unit?
I don't know that level of detail, Senator. Sorry.
Was there approximately 60 people with weighted vests jump in the water at once?
I understand that the entire group that were conducting the activity was about that number, but there are only up to 20 in the water at any one time. But again, as I said, Senator, this is still being investigated. I don't want to get ahead of getting the facts on the table.
There's a rumour going around that the RSM is trying to build a warrior culture at Oakey. Have you heard anything about that?
Senator, I don't know anything about that, and again, these things will come out of a proper investigation, which is being done by Defence and, as I said, potentially Comcare.
Who in Defence is doing that investigation? What department? Is it a fact find? Military police? Investigators? Who?
I don't know at this time, Senator.
Okay. I want to go to the Sydney University Regiment now. Can you provide an update on the Sydney University's regiment, their investigation?
Senator, aware of a range of allegations of unacceptable behaviour at the Sydney University Regiment. You've previously raised those. On the 18th of June of this year, those complaints were referred to the IGADF, and they are currently under inquiry.
I'd just want to take a step back if I can. I just want to go back to our last subject. Reporting in the ABC states that the Department of Defence said that the incident was not considered serious. Accordingly, 2 soldiers nearly drowned. How could anyone think that that is not serious?
Senator, again, I can't vouch for what is commented on in the media. What I do know is that as soon as it became obvious that a member was in trouble, he was immediately attended to, his equipment was taken off, brought to the surface, first aid was provided, he was taken to hospital for precautionary checks and was released without injury, and the member has returned to work.
Thank you. I'll now go back to the Sydney University Regiment. How many complaints have been made to investigators, do you know?
I don't know the number of complaints, Senator. All I know is those that have been that we have been made aware of have been referred, and the individuals are being supported. And for privacy reasons, I wouldn't comment on any of the individual cases.
Okay, so I've got advice that there's about 50 cadets that have made a formal complaints about their time in the regiment. You're not sure of how many complaints there are. So since there's been 50 complaints, what I'd like to know is who's been stood aside while this investigation is going on.
Well, that's the purpose of the investigation, Senator, so we can understand exactly what the issues are and how they can be dealt with. Some of these are obviously historical, some are current, and we're working through them and making sure that it has the full attention of the command chain of the Army.
Do you know how many complaints were made or have been made to the IGADF?
No, I don't. That is an independent process, Senator.
Has anybody been referred to the IGADF?
Well, that's what I said, Senator. The IGADF is doing the inquiry.
What support has been given to officers who make complaints, and are they being looked after?
All personnel involved in these matters are being supported, Senator, and obviously for privacy reasons I wouldn't comment on the individual cases.
They're being supported how?
Well, with peer support, legal support if it's required. It is a standard practice for anyone that is being investigated to have support provided them so they can talk to, so they're not alone in the process, if you like.
But their perpetrators, or the ones that have been accused, are still on base as they're in, as the hierarchy, because that's where the complaints are. They're still on base. How are you looking after these officer cadets exactly?
Senator, these incidents are being investigated. I'm not presuming or presupposing anyone is guilty of anything at this point. We're making sure that both the trainees at the Sydney University Regiment and the staff who are conducting this training are being supported, separated as required, and it is being taken very seriously.
Have any of the staff at the Sydney University Regiment been stood down from their positions until the completion of the investigation?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Have you looked over the case? Are you actually looking in? Are you watching it?
Senator, it is an independent inquiry, and
well,
I'm not interfering with that process.
Well, so you just leave the people there that are responsible for these actions. They're still working on that base. How do you look after troops? Just explain it to me when you're saying, well, that's got nothing to do with me, and I'll leave them where they are so they can cause more harm.
That's not the
Come
case.
on.
Senator, the brigade...
Well, you can't tell me anything, can you?
Senator, the brigade commander and the commander of the division immediately responsible for that unit have a very close attention on this problem, and I, as the Chief of the Army, don't interfere with that process other than to make sure that our people are supported, investigations are being done properly and thoroughly, and don't interfere.
Are you aware of any allegations of reprisal action by anyone who made a complaint regarding the abuse?
Sorry, Senator,
Senator Lambie, we can't hear you. You need to, you're very, very faint.
Are you aware of any allegations of reprisal action by anyone who made a complaint regarding the abuse occurring at the regiment?
I personally am not aware, Senator.
Is anyone investigating that bit?
So could you say
Did you not know if reprisals were happening to people who did the right thing and come forward?
Senator, they are the subject of the investigation. I am aware that is part of the problem that we're trying to understand here, to what level that is true, and to get to the bottom of that, yes.
I have heard that allegations of reprisal actions have been taken against a cadet who told staff and senior Army members about how his peers were treated. Senior officers prevented him from graduating and he's been subject to harassment from people connected to the matter. Do you know anything about that?
I personally do not, Senator.
You don't know that recently he was allegedly detained in a small fenced area and placed under guard by other trainees under orders from one of the SUR instructors, and he's now being forced to discharge from the Army. You know anything about that holding pen they had him in?
Senator, I do not. And as we've said on previous estimates, if you have further information that Army is not aware of, that we would welcome it being provided so that we can act on it.
Here's a better idea. Why don't you make a phone call to your mate and ask him whether that happened? I've also heard allegations that a major is being harassed and could be censured for making a formal complaint against the SUR matter. The same officer has had the worst annual report in 40 years he gave the Army. What is going on? He's had outstanding reports for 39 years. He goes out there and he's brave and shows courage. Now he's got an annual report that's killed his career off. But there's no reprisals going on. That is something you need to investigate, not investigators.
Senator, all matters at the Sydney University Regiment are being investigated.
I believe the Minister has been in contact with the mother of a cadet who had to be removed from the regiment by Army headquarters as a result of bullying and harassment from one of her superiors. Could you please tell me what support that young lady is getting and others who have been forced to leave the regiment because of what's been going on?
Senator,
I'll let the Minister answer that. The Minister may need to take that on notice.
take that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. I will do that.
Thank you, Minister. People can be as young as 17 in the Army Gap Year program. We've had under 18s training at SUR, and we're going to continue sending them there for officer training after all this. I don't know if you have teenage children, Mr. Burr, but if you did, would you be comfortable in sending them to SUR right now?
Senator, that is absolutely what focuses us across the entire Army, is to make sure that we have an environment that is respectful of everyone who serves and that they can do so in a safe and supportive way. There is a lot of things that we are looking at in Sydney University Regiment in particular to make sure as a reserve officer training institution, it is delivering that training to the standard that I would expect and anyone should expect.
That's great, because my standard training is I would expect in your position, and I'm hoping that you will now take a bigger interest in this, and you'll go and make some phone calls. And not about the investigation, but about what help exactly they're getting, what bullying and harassment is still going on there with those that reported this. I want to go into Latchford Barracks. Need the CDF for this. CDF. You put out a directive in relation to hazing in January 2021. That in relation to an isolated incident, or were you concerned more broadly about incidents of this nature?
Senator, I'll just have to check on my directives so that we're talking about the same directive. And any directive that I put out is, or it speaks to particular requirements of the force. So I'll take it on notice, Senator. I need to go and check the directive that you're referring to.
Okay. Are you aware that hazing activities have continued to take place since that directive?
I beg your pardon, Senator. Unfortunately, I was unable to hear the first part of your question.
Are you aware if hazing activities have continued to take place since that directive?
I know, Senator. And Senator, with any information you may have on any of these issues, I realise and I accept it's important to raise it here at estimates, but could I ask that you consider at the time of receiving this information that you perhaps either pass it to the service headquarters involved or to the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force. I'm just concerned for timeliness of action, and then of course the questions here are very appropriate to ask us.
Oh, no, I'm getting to timeliness of action. You might want to hold there. Just hold.
Okay, thank you, sir.
CDF, have you been made aware of any concerns in relation to significant abuse at Latchford Barracks within the past 24 months?
I'm aware there are some issues that are being dealt with through Army headquarters, Senator.
So are you aware of bullying, abuse and harassment at the vehicle training wing at Latchford Barracks, which recruits are now referring to as the violence training wing?
I'm not familiar with that term, Senator, and I would have to refer to the Chief of Army with regard to any of the details of the issue.
Senator Lambie, can I just interrupt at this point? We're seeking some clarification in relation to how we proceed this afternoon. There is a possibility that we may not have questions in relation to Defence Housing Australia or the Australian War Memorial, but we're just waiting for Senator Kitching to see clarification in relation to that. I know, Senator Lambie, you have more questions. I think Senator Steele, John and others also have questions. So I think at this point we will break for afternoon tea and then we'll come back at 4 o'clock and we should have greater clarity as to where we're going for the rest of the evening. And it may actually be that we'll go with Defence right through to dinner at 6:30. So we'll adjourn now.
Thank you, Chair.
And I think CDF wants to add something.
Thank you, Chair. Just before the break, Senator Lambie asked with regard to an anti-hazing directive. That was a directive that was issued by the Chief of the Army in January of 2021. And so I'd refer to the Chief should there be further questions from Senator Lambie. Thank you.
All right, no other answers. I understand. Senator Lambie, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back to questions on Sydney University Regiment. And if I may, if I could please have Major General Fox.
Is he with us?
She.
She. You've got a 50-50 chance you get it wrong. Right, the Major General is at the table, Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Chair. Major Fox, how much do you know about what is going on at SUR? Are you aware of the issues going on over there?
Senator, Major General Natasha Fox, Head People Capability. Yes, Senator, I have been informed of some allegations at Sydney University Regiment.
And Colonel Cockbain, the Director of Sensitive and Strategic Issues, is the one managing the SUR issue, is she not?
Senator, I will defer to Chief of Army. I don't sit inside Army Group, I sit inside Defence People Group. So Army are managing that issue.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Senator, it's General Burr again. I missed your question, please. If you could say it again, please.
So Colonel Cockbain, the Director of Sensitive and Strategic Issues, is the one managing the SUR issue. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
What is she managing exactly?
That appointment coordinates all of the investigations and make sure that it has the necessary focus and resources to make sure it is investigated, Senator, and I think in this case is dealing with other organisations who might be offering legal support or other advice to the members to make sure that all issues are known and are coordinated.
And so she works in the Chief of Army's office, is that correct?
Yes, Senator, yes.
Is there any way that you could show me or tell me exactly how these cadets have been provided with a support officer as per the Chief of Army's directive on support officers? How many of these cadets have a support officer?
Senator, I'd have to take that question on notice. I don't have that to hand. I'd like to think that everyone who needs support is being provided support. If that's not the case, then and you have further information, I'd certainly welcome having a better understanding of that, please.
If I could just get how many support officers are actually supporting those cadets, that'd be great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I also believe the Chief of Army is included on these emails about reprisal action. So the Chief of, so have you been included on emails about reprisal action?
Sorry, Senator, if you could just say that last sentence again, please. It's not coming through that clearly.
Have you been included on emails or in emails about the reprisal action that has been going on at SUR?
Senator, I haven't personally read any of those emails, no.
Are you receiving those emails?
I'm not aware of receiving those emails, Senator. I get lots of emails and I'm not aware of that one.
If you have been sent those emails.
Sorry, Senator Lambie, we're having a lot of difficulty hearing you. It's been...
Hear.
Sorry?
I can hear.
Yeah, it's... Go again.
Sorry. So, could I please find out whether emails that contain reprisal action have been sent to you? They've been filtered away, that's fine, but I need to know that those emails have been sent to your office.
General?
Sorry, is it? Yeah. Senator, sorry, I'm not sure if I was following you. I'm sorry. I will confirm whether those emails have been sent to my office. Yes.
Thank you. So I'd like to go back to the incidents at Latchfield Barracks. Do you know if the ADF has spoken to anyone who's involved in those matters that are going on at Latchford Barracks?
Senator, I'm aware that of the range of allegations that have occurred down there, and I can confirm that on the 13th of September of this year, those complaints were referred to the Inspector General of the ADF for review and inquiry as appropriate.
How many fact finds at Latchfield Barracks has been conducted over the last 2 years?
Senator, I don't know the number of fact finds. I can take that on notice.
Thank you. And could I also have why that fact find was conducted? What was the accusation? That's all the information I need to know.
Senator.
Are you aware of any trainees who have had to be removed from the vehicle training wing? And if so, what's being done to support them and their families?
Senator, I don't know that level of detail. I would need to take that on notice and respect privacy accordingly.
Okay, thank you for your clarification about the directive. Was that directive in relation to, once again, I just want to go back because I did ask this question. Was that directive given back in January 2021 because of an isolated case, or were there a broad range of incidents going on with hazing?
Senator, the directive was Chief of Army's Directive 4 of 21, issued on the 29th of January, titled, or in respect to what I've titled initiation ceremonies, and it was specifically designed to respond to an investigation where there was in Townsville where an initiation ceremony had been conducted, disciplinary action was taken, and as a consequence I directed or restated long-standing direction on initiation ceremonies in Army that they were not to happen, that we were to uphold the highest levels of behaviour and standards in our organisation, to live our values every day, and in particular for early trainees and those that are being onboarded into an organisation to be treated respectfully and professionally, and not to, they should not expect to go through any abuse like happened in that particular incident. This directive gives authority for commanders to act.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm glad you said that. So in relation to what you've said, first of all, is that directive working? And secondly, what are you using? What sort of accountability are you using to make sure that that directive you put out is actually working? How are you working out whether it's working?
Well, Senator, if there are any examples of or reports of unacceptable behaviour, they are reported and acted upon. And in a large organisation, we expect from time to time that things don't always go to plan. That is why we have a system in place where action is expected to be taken. And indeed, we've strengthened that direction through a companion directive called bystander behaviour, to make sure that anyone who sees something and doesn't do something about it is equally held to account. And that I know, or I believe, is working much more effectively in preventing unacceptable behaviour.
Do you think that not standing people down to SUR because they're of higher rank is actually leading by example and showing how things should be done in the armed forces? Seriously. That tells me that behaviour's okay and we'll still pay you and you keep your job while we're investigating you.
Senator, if it's appropriate for people to be stood down based on the information that is available, then that action does occur. And I don't know the specifics about this incident, and I wouldn't prejudge anyone in this regard, but the ability to stand people down is taken where it's appropriate to do so.
How many people have been stood down for hazing since the directive, or have received charges for hazing since your directive?
I'll take that on notice, please, Senator.
Before the COVID border closures, I went over to Adelaide and spoke to people at 7 RER. Obviously, they've had issues on base for some time now, and there have been tragic consequences. We don't have to go into that to protect the privacy of families involved. What the members are telling me, though, is that there are a lot of admin discharges being used to get rid of people who speak out about cultural problems that are still going on at 7 RER. Have you heard indications lately of anything happening at 7 RER?
Senator Lambie, can that be your last question. We've now gone quite some time over, and I promised the committee said to Senator Steele, John, that he could remote in at 4 p.m. So he's been waiting for 15. All right, thank you, Senator Lambie, for your forbearance. Who's going to answer that question, that last question?
It's still me, Senator. So in relation to 7RAR, Senator, the issues that have been previously raised have been investigated and were not substantiated. We keep a close eye on these matters that you've previously raised to make sure that the climate in 7RAR is appropriate. But the specific issues that were raised were not substantiated.
Thank you, Chair.
Look, thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator Steele, John, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. And can I check the volume quality, whether you can hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear and see you loud and clear in that shirt as well.
Well, that is that is remarkable, given my run of luck with internet today. Okay, so speaking to a Senate inquiry on the 15th of October, I believe it was, Vice Admiral John Mead, who has taken the position of head of the submarine task force, stated that the task force was comprised of, I believe, 89 people. Is this still the number, and what budget has the task force been allocated?
Good afternoon, Senator. It's Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead, Chief of the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force. The task force strength as of 8 o'clock this morning is 102 people. And I didn't get the second part of your question, sorry.
Thank you for that, Vice Admiral. It was, what budget has the task force been allocated?
So we have a budget which has been provided to by government over the next 18 months. It is $300 million, but we have no intention of spending that. It is just to provide studies and to do some other support activities.
Okay, 300 million. Can you provide information about how many contractors are in the task force currently, which companies these contractors come from, and how much these contractors will cost?
So can I take that on notice, Senator? At the moment, though, we have very few contractors working for us. The task force comprises uniform and public servants. We have people from other government departments, experts from ANSTO and ARPANSA, but I'll take the question on contractors on notice.
All right. Is there a cap on the number of participants?
We haven't put a cap on it. The task force will grow and reduce in size over time based on the work that we need to do over the next 18 months. When there are specific studies that we need to undertake, areas of expertise that we need to bring in, then the task force will grow. We will shape the task force both in a quantity perspective, but also in a quality perspective and the type of skills in order to address the issues that are expected of us over the next 18 months.
All right. And are you able to provide the committee with a list of task force, a full list of task force members?
So the question that was a question provided asked of us a week and a half ago, Senator. We can provide certainly the list of all the positions in the task force. My preference is not all the names, but I can take that on notice.
All right. And also, I understand you may have to look at that for security reasons. Depending on your decision on that one, it'd be great to get just even the institutional members of and agency members, if possible, so that we can have a clear line of sight of the members of the task force. Would that be something you could do?
Absolutely, Senator. We can do that.
Okay. At the same committee hearing, You're committed to take a range of issues on notice, including, I think, providing an organisational chart and details of the remuneration of task force members, as well as the terms of reference. Have you been able to provide that information on notice?
Those questions on notice are still being developed. With respect to the remuneration, I think I answered that to say that the uniform and the non-uniform members of the task force are being paid in accordance with standard Department of Defence remuneration rates.
Okay. At this Senate inquiry Senate committee hearing, you've stated in relation to the scope of the task force that and I'll quote, all options are on the table. Does this include a no project option should cost, complexity and the implementation the proposed AUKUS submarine deal become revealed to be too great during the period of the task force review?
So, Senator, my task from government is to work with the US and UK over the next 18 months to identify the optimal pathway that will enable Australia to build nuclear-powered submarines in Australia. I'm committed to that. My task force is committed to that. I do that, as you said, under the direction from the Prime Minister that costs, scale, complexity and delivery are key considerations, and that advice will be provided to government in early 2023 through a formal cabinet process.
And so within those metrics of cost, complexity, scale
and delivery,
cost, scale, complexity and delivery, should you discover in this 18-month period for which your task force is being funded $300 million, that those four areas cannot be satisfactorily met by the use of a nuclear-powered capability, is that a recommendation that you are able to make?
So I don't want to speculate or hypothesise on different outcomes that may come out in early 2023. I said we are only 5 weeks into the task force, but I will be providing advice through the department, through the Secretary of the CDF and the Minister to Cabinet on the optimal pathway.
But is it the optimum pathway for a submarine capability, or is it the optimal pathway for the delivery of a nuclear-powered submarine capability?
Yep. So the trilateral leaders' statement on the 16th of September identified that the leaders would work together and committed to identifying the optimal pathway for nuclear-powered submarines to be delivered to Australia.
Okay, so that means if we're talking about the optimal pathway to deliver a nuclear-powered submarine, that means that regardless of cost, scale, complexity, capacity, you will make a recommendation that details the pathway to deliver a nuclear-powered capability.
So Senator, I know what you're sort of saying, and I said I can't. I'm not in any position at the moment to speculate what that advice to government will be in 2023. All I can say is that I'm committed on the direction of the Prime Minister and the Secretary to work over the next 18 months with our partners, the US and UK, to identify that optimal pathway with key consideration, as you highlighted, for cost, scale, complexity and delivery timeline.
Okay. Can you please detail the mechanism and frequency of how the task force will report to government? And are there any fixed public reporting points?
So there is a domestic governance structure involved. Excuse me, Senator. There's also a trilateral governance structure which we're working towards, but we are going to report to government on a very regular basis. Government has told us to do that via the formal cabinet process. There's also a governance process that we have under the current shipbuilding construct, Submarine Advisory Committee, the Naval Shipbuilding Expert Advisory Panel, the Secretaries Committee, the Internal Governance Committees within Defence, the Investment Committee, and then there's also a trilateral governance committee as well that will enable us to work together, and we blend all of that together. So by beginning of 2023, we're in a position, all three countries, to provide advice to their leaders.
Apologies, Vice Admiral, but just so that I know, just so that I can communicate effectively back with my constituents that have asked me some of these questions. In the course of the 18-month period where you're undertaking this task force review, do you have at the moment a period of time where you will make an interim report available to the public as to the progress of the review and its findings to that point? So public and also to government.
Senator Steele-John, it's Greg Moriarty, Secretary of the Department of Defence. No, the task force through the CDF and I to the Minister of Defence, we will be reporting regularly to government, and then government will decide how it wishes to keep the Parliament and the public informed of the development and the ongoing work of the task force. So it is not, it's not appropriate for the task force to decide on public engagements. Those that provision of information to the Parliament and the public will be based on information that we provide through our ministers to the government.
Okay. And Mr. Moriarty, is there a schedule for the task force delivering those reports to government? So once every 3 months, once every 6 months, does that exist?
Yes, it's every several months, but we're also, Senator, involved in very frequent briefings for the Minister for Defence, Mr Dutton, who's paying, of course, very close interest in this as the lead minister responsible for the capability work being done. So that additional, and in addition to briefing ministers more generally through the cabinet process, we're briefing Mr Dutton very regularly.
Okay, so when will that first report be given to government by the task force? What's the date for that?
Senator, a specific date hasn't been landed, but I would anticipate certainly in over the next month to 6 weeks.
Okay, and then it will be at the discretion of the government to reveal or not reveal what it decides in relation to what the task force has found to this point.
No, as appropriate, the Defence Minister, the Prime Minister and other colleagues may choose to discuss progress or give their own impressions on the work that's being done through the normal processes, Senator.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Mr Moriarty. Now, Chair, could you tell me which minister we have at the table? Because I can't see remotely.
It's Senator Payne, Senator Steele-John.
Oh, it is Senator Payne. Hello, Senator Payne.
Hello, Senator.
I just wanted to take you to a statement you made. I think it was actually when you were Defence Minister, and you stated that, and I'll quote, Australia currently lacks the qualified personnel, experience, infrastructure, training facilities and regulatory systems required to design, construct, operate and maintain a fleet of nuclear submarines. So could I ask, in knowledge, of course, that I have limited time in this block, could you give me an idea of what has changed in the last 5 years?
Senator, a number of things.
View.
A number of things, and both the Prime Minister, Minister Dutton and I, and officials here during today's discussions have gone to the significant changes, indeed the deterioration in the strategic environment since the announcement of the attack class submarine in 2016. And so there has been a need for government to consider our position as we have. I think those accelerating changes to regional security were well outlined in the 2020 Defence Strategic Update. In 2016, when the decision was made to adopt the development of the attack class submarine, we were in a different position. We've seen unprecedented levels of technological disruption and military modernisation since then. We also now have United States and United Kingdom support in the context of the AUKUS partnerships to identify what will be the optimal pathway to deliver this capability. We can leverage, I should say, expertise from them. We can build on their decades of experience in their own submarine programs. And Senator, that was not available to us in 2016. That is a matter of fact. The technology that has been discussed again during the hearings today means that the nuclear-powered submarines will not require refuelling during the service life of the boat. That means Australia will not require a civil nuclear power industry, which would have been the case had we endeavoured to go down this path with what was available in 2016. There has also been some important steps taken through Defence and through Navy in terms of Australia's capacity to manage and sustain our submarine fleet following implementation of the Coles Review into the sustainment of the Collins class. That also has an impact on capability, capacity and ability to deliver availability of boats. And we have also made a significant commitment as a government to provide funding certainty that gives the ability to support long-term planning in the delivery of defence capability. So 2021 is a different time from 2016. Perhaps some of the more rapid changes than we have seen in our relatively short lifetimes in terms of the strategic environment, but particularly in the last few decades.
Okay, thank you, Minister. And now, who would it be best to ask questions of in relation to the Submarine Advisory Committee?
We'll get the appropriate officer to come to the table, Senator.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. Greg Samet, General Manager, Submarines.
Hello there, Mr. Samet. So in relation to the Submarine Advisory Committee, I'm right in believing that it provides independent, its role is to provide independent critical peer review of current and projected submarine capability in order to validate existing defence plans and actions, and that this advice generally enables the early detection of areas of weakness. Is that accurate?
It's accurate insofar as it referred to their roles in relation to the Collins program and the attack class submarine program. The committee was appointed to provide that independent critical peer review of the work we're undertaking to deliver the current capability in Collins and the attack class program, which was the program of record when those terms of reference or that charter was generated.
All right. And will that committee also play a role in relation to the development of this nuclear capability as proposed by the government?
The role of the committee with respect to the work of the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force has not been determined yet, Senator.
Has not been determined yet. When will it be determined?
I don't have a specific answer for you, Senator. I can indicate to you that members of that committee have identified where there would be challenges in terms of conflicts of interests if that became the case, and those are being considered as part of advice we will provide to government to ensure that the role undertaken by the committee is appropriate and devoid of any conflicts of interest.
Okay, so that would, when we talk about conflict of interest, we would be, I think, referring to the fact that a couple of months before the unveiling of the AUKUS agreement, the latest appointments were confirmed, and they included 3 American executives with expertise in the area, including retired Admiral John Kirkland, Jim Hughes, and Lord McCormack. All who are veterans of the US shipbuilding sector. And their current appointment, I think, ends in May of 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct. Only to correct your question there, in that the member is Admiral Kirkland Donald, not Mr. John Kirkland, yes, who is currently the chair of Huntington Ingalls Industries, which is a company involved in the production of or the manufacture of US submarines. There is a former member of Huntington Ingalls Industries and a former member of the US government's Naval Undersea Warfare Centre, who was an executive director of that centre, yes. And yes, you are correct in that the tenure of their contracts expires in May of 2024.
Okay. So given the role of Admiral Kirkland, for instance, as the chairman of Huntington Ingalls Industries, HII, and organisation's role in the building of the Virginia class attack class submarine, which is widely believed will be the model vessel for our nuclear capability. Should we proceed with it? That has been identified as a conflict of interest. Am I correct in understanding what you said?
Indeed, again, it's Admiral Kirkland Donald, and he himself.
Kirkland Donald. I apologise. The reception isn't great on my end. So yeah, Kirkland Donald.
And again, I would like to assure you that he himself has identified such a conflict of interest as required under his contract.
Okay, so he will be stepping back along with the other team from the...
As I said, Senator, the role of the Submarine Advisory Committee with respect to the work of the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force has not been determined. At this stage, at this stage, if I could finish, Senator, at this stage, they continue to review the work that we're doing on Collins, and they would necessarily, within remit, look at the work we're doing to wind down the attack program. And whilst that remains their remit, there is no conflict of interest.
But should the determination be that the SAC does have a role to play in the delivery of the nuclear capability, is it your expectation that they would step back from that position?
Any member with a conflict of interest would not be able to undertake that role. Yes, Senator.
All right. Well, I'll move on now to a set of questions in relation to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which may go to the Minister, somebody else relevant in the room. So in terms of, we know that there are significant and very legitimate concerns about how the acquisition of nuclear submarines may affect our participation and compatibility with the general global non-proliferation efforts. What is Defence's view about the level of nuclear support infrastructure that would be required in Australia to facilitate the planned submarines?
Senator Scott Dewar from the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force. I think the government's made very clear the ongoing commitment to a strong international nuclear non-proliferation regime. Also, the government's been very clear that there is no, the government is not seeking, and nor is there any intent to seek nuclear weapons. These are conventionally armed but nuclear-powered submarines, and that we will be working to make sure that we have the absolute highest standards of stewardship and safety and security around nuclear material at all times.
Given the concerns that exist, and given that intention, has Defence or the government examined the compliance status of the United Kingdom or the United States even in relation to their existent NPT obligations?
Senator, we have certainly engaged with colleagues in Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and with colleagues in the United States and the United Kingdom, and I think you'll see from the leaders' announcements that all three countries are committed to maintaining the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and our contributions to that international regime.
So is it the view of Defence or the Department of Foreign Affairs or the Minister that the AUKUS agreement and the agreement to acquire a nuclear-powered submarine capability will have impact on any of our international treaty obligations, non-proliferation treaty obligations?
Senator, it won't have any impact on them.
That's your view. Okay. What current domestic legislation may be impacted by the proposed submarine acquisition? Could you detail the nature of their interplay and the proposed legislative action?
Senator, there's really two elements to this. One is over the first 18 months, the effort that Admiral Mead has spoken about, where we'll be looking at defining the optimal pathway. For that, the key thing we need to do is be able to exchange sensitive information with the United States and the United Kingdom. So we'll be making sure we've got all the arrangements in place to do that. But there is nothing in domestic legislation or our international commitments that causes us any issues there. Beyond the 18 months, when the optimal pathway is defined, we will need to look at how we manage this technology as part of the stewardship arrangements. To do that, we will be looking at what international agreements we might need to put in place with the United States and the United Kingdom, and also what other domestic regulatory or other legislative changes might need to be made. But that's a body of work that's ahead of us over the 18 months.
Okay. And any domestic legislative changes?
Sorry, Senator, that's what I was saying. Over the 18 months, we'll need to work out, depending on what regulatory system or stewardship arrangements we have in place, there could be legislation that needs to be amended, but I don't want to get ahead of government decision-making on that.
Yes, okay. Now, there have been, I'm interested in Defence's view in relation to widespread concerns that have been raised, particularly in relation to the use of highly enriched uranium as the submarine fuel source. So you would be aware of some of the concerns, I'm sure, that have been raised and the potential to undermine international efforts to prevent the acquisition of HEW by other nations. I'd like to know your perspective on those concerns.
Senator, we will be making sure that the security and the stewardship of all nuclear materials is to the highest possible standards. And I think the Australian government's, not only its commitment going forward to maintaining those high standards, but the Australian government's record on non-proliferation is unrivalled. So the systems that we put in place to protect nuclear material will make sure that there is no proliferation risk from us acquiring and operating these submarines.
Okay. Now, just to quote Vice Admiral Noonan, in relation to, I think they described it as the single most consequential capability consequential capability decision, and that it will shape the direction of our Navy forevermore, and will no doubt change the shape of our nation. So this is a question for the Minister, and asked really quite authentically. Given the Admiral's views, which I think are correct, that this acquisition may well change the shape of the nation if it is brought to fruition, is there not a role for community consultation in relation to this decision?
I'm not sure what you mean by community consultation, Senator. I mean, I obviously know what
Well,
community consultation means broadly. I think in the context of a very specific, very technical defence acquisition of this nature, that the sort of community consultation I imagine you might envisage would be difficult to run at a highly. I'm not sure quite what the language is, Senator, that you're seeking to pursue. If you mean do a poll or something like that, is that what you mean?
No. Let me make sure that I'm clear. So we've got head of the Navy saying that this is a decision that will shape our armed forces forevermore, and he has observed that it may well change the shape of the nation, and that is a contention that I agree with. Personally, I oppose it, but putting that aside for the moment. I know. Well done. Reading between So taking that on face value, we've also then heard from the head of the task force that their job is to provide the information that they gather over the course of the 18-month period to government. The government make the decision whether or not to disclose that information as to the findings of the task force to the public. What do we need to, what do we not need to know? Now, regardless of that process existing, we are making a decision in the acquisition of this capability to become a nation state, which operates a nuclear-powered capability, which will require the stationing of nuclear-powered objects within our territorial waters, in a context where the building of a nuclear reactor for the purpose of power generation is currently prohibited under Australian law. So given those multiple pieces of interchange where we have cultural shift, technological shift, and a reporting mechanism that goes straight to government, would it not now be appropriate to enable some element of a community consultation and feed-in into critical questions, such as should our city or should our ports host such capabilities?
Senator, it is the role of government when significant decisions of this nature are made to advocate for those decisions, to explain and to communicate and to inform on those decisions to the Australian community and the Australian people. We have been very open and transparent in the decisions that we have announced, conscious that they are of great significance, of great consequence. And you quote the Chief of Navy in that regard. And broadly speaking, there is nothing in what the Chief of Navy has said with which I would disagree. But it is the role of government to ensure that we communicate and engage the community on these issues. Australia, through the presence of of ANSTO and the reactor at Lucas Heights, already has, as you know, nuclear presence per se in this country. We are not intending to develop a civil nuclear industry. And that is one of the reasons why this decision has been able to be made, as I referenced in my response to your earlier question. But we are very conscious that these are, as I said, decisions of great consequence. So from the Prime Minister to the Defence Minister to me in my role and other members of the government, the actions we will have to take as the 18 months period continues, as we work with the United States and the United Kingdom, is to explain and be transparent about these issues. Transparency is, in my view, a little bit like sunlight. It is our friend in these actions. We, as Mr. Dewar said, have a very strong reputation, in terms of our nuclear stewardship and our standing in the international community. We have, in the past, been recognised as very capable in terms of our ability to handle and deal with these matters. A number of, I'm not sure you would call them awards, but a number of priorities are given to Australia or acknowledged in Australia's capacity to do that. I just can't find the note that I'm looking for, Senator, which enables me to reference that in detail. But this is a matter which we as a parliament, I'm absolutely confident, while ever you are a member of it, Senator, and while ever I am a member of it, we as a parliament will continue to discuss, and that is as it should be.
Absolutely, and I think you can be 100% assured that through this process, the adage of transparency that you quoted and its beneficial role will be something that I and the Greens will champion and continue to proudly and vigorously oppose this proposal every step of the way. I will cede the rest of my time, Chair, to Senator Whish-Wilson. To ask, I think, about 10 minutes worth of questions.
Yes, can I just, the Secretary has to go at 5. The Minister's got some comments.
I just wanted to say the matter I could not put my finger on was Australia's ranking at first globally on the Nuclear Threat Initiative's 2020 Nuclear Security Index, including ranking first for measures against the theft of nuclear material amongst 24 states and first out of 47 states for measures to prevent the sabotage of nuclear facilities.
Thank you.
That was the word the word ranking was what I was looking for there, Senator Steele. John, my apologies.
Thank you. The Secretary has to go at 5, and Senator Patrick has one question to the Secretary, and then I will go to Senator Whish-Wilson. Oh, sorry. And Senator Ayres has 90. But Senator Whish-Wilson, you'll get your time as well. So, Senator Patrick?
Well, I was going to ask a series of questions. It was only required the Secretary if the Chief of Army wasn't aware of something. So that's why we agreed to straddle it across from 5-2 onwards, because then the Secretary could go away if there was no need for him to answer.
Why don't you ask your question, and then we'll just see.
Okay, so I need to ask the question, just a series of questions. So if I take the call for the 15 minutes that's promised and come back to...
Right, that's going to cause us problems.
Well, it's not. The agreement was at 5-2 with the chair that I would take the call.
Right.
Senator Patrick, we haven't had our allotted time yet, so that is a problem.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm not suggesting we don't come back to you.
No, I'm just also... we tried to sort out the issue in relation to the Defence Housing and War Memorial, but I'm told that both are required this afternoon. So we'll be going on to Defence till 5:30. Okay, so that's going to give Senator Whish-Wilson time, it's going to give Senator Ayres time, and it's going to give Senator Patrick time, and I think Senator Molan. Okay, all right.
So I was just suggesting if I could ask my questions, we can always come back to Senator Whish-Wilson unless he needed the Secretary.
Okay, just ask.
And you want the Secretary briefly?
I've already got it's 2 questions, and if I could just do those now and then I'm done.
All right.
Earlier, Vice Admiral Noonan, still at the back there, my eyes are...
Sorry, can I just say, are there any questions to the Secretary?
I just think maybe it's better if the Secretary's here.
All right, well, let's just ask the question, and if the Secretary doesn't need to
Earlier we
answer it,
discussed Vice Admiral Noonan's evidence to the Senate Economics Committee where he said the Prime Minister said that the boats would be in the water by the end of the next decade. Can you just tell me two things? Is that what you said? And in the water, I'm just a bit confused about this expression, in the water. Does that mean commissioned, or does that mean testing? Because we went around. I think we went around about those issues a bit, and I just want to be certain.
Yeah, Vice Admiral Michael Noonan, Chief of Navy. Senator, I think those comments that you're referring to were actually made by Admiral Mead during the course of the Senate.
And they were attributed to the Prime Minister. Yes.
Yes. So I didn't provide that context.
Can you tell me what that means, though? Vice Admiral Mead, you were there all the time. I would look straight past you. I'm sorry.
I was, Senator. Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead, Chief of the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force. I can't interpret what the Prime Minister meant by in the water. He made that announcement. So it's not for me to sort of indulge myself on whether that is trials or fully operational.
What is the case?
So
he must have had some advice, and I think you conceded that earlier today. But what does that mean? One of the new submarines operational by the end of the next decade, or does it mean in the water in a literal sense?
We have provided advice that the submarine would be a submarine would be delivered to the Commonwealth and in the water by the end of the next decade.
And that doesn't mean operational. That means in the water, ready to commence a commissioning process that would take how many years?
Well, that will need to be worked through. But as I said, Senator, and we've said all along, that is the right-hand marker. It is our intent over the next 18 months to work with the US and UK to identify what is the earliest timeline that we can have submarines, nuclear-powered submarines, delivered to Australia.
Absolutely, but there's one thing for what the operational right-hand marker sort of set of questions are, but for Australians watching this, they will want to know when one of these submarines will be operational, and that's not the same as what you put to us earlier today, is it?
No, so what I said today was that the Prime Minister had said that there would a submarine would be in the water by the end of the next decade. What I'm saying to you is, over the next 18 months, I'm going to work with the US and the UK to identify what is the earliest that we can bring a submarine to Australia to be built in Australia, and that is certainly a priority of the Prime Minister.
And so you'll be able to, at the end of the 18 months, you'll be able to say with some precision in the water how long commissioning will take, at what date it would be operational, but the Prime Minister has just said in the water, and that's conveyed a meaning that's not consistent with what people would understand that expression to mean. It means something else, and over the course of the 18 months, you'll come back at the end of that with some precision about delivery date in the water and delivery date operational. That's right, isn't it?
So that's correct, Senator. In the next 18 months, the role of the task force will be to provide advice to government in Q1 2023 on the optimal submarine pathway, and part of that pathway is the delivery of and the schedule of the program.
And it's just another one of these times, Minister, when there's a gap between announcement by the Prime Minister and delivery by the Prime Minister, and we'll only know in 18 months' time what the nature of that gap is. I appreciate you've got your technical work that must be undertaken.
So, Senator, I presume you're not being flippant about the need
I'm not.
for defence.
There is a
and
difference.
The task force to do the work that is required for such a significant undertaking.
Senator can I just please on it, Senator Patrick, please.
I just go straight to I'd like to go ask a couple of questions of the Chief of Army, but in order to save time here and so that you can go on to Cabinet Secretary. Senator Lambie had raised some questions about an investigation at 7 RA in relation to the previous CO and RSM, and there's been your response essentially is that was found to be unsubstantiated. I'm wondering if you're aware of because I've heard other things like that there's been racial slurs, there's been abuse of power, denial of justice. Now, obviously, they're not characteristics we want to see from Army officers, but are you aware of that, General? And if you're not, I was going to ask the Secretary if he was.
Lieutenant General Rick Burr, Chief of the Army, the details of the things that have been under investigation are reasonably broad, but in the main they cover some of the issues that you've mentioned, and they have been investigated. But whether it's addressed that specific issue, I can't confirm, so I'll need to come back to you. Senator.
Okay, are you aware of anything that's going on in that space, Secretary, with 7RA? The investigation in relation to its command team?
I'm aware in the broad, in the terms that the Chief of Army has described.
I'm just wondering, because there are some investigation lines that are separate.
No, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson, we'll go to you now.
Oh, well, I was going to can I continue my block and then come back to Senator Whish-Wilson?
Oh, okay. All right. If you finish your block and no more questions of the Secretary, it's fine. Okay. All right.
Okay, so...
Senator Patrick, you finish your... You've got 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure. So there's no ongoing investigations in relation to, say, the IGADF or complaints that are on foot, whistleblower allegations, administrative investigations going on in 7RA?
Senator, I'm not aware of the precise, finite detail of what's being investigated and what's not. I know that there is ongoing conversations and indeed some friction between some of the local ex-service organisations dealing with the unit on some of these matters. But I will need to confirm exactly what is in scope and what is still outstanding in relation to investigations.
So I'm just noting your statements about the importance of looking after servicemen and women, particularly, obviously, in your case, in the Army, and just the fact that Senator Lambie had raised it the last time around, I would have thought you would have at least sort of made inquiries into exactly what's happening there, what allegations had been made, what investigations were on foot. I would have thought you might have done that.
Senator, based on what I know, they have been investigated and there was they were not substantiated. I thought you were indicating that there might be new information. The information that was presented that we talked about at the last estimates, and assuming that was the totality
they covered
of it.
Those sorts of allegations that were that I mentioned, sort of racial slurs and denial of justice, those sorts of activities.
That's. I think that's the scope of it. Yes.
All right. If you're, can you please on notice just
I'll come back to you.
Come back, and I'd like to understand it. It's just because I've heard there are other things going on.
Yes.
And let's then work our way through to those. I might now go just to shipbuilding. Thank you, Chief. Firstly, Minister, I just want to know, is the ship that's been talked about today, is that, I think it was called a large toll vessel is that and the Pacific support vessel and the HADR ship all the same thing? Just to understand.
My answer to that, Senator, is yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe that's Mr Dalton's answer and Ms Lutz's answer.
Sure, thank you. We've had
Very
a few names.
happy, but we're all going to say yes.
Okay, fantastic. I just want to go, when that was announced, that it was indicated that was going to be built in Australia. Okay, that was the indication from Christopher Pyne, Minister Pyne, as it was then. And it just disturbs me that you've just announced that submarines are going to be built in Adelaide. If I have a minister announce something and say something, and then you just go off and do whatever it is that you want to do because of circumstances, how can anyone take on face value what the government's promising this time?
In relation to the vessel, Senator, the advice to government, as I understand it, was that to ensure that the vessel could be available for deployment in the region by next year, that the most expeditious way to acquire the vessel was, as we had with two previous large hulled vessels, which are called Ocean Protector and Ocean Shield, thank you, was to make a similar purchase and to have the fit out done by Australian business, as I recall, as well. And that will enable us to, in the context of what we have said repeatedly today, and I know you agree, is a very changed strategic environment.
Sure.
And then,
a new
sorry,
vessel.
Senator, just to balance that, or not to balance that, but to underpin that, the work that is being done in Osborne, the work that is being done in Henderson, and I really do need to be corrected if I do get this wrong, would not allow us to drop in the construction of another large hulled vessel in this period of time to enable its use on an as soon as possible basis. But I'm very happy to be corrected by Mr Dalton.
Well, I'll just go back to,
that.
this is an announcement made by Minister Pyne, so it's a couple of years ago. I've got a quote here from Minister Reynolds when she was MINDEF, a new vessel to support Pacific Step Up built in Australia. So I know you're saying things have changed. I'm saying, why would the people of Adelaide believe the government when in two separate occasions we've had government ministers saying this vessel will be built in Australia, and then we go to a situation where you're going to say, well, the nuclear submarines are going to be built in Australia.
Well,
you can see where I'm coming from.
I think the people. So, Senator, and I don't mean to be. I'm not being flippant in making this response, but what we have been consistent in doing is saying that we would build the future frigates in Adelaide, that we would develop the shipyard in Adelaide to ensure that that was possible, that we would do the... in fact, I'm going to let Mr Dalton take this over, but the point I'm trying to make, Senator, is that our commitments to the construction of a range of vessels in Adelaide, starting, in fact, the Guardian class... No, not the Guardian. The Arafura class there as well, and I'm reaching here, Senator. The Arafura class there as well, and the commitments we've made in Henderson have overwhelmingly been delivered. And when the government has had to make a different decision, Senator, particularly in relation to these very, very significant builds, not the acquisition of one single-hulled vessel, large single-hulled vessel for the sort of work that we are talking about. But when these very significant projects have to be amended, as the submarine program has done, the government has been clear in its announcement to the Australian people and its announcement to, as you say, the people of your state.
Where it was said that the HADR would be built in Australia was on the 1st of July 2020 in a media release by the Minister for Defence Industries and the Minister for Defence. So what your evidence is that we're going to build our future submarines in Adelaide unless the circumstances change.
No, Senator. The position that we have taken has been clear on the submarines.
Well, it's clear on the HADR.
Well, Senator,
what's the difference between the promise made by what's the difference between the promise made by Senator Reynolds as Minister for Defence and a promise made by another government minister today? It's clear the circumstances change, and therefore the government goes off and does something different. It's about confidence in the statements that you make, and this is a clear case where you have made a promise to the Australian public and then just walked away from it. And I understand you're saying there's a change in circumstances, but that means that we're in a situation where if there's a change in circumstances on the future submarines, you will do that as well. You'll switch away from an Australian build.
Well, Senator, I think the government in all of its public statements has been clear in relation to that matter. The advice to government, as I understand and recall it, was that to acquire this vessel, to have it operational as soon as possible. Then the advice to government was to purchase a vessel and have Australian businesses do the fit out, as we have done previously with Ocean Protector and Ocean Shield.
Well, I refer you back to that 1st of July 2020 media release from a government minister. I'm just saying it just undermines any confidence in the government statements. I might just go now to AIC on the Hunter class. I understand that Defence has endorsed the use of the existing supply chain for the Batch 1 frigates due to time constraints and risk, with the intent that Australian industry would get the opportunity to deliver in Batch 2 and 3. Is that correct?
Senator Cheryl Lords, First Assistant
I'm so sorry. Chair.
Yep.
Can I just seek clarification? My understanding was that Senator Whish-Wilson would have a remaining 10 minutes of questions. I'm just checking to make sure that is still the case, because I kept myself to time for that purpose.
Yes.
So is that still
Yes.
possible?
Yes. Senator Whish-Wilson will be given the call next.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying, Chair. I apologise to Senator Patrick for the interruption.
Ms Lutz?
Senator, so BAE Systems Maritime Australia contracted to achieve a minimum of 58% Australian industry content
I know
over the
that.
life.
You put that on evidence.
Yes, just let
I
me
don't have much time.
continue, please.
Is
I
that the
understand.
plan?
We are working with all of the OEMs whose equipment is being pulled through to ensure a minimum level of ARC is achieved through the ARC plans that each OEM is required to submit. The OEMs are working with Australian SMEs for opportunities to increase the level of AIC, and this is all for Batch 1. So we currently have many SMEs working with the OEMs to increase the level of AIC.
Sure.
For
I'll go back
Batch
to my
1.
original question, and just understand,
I did answer.
if you don't answer my question, we'll end up with me having to invoke standing orders that will keep everyone here longer. And I just would like an answer to this. Have you endorsed in any way, notwithstanding the desire to include Australian industry, the use of existing supply chain, the existing supply chain, that is the BAE supply chain for the Batch 1 frigates, due to time constraints and risk?
We have a reference ship design that we obviously is designed to meet performance requirements. The ship was
Yes
chosen
or
as an
no?
ASW ship.
Yes or no?
So if we change any of the
Chair, we're going to be here a
pieces-
long time. I'd just
I'm
like an
gonna
answer to the question.
Can you let me please finish?
It's a simple question. Is that the approach that's been endorsed?
The reference ship design, where it is key components of the supply, the OEMs are being pulled through. Where there are obviously changes that are being made to the combat system, that is not pulled through from the reference ship.
You think it's a yes? Okay. All right. So, well, it took me 5 minutes to get an answer to this question.
I'm sorry, time is allocated.
All right, well, I'll come back after Senator Whish-Wilson and I will invoke the standing order because I'm entitled to ask these questions. I'm not prepared to put them on notice, and that's where we'll land.
Senator Whish-Wilson, you have the call.
Thank you, Senator Abetz. I'm not sure exactly who to ask for to respond to these questions because they may well not have been asked before. But I was wondering if I could certainly have someone senior from the Air Force, particularly a pilot, if that was possible.
Who knows how to fly a plane?
We'll do our best.
Who knows how to fly a plane?
Pilot from the Air Force, Senator.
Well, we've got two people walking
Call the Chief of Air
towards
Force.
us.
There's a plan.
Chief of Air Force would be
He's a
great
pilot.
if that's possible. He's a pilot.
I've seen him fly, Senator.
Great. Can I proceed? I can't see whether he's with you, Senator Payne, but I presume he is.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Senator, it's Air Marshal Mel Hupfield, Chief of Air Force. I am a pilot and I used to fly aeroplanes, not current now, but I think I've got the information you might need depending on your question.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, great. My question relates to the, I know we have close ties with the US. We share intelligence. My questions relate to release of the report on the 25th of June 2021 by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Preliminary Assessments, Unidentified Aerial Phenomena. This is an issue that has been raised in Congress. The Department of Defence has submitted a report. It's become a significant matter of public interest. And I suppose my first question is, are you aware of that report, Chief of Air Force?
I'm not formally aware of the report, but if I'm thinking there was an article in the newspapers, a commentary about that at some stage, but I'm not quite sure of the content of the report.
Okay. Just as a matter of interest, what questions did you think I was going to ask?
I thought you were going to ask some questions about aircraft, but it sounds like you're going to ask questions about UFOs.
Well, we'd be very interesting to hear your views on this. Look, yes, it has been reported in the media extensively, both here and internationally. I'll just read you a few statements or the executive summary of that report. It basically talks about UAPs as being something that the US Department of Defence is taking seriously. The Pentagon has a task force assigned to better understanding the data interpretation of recent sightings. The report says UAPs clearly pose a safety of flight issue and may pose a challenge to US national security. And then it goes on to talking about the 144 cases that the Pentagon looked at. Only one was clearly explainable, the others remain unexplained. They claim that after carefully considering the information, the task force reports that UAPs largely witnessed firsthand by military aviators and were collected from systems that were considered to be reliable, and that most reports describe these UAPs as objects that interrupted pre-planned training or other military activity. So could I ask whether the Australian Air Force or the Australian military also has any task force looking at UAPs? Is this something that you're familiar with at all here in your brief?
I'm not familiar with nor have seen any reports or information regarding UAPs in an Australian airspace context, and there's no Air Force-led task force that looks into this phenomenon.
So we don't do any monitoring of this at all?
Well, there's been no reports that I'm aware of, Senator.
No informal reports from pilots or
none
from military activities?
None from any aircrew or aviation organisations that I'm aware of. The only experience that I have in this was over 40 years ago when some reports were made and we launched Mirage aircraft, and the phenomena turned out to be errors on the radar screens in our normal civil air traffic control system, but no physical objects were detected.
So would it concern you the characterisation of the DoD of both intent and advanced technology in relation to their report? Basically, they're saying they can't explain what these things are, but they would like to better understand them.
Yeah, Senator, I can't answer for another sovereign nation. That is a matter for the US and the Pentagon and the Department of the Defence in the US. Okay.
Would it be possible for you to see if there has been any kind of across the other services, whether there's been any kind of reporting system?
Certainly, Senator, I can take
that. To this in Australia?
I can take that on notice, but I feel confident that as the Airspace Control Authority within Australia, if there had been any detections or items such as this, that I would be aware of them. But I can take that on notice to double check.
Okay. And would typically something like Jindalee be able to pick up fast-moving objects, or is it more designed to look at ships and?
Senator, the Jindalee operational radar network is designed to detect aircraft and some ships. I won't go into the details of the nature of that detection, as we would then be getting into very classified areas. It's not possible for me to determine whether the Jawn would see something like an unusual airborne phenomenon without knowing the construction materials and other performance parameters of such an object, if indeed it was an object.
Okay. As a pilot, have you seen any of the video footage that's been released by the US military? It's unclassified. It's been reported on by the New York Times, the Washington Post, even the conversation here in Australia, which, as you know, is quite a respectable conservative media outlet, has written a report. They're not saying they agree that these things may be more than aberrations, but they are saying that finally there's a mature conversation now happening around UAPs and trying to better understand them.
Senator, through professional curiosity, I did look at some of the videos that were attached to those media reports. They were interesting but not compelling to me, and I don't believe everything that I read in the media.
No, nor do I. It's certainly something we learn in Canberra. I'm just interesting. Do you think it would be possible for pilots to spoof that kind of thing?
I'm not sure what you mean, spoof, Senator. You're talking about
obviously the videos come from US Air Force pilots. I think there's 80 different sources, and the DOD and the Pentagon are taking this seriously. But
I'm not really able to comment on that, Senator. There's too many variables to even form a view.
All right. No, thank you for that. If you could just take that on notice, that'd be excellent. And if I've got any time left, Chair, perhaps Senator Patrick could take my allocation.
I think
I think you've got about 30 seconds left, so that's very
generous.
generous.
Well, there you go.
I think,
Excellent.
Senator
very generous.
Wilson, I can say with some confidence that after over 2 decades participating in the Senate estimates process, this is the first occasion on which, in any capacity, I have had the opportunity to observe a conversation and a question and answer session on such an issue.
Well,
so thank you so much for bringing it to our attention.
My pleasure, Senator Payne. I do notice our key ally is taking this very seriously.
I heard you, Senator.
It is now emerging as a matter of public interest. So I'm glad you appreciate.
I listened with great interest, Senator.
Yes, and
I'm glad we could find you a pilot.
And for Defence to monitor this, I dare say we should cut their budget by 50%. Says Senator Patrick.
Thank you very much. I don't have very much, Chair. So I can have Ms Lutz back to the table, please.
Sorry, I'm sorry. For whom are you asking?
Sorry?
Ms Lutz, yes?
Yeah, she's coming. So.
Yep. And in this break, you've cooled down, and Ms Lutz will be very good with her answers, I'm sure.
Thank you.
This
could be really quick. So, Mr Finlay pointed out to this committee at the last estimates, and I'll just quote from what he said. If you understand how these things work in practice, and I'll pick a very simple example. If you're going to pick a foreign generator for ship 1 and then switch to an Australian generator for ship 2 and 3, you as a shipbuilder are creating a risk. So the plan would not be to change suppliers from ship 1 to 2, for example. Okay, that's a risk that was identified by Mr Finlay, who provides advice to government. Do you accept that statement?
Cheryl Lutz, Business and Secretary Ships. Yes, and that it was my exact statement that I was making with respect to performance requirements and impacting things like underwater radiated noise, which are important, obviously, for an ASW ship.
Sure. So, just in relation to the conversation we're having before, it's clear that if you are unsuccessful in the first batch, then you would have to change out equipment. The risk that Mr Finlay has identified is realised. Have you set aside appropriate money and contingency in terms of your schedule to deal with those sorts of change-outs?
We have separate funding for increasing the level of Australian industry content for Batch 1, Batch 2 and Batch 3.
And what's the order of magnitude of that funding that's set aside?
600 million.
Okay, thank you.
We also have set aside time, obviously, to increase the level of ARC from Batch 1 to Batch 2 to Batch 3.
Okay, and noting that there's now a 2-year delay in the time frame to the first ship, well, 18 months I think it is, but we know that, let's just stick with the government's 18 months. Does that give you additional time to mitigate that risk by simply looking at more Australian content up front?
We will continue to obviously manage looking at Australian content versus ensuring that the design is mature, which is the reason that we have delayed the cut still date to ensure we have sufficient design before we start production and hence have the most efficient and optimised build process.
Okay, how many onshore Australian businesses, and I'm talking about businesses that are actually doing substantive work here in Australia and or generating IP, have been selected to supply into the program? So I'm not talking about travel agents and the like. I'm talking about suppliers into the ship itself.
Currently for prototyping, it's just under 40 contractors. I don't have the exact number in front of me.
So that's companies that are doing substantive work.
Yes.
And or generating IP and will provide input into the ship itself.
Including, of course, CEA for CFAR. We have designed the Australian mast and the SAB for the Australian interface, and all Australian companies that have subsidiaries here. The contracts will be with those companies, and they do technology transfers.
Can you provide a list of those? How many did you say? 40.
That's for the prototyping. Up to around 40. It's a bit less than that.
No, so I'm talking about
exact number.
Companies that have actually
they're
managed to get
prototyping.
their product or their service into the first batch. Not so much the prototyping, but I'm interested in so you can contract a welding company to do the first batch and the prototyping, which may not be the same stuff that's in the ship. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Well, yeah, of course, the whole idea of prototyping is not only to look at the process with the shipyard, but actually to ensure that the SMEs and that you are using can do the job, so that when you use them on the production.
Can I quickly interrupt? Minister Payne has left us, and Assistant Minister Duniam is online taking over, just for the record.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Thank you very much, Chair.
So
can I just refine my question?
Yeah, I can answer that. We only have one contract at the moment for batch 1 in place.
Only one?
For the gearbox, yes. The others are in process of being negotiated.
Can you tell me how many of those contracts will make it into batch 1? How many of those that you're negotiating? I'm just trying to distinguish
we need to
between the 40.
negotiate all of those contracts to ensure that we get the equipment into batch 1. So we've negotiated the gearbox, and that is under contract and being produced.
And so what's the 40?
Not the others.
What's the 40? I'm just trying to get the
The 40 was for prototyping.
Okay. I'm only interested in batch 1 because batch 1 obviously feeds into 2 and 3.
There's one for batch 1.
One
yes.
contract.
Yes.
How many are you
for
foreseeing?
Production equipment?
Yeah, okay. How many are you foreseeing for batch 1 at this point in time?
Well,
so you're in contract negotiations.
Yeah, I have to give that number to you. I'll take that on notice. There's a lot of equipment.
Okay. All right. And could you, to the extent it doesn't destroy any commercial position, I can't imagine that giving the name of a company would destroy a commercial position.
It will, in terms of the SMEs that we are using, and
sorry, in what way? Just trying to
well,
understand
there
that.
might be multiple SMEs that can be used to increase the ARC, and we want to ensure that we keep that commercial position.
Okay. All right. Well, so who's the contract with for the gearbox?
David Brown.
Okay. All right. Just finally, what is the defined, just in terms of your project AIC team, can you put, ask you to provide this on notice, can you provide the billet statements or the job statements for each member of your AIC team? What their job statement is?
Yes, Senator. We've provided you the numbers.
No, I understand that, and now I'd like to look at what you've tasked these people to do. That's,
I can provide a statement for the overall team of what it's tasked to do.
for each of those positions, what their job statement is.
Of the APS positions?
Whoever is in the AIC team. If you've got contractors in there, what their contracted role is as well.
Yep.
Because I think you said there were 6.5 each FTE.
Yes.
Just for those 6.5, what's the job statement? And perhaps on notice, can you provide an assessment of what that team has done thus far?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Patrick. What's the arrangement? Do you want to ask a few questions? Yep. Senator Fierravanti-Wells has the call.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask a question, please, in relation to an update on the review of the Port of Darwin.
Yes, Senator. Excuse me, Peter Tesh, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry.
Yes, just if you could give me an update as to where that review is at.
Yes, Senator, gladly. Defence has completed its assessment and we are now working with other agencies about facilitating consideration by government of that information.
Okay, all right. So do we have any idea? I mean, I read reports that it was imminent, the decision, or what's the situation in terms of timing?
It's to be scheduled for government consideration, and I can't speculate at this point about when that will be able to occur and when government might make any further statements about that.
Okay. I might just ask, if I may, in relation to the Port of Newcastle. Thank you for the answer that was provided today from Ms Perkins. Interesting, though, I note that it was dated the 24th of June. And we only seem to have got it today, which is a bit surprising. But in any case, the response from Ms Perkins corrects evidence that was given at budget estimates on the 2nd of June. It says, it corrects the evidence to the effect that a detailed review of Defence records indicates that Treasury did consult Defence in February 2018 on the proposal of a Chinese company acquiring 50% of the shares in the Port of Newcastle. Defence undertook an internal review and consulted internal stakeholders who identified no concerns regarding the transaction. I find that really hard to understand, given the challenges that are now emerging in relation to the Port of Newcastle. Barely a couple of years later, we have some major problems. How do we reconcile those two things? I mean, the Port of Newcastle is such an important port. I think it's about 40% of the coal exports in Australia go from the Port of Newcastle. Where are we at with that, Mr Tesh? I mean, this is of real concern, and surely we must be looking at this again.
Senator, the assessment that was done in 2018, as notified by Ms Perkins in the letter tabled today, obviously pertained to circumstances at the time. Circumstances do change and evolve. I am not aware of anybody having brought to our attention any particular concerns. I'm conscious of the views of members of this committee and indeed of the Parliament that have been reported, but this is something where obviously we will react to issues that might be raised, but at this point I'm not aware of anything that has led us to consider a need to revisit that.
Okay, so when Senator Abetz and myself and other senators wrote to the Prime Minister on this issue, do I understand from your answer is that Defence at this point in time hasn't been, the views of Defence have not been resought in relation to the Port of Newcastle since March 2018?
That's my understanding, Senator, but I will make sure that I'm correctly advising you about that.
Would you please take that on notice?
Absolutely.
We're very, very concerned about that issue. I think those are the questions I had.
Did you get onto the Port of Darwin?
Yes, I asked about the Port of Darwin just before,
and the statement or the... Yeah.
The review.
Where's the review?
Yeah, Mr. Tesh just told us.
Oh, right.
About
So
otherwise
we've completed that
engaged.
review, and
Yes.
we are working with agencies
thank
about
you.
being
All
able
right.
to facilitate consideration by government of that. Yeah.
Yep.
Chair, if you've got time, I do have it.
Yep.
Yeah, Senator Molan.
Thank you. This might be a quick one because I may have to do it asked later. But can I have an update, please, for some of the people who've contacted me, on the progress of the inquiry into the recognition of members and families injured, wounded and killed, which I believe is being conducted by the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal. And they went in March, they closed the submissions for that. I'm happy if that can be taken on notice, but if there is someone who can help me on that, I'd appreciate it now.
Chair, while Ms Gregg's just settling in, if I might answer one of the questions that was put
Yes, thank you.
to us by Senator Wong earlier in the day. She asked me the date that the Defence Investment Committee considered the nuclear submarine proposal. That occurred on the 13th of May 2021.
Thank you. Ms Gregg.
Justine Gregg, Deputy Secretary, People. Senator, I think Miss Lisa Phelps might be coming in now, who's been working in support of providing quite a bit of information to that inquiry, and she can update.
Thank you.
And look, for the logistics, officials should feel free to sit in what was previously the Minister's chair.
Thank you, Senator. Lisa Phelps, First Assistant Secretary, People Services. Sorry, I've just run down the stairs. So the Defence Honours and Awards Tribunal have been dealing with the inquiry into the killed in service and the ill and injured for the past several months and have taken public submissions, as well as we've submitted and from many other organisations. We are working with the tribunal at the moment to cost the proposals that are being developed and looking at what options, and they are looking at what options, and we are helping them with, you know, the cost of metals and the manufacturing process, etc., for that. Or for the solutions that they're coming up with. So we are expecting that they will put to government before the end of the year their proposals.
Thank you very much.
Ms Gregg, are you able to assist me in relation to Defence's policy on the COVID jabs?
I can, Senator, but the correct person is actually Bob Plath, if he's here, head of the COVID task force.
All right.
He's on his way.
He's on his way. Good. And then I might ask a few questions in relation to MRH 90 as well.
Senator, the Surgeon General's here, who can also answer the question on the COVID vaccinations.
Oh, that's a bit unfair, getting the Surgeon General. I'll be outgunned on this. I have had confirmed to me that Defence is requiring all personnel to have the vaccine or face dismissal. Is that correct?
Senator, Rear Admiral Sarah Sharkey, Surgeon General ADF. No, that's not quite correct. We have incorporated the COVID-19 vaccination as part of the routine vaccinations required in our Defence Health Policy Manual, along with a whole raft of other vaccines, as you might appreciate, including tetanus, measles, etc. So it is an expectation that serving ADF members will be vaccinated. However, it is done through an informed consent process We certainly don't force members to be vaccinated, but there may be consequences or there may be conditions put on their employability or deployability in certain circumstances.
Which means on their employability that you might say that they are no longer employable because of, and if they're no longer employable, what happens then? They lose their job.
No.
Which was my question. No, so if they're not employable, you still keep them on.
Senator, I think some of those questions are probably for Command to answer, for Command Authority.
All right,
to
who's
answer.
Command?
Senator,
Let's pass the parcel.
In the CDF's absence, I'll take that question. So the Surgeon General is right. There is no mandatory or forced requirement to take a vaccine, but we do require, in the same way we require a whole range of proactive measures, depending on the environment that you're going into, you need to have a series of either medication or skills. Those who refuse to take the vaccine will have an impact on the types of activities that they can perform. Operational deployments are absolutely one of those. Our focus and emphasis is on education to encourage people to be able to
Of course.
understand the merits of the vaccine.
Will Defence, do you believe Defence will be losing any personnel because they don't want to be vaccinated for whatever reason? And when I say vaccinated, the COVID vaccine.
That will be a choice individual people will take, Senator.
I know that. The question was, is Defence aware that they might be losing any personnel because of a reluctance to be vaccinated with a COVID vaccine?
We'd understand that is possible, as it could
No,
be for...
are you aware that
of
people
actual people?
Yes.
I'm not aware.
You're not
no.
aware? Nobody at the table?
Senator,
Funny, because I've got a couple of cases in my electorate office. And look, for the record, I'm double vaccinated and encourage people to take the jab, but I also respect those that mightn't want to, and that their civil liberties, etc., should be protected as much as possible. But look, time is getting on. Surgeon General, would you agree that the best form of immunisation is in fact catching the damn thing and getting over it?
No, Senator. As a clinician, I would not.
Right.
And that is because I think the potential health consequences and long-term health implications of COVID-19 as an illness is far greater.
I understand where you're coming from.
Than immunisation.
If you were as unfortunate as to have contracted COVID and gotten over it, that is a better immunisation, is it, than getting the double jab?
Senator, the immunity that is inferred through either infection with the virus or through vaccination wanes. We don't know exactly the timeline for that, but immunity that you might acquire through infection or through vaccine will wane over time.
Yes.
So even those who have been unfortunate to have contracted COVID-19 at a point in time may need immunisation in order to maintain immunity over the longer term.
Understand that, but if you've just had COVID within a relatively recent period of time, what's the efficacy of the double jab in comparison to having recovered from COVID?
I'd have to take on notice to get the exact data.
Because there is one case of a highly qualified individual who unfortunately had COVID, courtesy of a deployment to the United Kingdom where he caught it and got over it, but is reluctant to have the double jab. And studies from Israel, etc., I'm told that the immunisation that one gets from having caught the bug, if I can call it that, is
27 times greater.
27 times greater, thank you,
According to
Senator
studies
Tarabandy
by
Wells. But look, I don't want to
Israeli-
delay us anymore on that. But if we could have some flexibility and understanding of individual people's cases in these matters, I think it'd be helpful, because I'm not sure that we actually oversupplied with highly qualified personnel in defence. But look, I'll leave it at that. Who can assist me with
Sorry,
MRH90?
I just want to mention on the point that Senator Abetz was making. I too have had cases that have come to me in relation to where a commanding officer and support staff were fully informed of my position. I'm just quoting from a serving member, and are going to be asking me to partake in a critical conversation so that they can build and collate evidence for my refusal termination process if I don't partake in vaccination. So I think I went to the Minister's office, I clarified the position, I went back on this particular issue, but that's out there amongst your Defence Force personnel, and I think it's really important that you do clarify that situation. As Senator Abetz said, because you might find a circumstance where people will just go, and we've already got loss of personnel. We don't need more people going.
Thank you, Senator. Sarah Sharkey, Surgeon General of the ADF. I guess just a couple of points to clarify is that each case of hesitancy is dealt with individually, and we certainly make an effort through the informed consent process to discuss the risks and benefits with individuals around their specific circumstances. We also know, our current vaccination rate in the serving ADF is very high, at over 97% single dose and nearly 96% double dosed. We have been tracking some individuals, a small number of individuals who have been hesitant over a period of time, with targeted informed consent processes and medical intervention. We do find that they can be persuaded to have the vaccination in an informed consent construct. And about 28% of those so far have been changing their mind about the merits of vaccination. So it remains an ongoing dialogue that we will have with people who are hesitating around the vaccination, and we certainly take an individual approach to discuss the specific circumstances that each individual may have in that regard.
And just to confirm, informed consent does not include undue pressure, manipulation or coercion.
No, it absolutely does not.
Right, and the suggestion that you mightn't be deployable or employable, in your mind, that's not undue pressure.
The question of their employability and deployability is an issue for the command chain to deal with the consequences of their not maintaining their individual readiness. But from a clinical patient clinician relationship, our focus is very much on the health benefits and risks.
Understood. Yeah. All right, I always get it wrong, MRH90, please. And thank you. Thank you. There's been a recent cessation of flying with the MRH90, that's correct?
Senator Lieutenant General.
And I don't need the detail.
Yes, that is correct.
Right, thank you.
And it is now lifted.
Yeah, thank you. And were any mechanical issues found as being the issue whilst they were grounded? Or cessation of flying, I should say.
Senator, I have Mr Shane Fairweather from CASG online as well, but in essence the issue relates to parts management in accordance with our maintenance policy, and the inability to sufficiently and accurately track the use of those parts and the hours flown, which equates to a potential safety issue which caused the suspension of the fleet. And each aircraft is being worked through now, and I think almost all of them, 45 or so of the 47 aircraft, have now returned flying. And
they're flying satisfactorily, hours-wise?
Senator, the availability of the aircraft remains problematic in terms of its required availability. It's the capacity of the system to generate reliable and available flight hours is still challenging for us, and they are the issues we are working through. We are mitigating those known challenges through maintaining flight currency with the leased commercial aircraft and Planned Karela, and the acquisition of additional CH-47 Chinooks to give us more battlefield airlift capability. So whilst we work through those other issues that are well known with the company.
Has the commander of the School of Aviation ever said a big thing about the MRH is the systems on board allow it to do things in weather conditions and in a way that other aircraft haven't been able to do? We can reach further and usually faster.
Senator, it is a very capable platform. Its shortcomings are the overall system to maintain the fleet of aircraft and for it to meet the contracted requirements for availability and reliability.
Right, but was deployed to the South China Sea as part of the Indo-Pacific 2020?
The aircraft has been deployed operationally in a number of domestic operations. It's routinely used as an amphibious bushfire assist. So it is being used. As we say, its reliability and availability is its greatest weakness. It has been assumed the role of special operations capability in the last 2 months, and with its known limitations, but it is fulfilling that role.
Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you very much. I have some questions for Estate and Infrastructure Group, please.
No, nobody else. So for our friends at Australian Signals, they'll be on then after Senator Van has finished this brief bracket of questions. But wait a minute, they've consumed their 15 minutes. Yeah, look, can you please put them on notice, please? Right, you have the call, Senator
Thank you
Van.
very much. Thank you, Ms Perkins, for coming along, and Mr Fankhauser. I have some questions about one of the Defence Estates at 310 St Kilda Road, Melbourne. You're aware of the property?
Yes, Senator.
Perhaps I can, or you can give us a brief history of the building?
Certainly, and so I'll sorry to start. Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Estate and Infrastructure Group, and I have First Assistant Secretary, Infrastructure, Dan Fankhauser, here with me too, if we need to go to the details. So the property you refer to, 310 St Kilda Road, is a building, a former repatriation hospital, which is part of the complex on St Kilda Road that we consider Victoria Barracks, Melbourne. The property has been vacant for quite an extended period of time and was slated for disposal from the Defence Estate in 2015. And I think, as you know, Senator, we have been working through a number of approaches for sale of that property over the last 5 years.
So just for background for everyone else following this from home, it was built as a repatriation commission outpatient clinic after the First World War. Was commissioned in 1936 and served the veteran community of Melbourne for years on that until I think the 70s or 80s. When did Defence last use it?
My understanding is that it's been vacant for around 20 years.
Mm-hmm. And you said it was put on your for disposal list in 2015?
It was potentially on that list earlier. It was approved for a surplus for requirements and to move for disposal in May 2015.
Okay. And what was the date that it was last used, or what year was it last used as a defence property?
I'll just
Senator.
see if Mr Fankhauser has an answer to that, or we'll take it on notice.
Senator Dan Fankhauser, First Assistant Secretary Infrastructure. My understanding it was last occupied in 1995 by what is now the Land Engineering Agency within Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group.
Yeah, thank you. I'd forgotten that date and who was there. Since 1995, what repairs or maintenance have been done on it?
Senator, effectively the externals of the site have been maintained and secured. The building itself, as you point out, is now in excess of 80 years old. There has only been limited works on the site, noting that there is the intention to dispose of it, noting that it's surplus to Commonwealth requirements. And since that time, we've been pursuing a number of options for the off-market sale of the property, both with the Victorian Government and more recently with the City of Melbourne.
Thank you. Can you take a question on notice? Since it was last used, can you outline for what maintenance or what, each year what money has been spent on it? And because, as you I assume are both aware, it's in terrible disrepair, and it's at risk of being lost to Melbourne because of the disrepair it's been allowed to fall into. Is that a fair summation of what's happened?
We'll attempt to get those figures for you. I'll just point out that the external security and maintenance of the property falls within our existing service arrangements for the broader Victoria Barracks precinct.
Does that include the roof?
The roof and the internals of the building are in a poor state of repair. We did do an engineering study as part of our due diligence process for disposals in 2019, which identified a number of issues that would need to be remediated in order to bring the property back up to a state where it could be safely occupied.
But you probably haven't spent much, if any, money on it in the last 26 years.
No, other than those external areas to ensure that it's safe and in good external repair.
And would it be safe to say that some of the issues with trying to sell it to another level of government, which has been outlined as the only path available to it other than a public sale, is because of the state of disrepair and the cost of bringing it back to its a usable and a safe and usable state?
That's right, Senator. It would require significant investment to remediate the known damage and contaminants that are on the site, which are consistent with any property of its vintage.
So that has put at risk that sale.
Senator, I'd just extend Mr Fankhauser's point slightly. The sale, the valuation of the property though takes into account the current state of the facility.
But if it's going to be used for a public purpose, you're asking another level of government to take on a liability that they didn't cause, that your group has let this building go. What is the heritage overlay on it?
I think we might have to take that on notice. I think we recognise the heritage value of that in the broader heritage value of that precinct.
So both in the precinct and in Melbourne, opposite the shrine, it's always been a veterans, it was built to be a veterans thing. It's been allowed to fall into disrepair to the point where it can't be sold to another level of government, which leaves a public sale. What would it look like if it was turned into a block of apartments? What would the public perception of defence be if it was allowed to turn into a block of apartments overlooking Victoria Barracks?
Senator, I could probably add to that. We have been, in accordance with the Commonwealth Property Disposal Policy, been pursuing options for a concessional off-market sale to other government entities. We're still in the process of finalising the latest interests, which only in the last few hours I understand the Melbourne City Council have decided that they're not going to proceed with the current option that we've been exploring since April 2020.
That's correct. I brought them to that table to help bring this back into public ownership, or keep it in public ownership. And the amount of messing around from your office the messing around of Melbourne City Council by your office has caused them to walk away from this now. I can't say how upset I am by this news that they voted it down last night because of the disrepair you've let it go into, because of what you've attached to it as conditions. That's all I have, Chair.
All right, that is noted. Any other questions for outcomes 1 and 2? If not, I thank the officials accordingly and thank you for your appearance and your contribution to today's deliberations. And we move on to the Australian Signals Directorate.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I understand there will be questions for Defence Housing, but hopefully truncated. And do we know about the War Memorial yet? Sorry? You had as well. All right. Done. All right. Who has questions for the Signals Directorate? Senator Ayres will kick off for us. Good.
I'll do the two. Yeah, okay.
Right, yes. Well, if the others want it, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Sorry? Oh, tell him 5 as a courtesy, but they have used Oh, where's my cheat sheet? There we go. All right, let's resume. I welcome the Minister again, but the Minister, Ms Noble, the Director General of the Australian Signals Directorate, and officers from ASD. Assistant Minister, I assume you don't want to make an opening statement on this one? All the way from Tasmania? I have assumed right. I understand you well. Ms Noble, do you have an opening statement?
No, I don't, Senator.
Good. In that case, we move to Senator Ayres to kick us off with questions.
Thanks, Chair. Good evening, Ms Noble and colleagues. I suppose it is evening now. I think I've got a few questions for you. There were media reports, a story by Latika Burke in the Channel 9 newspapers that said that British MPs who are members of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China were targets of a cyber attack, which occurred some days after a public attribution by our government and the United States, the United Kingdom, of a cyber attack linked to Chinese hackers on Microsoft Exchange. A British MP, Sir Ian Duncan Smith, said that it shows that a very active and direct threat from the Chinese government is aimed directly at the co-chairs of the IPAC. Is ASD aware of any Australian MPs who've been targeted as part of that cyber attack?
Thanks, Senator. Rachel Noble, Director General of the Australian Signals Directorate. Not specifically, but we do, I guess, advise people with high profile and important positions, people with access to the sort of information that MPs such as those that you've mentioned there do have in terms of government decision-making, policy-making and considerations, that they can and will be targeted by state-based actors, and we do have quite a lot of operational evidence of that occurring in Australia.
I thought your answer might be that you wouldn't tell us, but you're saying you're not. There's no awareness inside ASD about this particular event and Australian politicians.
No, Senator.
More generally, targeting of Australian MPs by government-sponsored.
Yes, that's a real. That's a real risk for any member of Parliament.
Don't get me started, but yes.
That is a real risk for any member of Parliament.
Yes, any member of Parliament.
Yes.
And if an Australian MP were the subject of that kind of attack, would they be informed? What's the procedure?
So if we became aware of it, we would always inform the person who is the victim of the attack, whether it's a government network or an individual.
Just one further question. Since I mentioned this campaign before, in an interview with Sunrise, Minister Dutton said, in response to why China's behaviour warranted attribution, he said, Australia and the other 30-odd countries that have called China out aren't involved in putting, ransomware threats onto computers of people around the world. Was there evidence that Chinese Ministry of State linked hackers were launching ransomware attacks, as the minister claims?
Not directly, but I've spoken about this publicly in a separate hearing with the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. What was particularly confronting or egregious, if you will, about what the Chinese did with regard to the Microsoft Exchange server attack was that, speaking in sort of plain language, they exploited a vulnerability in that server and did the equivalent of getting into your house but propping all the doors open, which then allowed other criminals who might have come along after them to more easily get into your home and steal your goods. So their activities then enabled criminals with lower levels of skills to make victims of individuals and companies around the world.
So the precise way that if you were to talk about ransomware in this context, it's that an attack of this kind might create additional vulnerabilities that might increase the potential for. So the minister's language was well short of precise.
I'm not sure that's.
But there's no evidence to suggest that in this circumstance that ransomware attacks were a feature.
Not directly, but their actions
it's a knock-on consequence.
Enabled it and enabled people with far lesser skills and far less capability to exploit victims in a multitude of ways, ransomware being only one type of a multitude of cyber attacks that can be launched.
And just in terms of those questions asked before about cyber attacks on members of Parliament, would you expect to know as a result of your work whether something like that was happening?
Well, we'll find out about cybersecurity incidents through a range of means. Some of them are highly classified and actually pertain to our signals intelligence collection capabilities, which is a significant enabler for us to be able to defend Australia from cyber attacks. But we might also find out about it from the individual themselves. So we have a 1300 Cyber One number that any Australian can call, and indeed some members of Parliament have on occasion contacted that number to seek personal assistance for a cyber incident. The benefit that ASD brings is that we can then put together patterns. So sometimes if an individual reports something to us, we can match that with classified intelligence and then be able to appreciate that it might be a concerted campaign and then warn other people themselves that they might be next in line in a sort of campaign context. So it can come to us through a variety of ways.
So ASD has its own internal capability. Then there's your interaction with other agencies, and then there's reporting mechanisms that.
Right.
And how likely is it that this kind of event would happen and ASD wouldn't be aware of it?
It's sort of hard to say precisely.
I sense I'm wandering into sort of Rumsfeld territory, but
it is a bit like that. I mean, people.
But you must have some views about how effective your capability is at, performing that work or identifying that kind of activity.
We can, we certainly focus on the activities of state-based actors and transnational and serious and organised criminals, and we're a high-end capability ourselves. But sort of making a distinction between those as sort of actors compared to sort of low-life sort of individual criminals with low skills. These rat bags are all out there and they're all undertaking criminal activity as far as Australian law is concerned, including state-based actors. We see their activity here as criminal under Australian law. The risk is very high for any individual, and a lot of the focus of our effort is putting out, we hope, accessible, easy to implement advice from everyone, from individuals, no matter who you are, to big corporations and federal government departments. All of the reporting that comes to us is voluntary, so there is no mandatory requirement currently for anyone to tell us that they've been a victim of a cybersecurity incident. So we do our very best to divine from the information that we do have patterns of activity in order to try and increase the likelihood that we know where that pattern of activity is going next. But I couldn't put a sort of percentage on it as a general.
Sure. And the focus of your work is state-based actors. And there must be a thin line between, or a shifting line between what's a state-based actor and what's an organised crime actor in some jurisdictions.
That's right. And sometimes it's very difficult to determine where the real and true origins of an attack are actually coming from.
But it's core to your mission, isn't it, to have the capability to detect when state-based actors are undertaking the kind of activity that we've just been talking about?
That's right.
But I want to put this to you fairly, you're not in a position to be able to, certainly not in a position to be able to say that you would be able to identify all of that activity, but not really in a position to be able to say what proportion of that activity you're able to successfully detect.
That's right.
I have some questions about, thank you, I have some questions about the proposed acquisition of Digicel by Telstra. It's reported that the documents from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet show that, the report in The Age says, discussions have been held at the highest levels of the government, with media coverage of the issue being closely followed as early as January. Has ASD been involved in those discussions?
I would prefer to neither confirm nor deny any role by ASD in the provision of that advice, because to answer either way, in the positive or negative, may give away the nature of ASD's classified capabilities in that regard.
I'm sure that's understood.
Yes, so you're not in a position to talk about whether advice has been provided to government about this matter at all?
Not in the narrow way that you framed the question with respect to whether ASD was involved in that.
So the Financial Review said this is a very significant $2 billion purchase, $1.5 billion equity contribution from the Australian government. The Financial Review says the Morrison government wants to block any Chinese acquisition of Digicel Pacific because it fears Beijing could use Digicel's vast mobile tower network to conduct espionage on Australia's closest geographic neighbours. Is that accurate?
Well, I'd refer you to the comments that have been made by Minister Birmingham, who said that this decision and the decision to purchase Digicel Pacific was a commercial decision made by Telstra. And secondly, to the comments made by Minister Payne, where she's recently said that the purchase by Telstra is consistent with Australia's long-standing commitment to growing quality investment in regional infrastructure. I don't feel that I can particularly add to either of those remarks from government ministers.
So there's a commercial rationale, but you're not in a position to comment on whether there's a security rationale?
No.
Former Treasurer Mr Hockey, whose firm Bondi Partners is advising Digicel, is reported as saying, if China becomes the biggest owner of telcos in the Pacific, it would be disastrous for Australia because Beijing would control and know everything inside Pacific countries. You can't tell me whether ASD agrees with that assessment?
No.
Are we doing anything more broadly to support Pacific countries to build their cyber resilience?
Yes, we do, and I might ask Ms Bradshaw to talk to the work that we do with Pacific countries through the Asia Pacific Computer Emergency Response Team work.
Yeah, I'd be interested in whether we support their work in protecting their infrastructure from cyber attacks. Whether we provide incident responders in the event of a cyber attack, just broadly, what kind of support we offer. Thank you.
Senator Abby Bradshaw, Head of the Australian Cyber Security Centre and Deputy Director General ASD.
Thank you.
The primary engagement we have with the Pacific on cyber security is prosecuted through our membership of the International CERT, that is the Computer Emergency Response Team, which resides and is globally understood as a global network. We are, as are the Pacific, members of what's called the AP CERT, the Asia Pacific CERT. Last year we spent quite a deal of effort through the CERT engaging with our counterpart agencies through the Pacific to uplift their capabilities, obviously in the context of COVID in a virtual sense, sharing what we would call indicators of compromise, sharing our threat advisories, sharing our understanding of good cybersecurity practices to the extent that the chair now resides within the Asia Pacific CERT themselves, and that relationship continues. There are other agencies that provide more sort of boot camp services. Those agencies might be able to provide further advice.
Yeah, okay. So is there there's a capability gap, presumably, in the region. We're providing that support and vulnerabilities for them create a vulnerability for us. Is that a reasonable way of characterising it?
Well, yes, by virtue of the connections, anyone that's connected to the internet, of course, is vulnerable.
Just one last question, Chair. Ms Noble, I was struck by, I think on Monday's estimates, Secretary Pizzulo said, we're going hunting, we're using offensive capabilities. Then he goes on, and then he says, but certainly Director General Noble, under the technical assistance powers that are available to her under the ISA legislation, they're hunting every night, I can assure you, which is quite florid language and not, given your reticence about some of these issues, perhaps not language that you might use. But is it correct that ASD is engaged in daily offensive activities in cyber?
Well, I'm very sad to say that we are, as a nation, under sort of constant duress from, as we talked about before, state-based actors, transnational, serious and organised criminals. They target every level of government, federal, state, local. They target individuals, small companies, medium-sized companies, large companies. And we operate a 24/7 capability, providing advice and assistance to all those sectors within Australia. And we do bring all of the capabilities and legal powers that ASD has to bear onto that threat.
That was the last.
Just give me a moment.
Yeah. Well, just Senator Fierravanti-Wells has some questions. I didn't know whether to pass the call, but no rush.
Did ASD assist in recent offensive cyber operations against the DarkSide ransomware group? You able to comment on that?
Do you want to take that on notice?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Senator Fierravanti-Wells.
Thank you. Can I just, following on Senator Ayres from your questions, suffice to say that I think the concerns in the Pacific were well aware at the time when I was Minister. And can I particularly commend the work that that your organisation, Ms Noble, does, particularly in the Pacific, because in many countries in the Pacific, or many areas in the Pacific, people have gone from no telephone to a mobile, and that mobile is basically their life. It's not just their telephone, it's the way that they do everything in their lives. So can I just commend the work that you've done in the Pacific and in relation to this issue. Suffice to say that, and I won't go into the issues that Senator Ayres was asking, but I am very pleased that this decision has been made. It's been a long time in coming and should have been done a long time ago when, there were concerns raised 5 years ago, Senator Ayres, and those concerns have now been acted upon. And so I'm finally pleased that that's happened, but we'll have time tomorrow to traverse those. Ms Noble, can I just ask you, I know that we've discussed this in the past in terms of, ordinary Australians, and I know that you've been engaging in a sustained campaign in terms of educating Australians. How is that going? And in particular, we'd be interested to hear some of the work that you've done. We're talking about state-sponsored, we're talking about all these malignant actors that are affecting ordinary Australians. And are we seeing ordinary Australians responding to your call for them to report?
Thank you. We are very proud of the Act Now Stay Secure campaign, including the significant reach
So they're Act Now. You are, okay.
Sure.
I shall. Abby Bradshaw. I shall. Abby Bradshaw, head of the ACSC. Yes, Senator, we launched the Act Now, Stay Secure campaign in late November, early December last year, and since then we have run a series of campaigns focusing on a single topic to assist individuals and entities simply to focus on that particular issue. We commenced the campaign with a series of guides on ransomware. Two guides, in fact. Firstly, the steps to take to protect yourself, and secondly, the steps you might need to take in order to respond. I've actually brought some of them along with me. I'll leave them here. We've also run campaigns on email security, the importance of backups and multi-factor authentication. We have, since over the last financial year, published 27 alerts and 12 advisories on cyber.gov.au, which has attracted about 7.8 million visits. We have published more than 40 step-by-step guides to support older Australians, families and businesses implement cybersecurity. We have supported 18 cybersecurity exercises with about 50 organisations, and we've provided advice or assistance in response to 1,630 calls for assistance through our ASD Assist or Cyber 1300 Cyber 1 number. Engagement across our social media platform has grown significantly in line with that campaign over the last financial year, June 20 to June 21. We have had a six-fold increase in visits to cyber.gov.au in the first 12 months of our CSER program, or Cyber Enhanced Situational Awareness program, which was funded in June last year. Twitter followers have grown 134% across the first 12 months. We have supported nearly 8 million visits to cyber.gov.au. That's a seven-fold increase. Our call centre has taken 22,000 calls. That's an increase of 310% in the first 12 months. We have enabled that call centre with pull up and share information capacity and the capability also to record information about repeat callers that in fact assists us to assist those who are regularly have cybersecurity problems.
Was all this in your recent report?
We have made a list of what the ACSC has done in the last 12 months to confront what has been a deteriorating threat environment in the ACSC threat report. Yes, Senator.
Yep, thank you.
Do you have any more questions?
No, thank you. Thank you, Ms Noble.
Right, I was trying to curtail things so we could adjourn at 6:30, but
I beg your pardon.
We've still got a couple of minutes, so if you have some more information to put on the record.
No, I do want to ask one question. Given, particularly young people being the subject of attack or whatever, how much do we have to increase our focus in that space in particular, given that, most young people seem to spend most of their lives on their phones or their digital platforms?
Well, sure. We always say that cybersecurity is a team sport. It's an ecosystem that's only as good as its weakest link. We also say, although we are the National Cyber Technical Authority, that cybersecurity is everybody's responsibility. It's why we have a campaign where we target a variety of platforms. It's why we have joint cybersecurity centres in 5 capital cities that have run literally hundreds of sessions over the last 12 months. We will give advice to anyone that will listen. That includes peaks for small business, Rotary clubs and older people, but also schools as well. And of course we engage with the Department of Education as well to increase and leverage our reach. Our job is to get our one message to many, Senator.
That's good. Excellent.
So is it true that if you get hacked, you have to change the name of your dog? All right, let us suspend. Oh, sorry, first of all, Australian Signals Directorate, that is concluded. So thank you, Ms Noble, and thank you for the presentation. 7:30, Senator Fierravanti-Wells will be in the chair taking us through defence housing. Thank you all. So I can appear.
Might have some questions, so I welcome Senator the Honourable Jonathan Duniam, representing the Minister for Defence Personnel, and Mr Barry Jackson, Managing Director and Officers of Defence Housing Australia. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr Jackson, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Senator.
No, thank you. Okay. Well, Senator Ayres, given I was going to give preference to Senator Lambie because she had a couple of questions. Good, thank you. Senator Lambie, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure whether DHA handles this or not, but do you do with the $80,000 home loan from the National Bank? That current Defence Housing Authority.
Yeah, Senator Barry Jackson, Managing Director, DHA. We are not involved in the home loan arrangements with members.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Senator Lambie, that's it? Okay. Senator Ayres.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning. It's been a long day. It really has. We had.
We're all at sea, Senator Ayres.
Well, we had questions about UFOs at about 4 o'clock from one senator. We had questions following that about vaccine hesitancy from another. I've got no idea what the evening will bring. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge, I see there have been some recent board appointments. Honourable Sandy McDonald and Ms Gay Brotman, so welcome those appointments. I think, in fact, it was the Rudd government that appointed Mr McDonald in 2008, so there's a strong tradition of collegiate and bipartisan relations on the board. There was a joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit inquiry hearing that dealt with the ANAO performance audit that was completed last year. You said, I think, that DHA was aiming to have a new Defence Services Agreement in place by around the middle of the year, and I understand that DHA received the draft agreement on the 30th of June, with approval expected to occur the following month. Did that occur? Is the agreement operating, and is it operating well?
The agreement has been executed by both parties. It was signed by myself sometime last week and by Defence, I think, yesterday or Monday. So it's only literally just been signed, and we'll go into operation immediately from that point of view.
So it's really just this week that it's...
Correct. Yeah.
And what does it mean for Defence Housing executing its role, identifying Defence Force accommodation needs around the country? Are there any different features?
I'll get Mr Jorgensen to talk in detail, but one of the key features behind it, Senator, is previously we operated under 4 separate agreements. So step one is actually to amalgamate those 4 agreements into a more streamlined, modern agreement. The previous agreement, I think, was 2006 or thereabouts. So it's been a long time since it's been modernised.
Yes.
It also picked up some greater responsibilities around creating some new, more modern and applicable KPIs for our performance. And that was also a theme of the ANAO performance audit, that they thought that should be done, which we have done. Equally, it addresses some issues around the vacancy share risk. to make it more equitable, to ensure that we don't have more properties to a ridiculous amount that we may need. There are obviously some very sensible rules around that and the risk sharing.
Yes.
But those sort of some of the key features. But I'll get Mr. Jorgensen just to talk on some of the more. There's about 3 or 4 key features, so it won't take long.
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jorgensen.
Senator Brett Jorgensen, General Manager, Service Delivery, Defence Housing Australia. As the Managing Director said, we've taken 4 agreements and brought them together in one new agreement. So it's streamlined and made the agreement a lot easier to navigate and to manage. One of the key features looks at the risk sharing around housing provisioning, and it opens up the door to a much closer and more of a partnership approach in terms of looking at the defence housing requirement and then the provisioning of the housing plan that Defence Housing Australia puts together. And it builds into it some mechanisms for regular and more collaborative meetings around that housing forecast and making sure that we've identified the need in different areas and working very closely with Defence on that, the forecast and then the houses that Defence Housing Australia provides to Defence members.
So that's the sort of mission and purpose. I mean, how would you, I assume, is it fair to say that amalgamating 4 agreements into one modern agreement has some complexity? Does that explain the sort of gap between June and now in terms of executing the final agreement?
That's part of the thing, but equally it sort of needed to go through the DHA board as the accountable authority, and so it was a matter of scheduling around that. One of the other things that I think Mr. Jorgensen was going to touch on too is that...
Oh, I'm sorry, did I cut across you?
No, well, it's just the same sort of theme.
Yes.
Is around the new agreement under the traditional sort of service residence, that's the traditional DHA house, is probably a property that it's a lot rarer in the marketplace now than it was 20 years ago, which is your standard 4-bedroom house with the hills hoist out the back and the likes of that. So the new agreement also gives great ability for Defence members to access what we call members' choice or rent band choice properties, which are more the traditional sort of 2 or 3-bedroom apartments, townhouses that are in potentially better locations for the ADF members. And that's also aligned with the CDF and Defence's modernisation program that they have been addressing. So it gives greater access to that for the members and allows members to get closer into where they want to live as opposed to having long commutes for themselves or their spouses and the likes of that. So there's greater flexibility, but also then, more importantly, balancing the risk associated with having those properties on our books.
And how would you assess the current supply and quality of defence housing, and what's the gap? What's the sort of investment gap that's required to?
I think the quality of the properties are extremely good, and that is evidenced by the ADF member satisfaction ratings that we get, which are above KPIs. The supply of the properties at the moment, every year we get from Defence a forecast of their defence housing requirements, which we align with our current stock, upcoming vacancies, upcoming lease terminations, the likes of that. There's a sort of a bit of 3-dimensional chess that we have to play. But our current stock exceeds the requirements of currently provided by the ADF to us. Having said that, we do, as you know, have the investor program or sale and leaseback, and so we have to recognise that we will have leases coming up every year. The market is a challenging market at the moment, particularly if you look at, say, Townsville. Townsville, a year ago, 18 months ago, had 5% vacancy, etc. Now it's basically 0. Darwin would be in exactly the same boat. Rental prices, etc., going up very high, so it's a challenging market at the moment.
And that's presumably the case in a lot of regional centres, just a post-COVID.
Correct. Yeah, it's a sort of the whole COVID impact inside of things. The rental assistance program, rentals are going up. We know in Canberra rentals are going through the roof, as we are seeing elsewhere. Equally, there's some functional shifts in what the ADF members look for. Some of them have sort of moved away from rental and are looking more at our properties because of the pressures on the rental market. Equally, some are moving into buying into the market because they think if they don't get in now, it'll even be more challenging in years to come.
I think the audit found that no work had been done to assess the impact of the authority's services on improving ADF member retention, but I think some work was being commissioned. What was it called? The Offer Modernisation Project. How's that project progressing?
Well, that's a defence initiative as part of a broader modernisation of service conditions. Housing is a very clear component of that. Whilst the ANAO did make comments around that there was no clear metrics on the impact of housing on retention or recruitment, I think Defence in their response to the audit, and certainly in the JCAA, were very clear that housing is in the top 3 or 4 issues that come as part of any surveys they do of their members. What they have agreed to do, Defence, is in, I think, the 2023 census, to actually include some specific questions on the nexus between housing and their A, being recruited and B, staying. Obviously, it's only one of a number of variables that are in there with regard to all the other conditions of service, but it is seen as an important aspect of the married with dependent service members.
Yes, and just so that everything, we're convinced everything stays the same, can you tell me how this Mount Lofty development imbroglio is going?
Certainly.
I think last time we spoke, you were about to put there was a new proposition that was going to be landed, but perhaps you could just explain to the committee where that's up to? I
think the last time we spoke was actually 2 estimates ago, because we didn't come to the last one. So some time has gone. And basically, not a lot's happened, I'll be quite blunt. We have not had any further engagement with the Toowoomba Regional Council.
And you haven't proceeded any further with
we have, and to be quite open about it, we have been talking to some other interested parties who have an interest in the property. And we did provide a due diligence pack to one organisation who are currently looking at that to see.
And how many residences was it designed? What was the objective?
I'll have to pass that across to Mr. Jorgensen to get the exact number.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, our most recent development application was looking for 50 lots out of the site, and our takeout would have been around the 5 to 10. But
so all that's subject to approval, I assume. But
and in that particular case, the council refused the development application.
So we're in the conundrum of the council officers recommending that it proceed, because our previous application, I think, was in the order of 350 houses. So we substantially reduced it. But again, despite the council officers recommending it for approval, the councillors chose not to.
And is there a substantial shortage of defence housing in Toowoomba? Like, what's the gap that you need to fill?
Again, I'll pass across to Mr. Jorgensen with the exact details.
The portfolio requirement in Toowoomba is around that 200 mark, and over time, as the Managing Director mentioned, some of our stock does get handed back to investors and landlords.
Yes.
So the need there is sort of that 10 to 20 across the next few years.
And are you confident that you'll deliver that absent the development being approved? Or one of these other propositions?
We are confident that we will be able to do it through using, whether it be going to the private market and leasing, or whether it's just spot acquisitions.
And is it just that this would be a more efficient, lower cost option, or?
It would be more efficient, and obviously we own the land.
Yeah.
And we are subject to the requirements of the DHA Act itself, but also to the PGPA Act.
So it improves the organisation's position. Correct. As well as, yeah.
And exactly, we're like any balanced portfolio. Yeah. We want a number of lease properties, owned properties, and to shift that as the market shifts, to ensure that we are being effective and efficient in our use of funds.
Chair, I don't have any further questions. Thanks, Mr. Jackson and your colleagues.
I actually have a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. Jackson. During our defence estimates, we explored the possibilities of basing and new bases and infrastructure. Like, for example, were the government to make a decision in relation to the location of an East Coast base, a new East Coast base, would Defence Housing have a role as well in the sense of would you provide input in relation to potential sites and availability of housing and those sort of things?
Certainly we would have input into the second part, the availability of housing and how that can be met. Not talking for Defence, but obviously the operational requirements of the base would probably take first priority. But equally, you need to be able to provide accommodation on bases.
Yeah.
We do tend to find that there is also the living in accommodation on bases, which a lot of the non-married officers or staff will go into, members will go into. So we are looking primarily at married with dependents, accommodation for that. So on a ratio basis, you know, it could vary, but it's only a proportion of the number of people that would need to shift to that location or be recruited to that location.
I wonder if you could take on notice the sort of criteria that the sort of input that you would give in very general terms rather than obviously specifics.
Yeah, no, we can certainly do that, Senator.
No, that would be really, really helpful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, any other questions? No? Well, that concludes the committee's examination of Defence Housing Australia. Can I thank the officers for their attendance? The committee will now move to its examination of the Australian War Memorial.
And hoping it's not morning, Senator, when you do get home.
Well, we'll see how we go, Mr Jackson. No, it's been a long week.
Thanks.
See you later. Thank you. Jono, is that a background or is that really your office?
That is really my office.
I thought it was a. That's very. Oh no, it's real. Okay.
It's real, yeah.
It's real. Very good.
But you've got green volumes rather than red.
Oh, no,
It was noted.
the red ones are down there, right near the door. They belong to former Senator Shirley Walters. What's Jackie say?
Check out that broadband speed in Tasmania, gold-plated my butt. Honestly. Stop it.
Well, thank you. I welcome back Senator the Honourable Jonathan Duniam, representing the Minister for Veterans Affairs. I also welcome Mr Matt Anderson, Director and officers from the Australian War Memorial. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
No? Mr Anderson, do you wish to make an opening statement?
If I may, thank you.
Yes, of course.
Well, dear Senator, since our last appearance before this committee, the Australian War Memorial has received approval from the National Capital Authority to commence early works related to the memorial's development. These early works are now well underway and include the erection of hoardings across the memorial site, the relocation of services, the demolition of Anzac Hall and excavations. And in June, we made a further submission to the National Capital Authority for an assessment of what we're calling the main works packages, which includes the construction of a new Anzac Hall and Glaze Link, the new southern entrance and the expansion of the existing Bean building. The NCA held public consultations on these major works packages in July and in August, and we're hopeful of a decision from NCA this year. But following the NCA's public consultations, which were held in person at the National Library and streamed nationally, and involved both the architects and memorial staff, the NCA subsequently received 600 submissions regarding the development, and the majority of these were positive. We are, of course, we were forced to close our doors to the public following the ACT government's declaration on the 12th of August. And sadly, this meant that we've been unable to commemorate a number of significant anniversaries, including the 50th anniversary of Operation Ivanhoe and the Battle of Long Khan, where we suffered the last of our combat losses in the Vietnam War, and the 70th anniversary of the Battle of Marion Sang in Korea. We were also unable to host the National Servicemen's Association wreath laying and commemorate the Malaya and Borneo Veterans Days, but we did manage to host a small event for the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. Now, all this has meant that we've had to take our offering online, where we've endeavoured to help the community to gather in spirit when they're unable to gather in person. A highlight was the hosting of 40,000 New South Wales students who attended a virtual excursion at the Australian War Memorial on the 1st of September. And this was in response to the New South Wales school cancellation of grade 5 and grade 6 excursions. Staff from the Memorial's education team shared stories that led school students on a virtual gallery walkthroughs, and feedback was universally positive. Now, as a consequence of that, and that super Zoom session has been called, the Memorials Education team is now going to deliver an online Remembrance Day ceremony and an event on the 10th of November. And currently we have 1,755 registrations, so it's very, very positive. We're also going to trial a virtual program into an aged care home in Victoria at the end of the month to see how an online reminiscence therapy type session might work with our older members of the community, including some who are veterans. So again, when we can't gather in person, we're going to help the nation to gather in spirit. We will also host a Remembrance Day that'll be capped to 500 people under existing restrictions in the ACT, and the memorial will reopen its doors to the public on the 17th of November. That's my opening statement.
Thank you, Mr Anderson. Can I just start off, if
Of
I
course
may?
you can, yes.
Mr Anderson, I think that's a really good idea, particularly with the aged care facilities. I think that's going to be most welcome, and and it may actually be potentially in the future things like Anzac Day ceremonies and other commemorations into aged care. I think that's, can I commend you on that? I think that's a very, very good idea. Senator Ayres.
I agree, Chair. Thank you. Good evening, Mr Anderson, colleagues. You started to outline where the approval process was up to and the consultation process. Is it right that there's further community consultation on design to come? Is that right, or has the consultation process concluded now?
For this phase,
Yes.
for the major works package, the public consultation process as part of the NCA's consideration has concluded, and the board is considering its decision. But of course, we're engaged with the public every day through many, many ways. We've been engaged in gallery consultations. Of course, we also have advisory bodies who are drawn from the community across the country who are advising us on content for the galleries in terms of inclusivity, in terms of veterans, in terms of Indigenous. So that consultation goes on.
And I think last time we spoke, in estimates, you carefully sort of pointed out that there's a sort of local dimension to the consultation, but there's a national dimension as well. So the first early works phase approval has occurred. You're saying that the major works phase is still in train. Is there another phase after that, or
there is actually? The phase will be, I'll throw to Wayne, but the next phase for us that will again involve the NCA and public consultations will involve what we're calling the realm. What does the landscape look like? How does the whole thing come together
sort of
on
fit
the
out
Campbell?
and landscaping?
Yeah,
and,
but
right.
Wayne,
So
thank you.
For gallery work, there is another level of consultation, as the Director has rightly said, that includes not only advisory committees but out to the broader public. The next thing that goes through the NCA will be our public realm submission, and we're hoping to get that through the EPBC process and then through to the NCA next year. So the public realm works won't start until sort of 2023, 2024.
Right. And how's early works going?
Early works are going...
I walked around the thing the other day on my way into Parliament, and there's hoardings up and all sorts of things going on, but can you tell me how it's really proceeding?
So the hoarding works are about 90% up. There is some changes that happen with those hoardings over the next 3 years. The service relocation works, which is a large body of work that's happening all around the site, is well underway. They will complete in the first 2 months of next year. The demolition works for the old Anzac Hall have nearly completed. They complete in the next week. And then we have the excavation works, which are commencing now, and they run in 3 separate areas around the memorial and will be completed by July next year.
Thank you. I think the Auditor General, Mr Anderson's proposed to review the redevelopment project. Can you tell me the status of the proposed audit? Is it underway? Is it proceeding?
No, so not yet. I mean, we're the same. It was a list of potential audits, and we were on that, but we've had no communication.
So there's no communication with you about whether they're going to proceed?
But no, nothing yet.
Okay, thank you. And of course, one of the main objectives of the expansion is to allow the memorial to commemorate more recent conflicts. the end of our 20-year mission in Afghanistan, the fall of Kabul only recently, which really does underscore how important to veterans, the veteran community, but more broadly. I think there's been some discussion about the importance of truth-telling and bringing in different perspectives into the history of Australian armed engagement overseas, and the War Memorial plays a really important role in that. What's planned? What are the plans to reflect the experience of Afghanistan veterans?
Well, Senator, the Memorial Act that governs us actually says we need to do three things. We need to speak to the causes, the conduct and the consequences or the aftermath of all of the campaigns that we've been involved with. And of course, right now we're in the process, our gallery development team are in the process of wanting to speak to those who were involved in the evacuation of locally engaged staff and others just as recently as last August, because there's every expectation that that's an important part of the story and that story will be told. So, we want to make it as expansive and as inclusive as we possibly can, so that it represents, the breadth and the depth of the Australian serviceman and women's experience in Afghanistan, and that includes up to and including the evacuation in August.
And there are elements of the current displays that look at the experience of others who are engaged in the Australian effort overseas. So there's sections that deal with Australian forces engagement in the local communities that conflicts are in or peacekeeping missions are in, the effort of particularly in the two world wars of women on the home front, working in industry, all that sort of stuff. The memorial's taken a pretty diverse and broad approach to those issues. What about Afghan interpreters, security guards, local staff? What that worked with Australian forces in Afghanistan? Is there going to be some effort to incorporate that story into the memorial as well? Has that been considered?
Well,
at
I think
this
it's been
stage?
considered, Senator. We're not into that level of detail yet, but I don't see how you can, having had the honour of spending some time in Afghanistan in 15 and 16, I don't think you can tell that story without the support that was provided. A large part of the story, for example, is train, advise and assist. What we've been doing since 2015 in Afghanistan was training, advising and assisting the Afghan National Defence and Security Forces. And of course, the work that we're doing, mentoring, liaison, in the provinces involves Afghans. So you can't tell the story of Afghanistan without speaking to the way in which we conducted it, who we conducted it with, the impact of our service on them, and the way in which they've supported and facilitated us. So it's an important part of the story. It's not the whole story. We're the Australian War Memorial, but it is important to tell that story where it's relevant to what we did on the ground.
Thank you. And just finally, I think a question on notice that Senator Kitching asked the memorial around engagement with veterans and the defence community. There's an interesting section there that talks about specifically targeting construction as an area that's particularly well suited to opportunities for veterans and defence family members engaging with work, and that there was going to be some effort to engage with contractors and veterans in the various phases of the project. Is there anything you can tell us about how that's proceeding?
We can, Senator. And certainly just to note that in the process that we go through to identify contractors for elements of work, an important part of it, even in it's weighted as part of the determination process, is their ability, their veterans engagement strategy is an important part of the consideration. So we're determined to try and get as many veterans as we can working on the site. It is their war memorial. And I think, the figures that I had was that, so far across these three areas that, we've been doing at the moment, project management, exhibition, architecture and engineering, there's currently 24 that we have engaged, at the memorial on this. So it's
the more the better, and the more broadly that story's told, encouraging other government instrumentalities and the private sector to think through those issues. It's a very welcome development. Thank you, Mr Anderson and your colleagues. I don't have any further questions.
Senator Van, do you have further questions? Senator Lambie, do you have any questions? No. Okay, Senator Abetz, I'll just conclude on the War Memorial. That concludes the committee's examination of the Australian War Memorial. I thank the officers from the memorial for their attendance, and the committee will now move to its examination of the Department of Veterans Affairs. And the chair returns, so I'll hand over to him. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Anderson. Thanks, everybody.
I'm just going to tell all the conditions are met to be allowed back into taking, and all the hotels are full. So I have to find an Airbnb before I go. Just now.
You can't go home.
No, I'm not allowed home.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Right. Do you have much? Yeah. Senator Lambie, I assume you have no questions in this area?
Eric, I'm very happy if you want Jackie to go first. I'm very right.
I think you're assuming wrong, Chair.
How long do you think for her?
How long?
Half an hour? Yeah, fine. Do you have any questions?
I'm
No?
here for the show. So
Sorry?
I'm here for as long as it goes. So.
Yeah, but do you have any questions?
Oh yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yes. So how long does the opposition need? If we can finish early, it'd be good.
Yeah. Look, I think about 45 minutes.
45. All right, Senator Lambie, I can let you know that some people up here in Canberra are being very kind to you, and they've decided to give you 5 minutes multiplied by 6, as in half an hour. So if you want to kick off, but before you do so, Senator, can I welcome Ms Cosson, Secretary and officers of the Department of Veterans Affairs. Ms Cosson, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Chair, I've got a very short one, if I may.
Yes?
Yep,
Yeah,
thank
please
you.
proceed, yes.
So thank you, Chair. I offer the following brief update since we last appeared before the committee. On 2nd of July 2021, the Honourable Andrew Gee MP was appointed as Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel, and I congratulate the Minister on his appointment, and I look forward to working with him to continue our shared commitment to delivering support to veterans and families. And I would also like to acknowledge Mr Darren Chester MP for his service as Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel from March 2018 to 1 July 2021. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide was established on the 8th of July 2021, and the Department is responding to the Commission's work and will continue to support veterans and families during the conduct of its inquiry. On 29 September 2021, the preliminary interim report from the Interim National Commissioner, Dr Bernadette Boss, CSC, was tabled in Parliament, and I'd like to thank Dr Boss and her office for this important work. The Government is currently considering the 41 recommendations from the preliminary interim report. On 7 October 2021, the Government response to the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee inquiry into the totally permanently incapacitated TPI payment was tabled in Parliament, and the Government response noted the recommendation of the committee and will take this and the views of the ex-service community as presented to the committee into account when considering future policy options to support TPI veterans. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the service, sacrifice and loss as a result of Australia's over 20-year commitment in Afghanistan. The recent situation in Afghanistan has impacted the veteran community, and I want to reinforce the message to all veterans that their service is greatly valued, and all veteran families that their sacrifice is especially acknowledged, and that if needed, support is available. Chair, the Department is focused on continuing to deliver the outcomes of the 2021-22 budget and supporting veterans and their families. Last week was our annual Veterans Health Week, and I'd be pleased to outline how the Department supported national, regional and local initiatives to promote the wellbeing of veterans and their families. As I mentioned at our last appearance, I acknowledge the backlog of claims and the impact this is having on our veteran community. Removing the backlog is a key priority for the Minister and the Department. I'm happy to answer any questions on the strategies and initiatives we are implementing, including the allocation of additional resources provided in the budget to address the increased workload of claims. Finally, I take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank all the staff of DVA for their efforts maintaining services to veterans and families, including responding to the COVID situation across the nation, and most notably our staff in Victoria, New South Wales and here in ACT. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the work of the veteran community, including ex-service and veteran organisations, and the advocate community for their ongoing commitment to veterans and their families during this challenging time. Chair, I welcome any questions from committee. Thank you.
And you'll be welcoming them from Senator Lambie. Your call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening. Since we're looking at these times, the claim times, I just want to find out the that's going on with McKinsey, who are apparently going to work with loved ones to sort out formula recommendations that will overhaul the system to better serve our veterans. I just wanted to.
I'm sorry, Chair, I'm having difficulty.
How many? Sorry, can you hear me? Is that better?
No, sorry, Senator.
Yep, that's good. Thank you.
It was breaking up a little bit
Yeah.
for me. Yeah.
Can you repeat the question, please, Senator?
And I just want to ask you some questions about the consultants, McKinsey and Company, who are doing the DVA admin system and looking at that.
Yes, Senator.
Could you please? Yep, sorry. Sorry. Can you please tell me how many families have been requested to attend the consultation process with them?
So, Senator, I think you're asking who are the families. I am aware at this stage of Mrs. Bird, who has offered to meet...
Sorry, how many?
Oh,
do you know how many?
Six.
How many?
6 families have expressed an interest to the Minister to participate in the McKinsey's review, Senator.
And who within the Department of Veterans Affairs and the ADF will be attending? Do you know?
So, Senator, at this stage, what we're looking to do is have somebody from McKinsey, of course, participate, and have someone from Open Arms in support of the interview with the family. There is no plan at this point to have someone from the Australian Defence Force participate in those interviews with the families.
Will there be any ex-service organisations and their representatives be attending?
At this stage, Senator, no, not for the family meetings, but what we are proposing for ex-service organisations, for example, the ex-service organisation roundtable to have a forum with McKinsey as a group, and also the Younger Veterans Contemporary Needs Forum to have a meeting with McKinsey's, and also the Female Veterans and Families Forum invites some of the members there to meet with McKinsey's, and that's in addition to the 6 family members that have expressed an interest.
Will Department of Veterans Affairs be engaging external legal or panel firms in-house to DVA to assist in the consultation and the review process?
I'm sorry, I missed that question.
Senator, can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah. Veterans Affairs, will you be engaging external legal or panel firms in-house?
Not in the McKinsey process. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Senator, you are breaking up a bit. I'm just wondering, this might be inappropriate, but Assistant Minister Duniam, do you mind switching off your video at this stage? Just see if that assists us. Senator Lambie, try again.
Is that?
No, you are now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Great. Sorry. Yeah, will DPA be engaging external legal?
Now, sorry, turning Senator Duniam off has not helped us.
I think your
I'll
question.
turn off to come in.
Okay. But I think your question, Senator, was were we proposing to engage any external legal firm as part of the McKinsey interviews? If that's your question, then the answer is no, that was not planned to have any external legal representation in those interviews. Our intent would be to have the interviews very aligned to what the family would like, to meet with McKinsey's to talk about their experience with the claims process, and importantly to share with McKinsey's what they believe would be important to see as a change to the claims process. So there wouldn't need to be a lawyer present in that meeting, but there certainly is, it will be important to have a representative from Open Arms there to ensure that the family feels supported not only during that interview, but to follow up after the interview as well.
Thank you. Is there any proposed written framework sent to...
Now, we're still having trouble. My eyesight isn't flash.
Okay.
Is there a Gwen somebody online as well? Is that from the department? Or
Ms. Cherney, can you hear us?
Yeah, Gwen's online too. Yes, Gwen is on.
Do we think we'll be needing this official that's on?
Well, I know
possibly if she were to go offline, we might have less pressure on it. I'm no tech buff, but I'm just wondering what we can do to make this work.
Gwen...
unless, Senator Lambie, would you be satisfied with going on what chorus call or just going on the telephone? Would that be possible? Did you?
That may be possible.
Yeah. So look, what we'll do is, if you're agreeable, Senator.
Come back in.
Yep. I'll go to Senator Ayres to ask some questions. Let's see if we can reset you, and if it doesn't work this way, then we'll try with a telephone.
Okay.
All right. Senator Ayres has the call.
Good evening, Ms Cosson and colleagues. It's always Veterans Affairs late on a what is it, Wednesday night?
Yes.
We've had quite some to and fro about staffing in labour hire and successive hearings, and I just want to ask you a few questions about that. I think in the hearing that you came to of the Finance and Public Administration inquiry into capability, I think the department revealed that there were around 400 additional staff being employed as a result of the ASL uplift, and that effectively, because of and it was the way it was put to me then was that cohort of people were going on to, I think there was 2 years of guaranteed uplift, but that the timing meant essentially people were being offered 18-month fixed-term contracts. That's right, isn't it?
If I can I expand on that a little bit? So certainly we did have the uplift of around 447, well, to be precise, 447 ASL which is ongoing, 447 over the forward estimates, and we received some additional funding in addition to the ASL, and that funding was over a 2-year period. Yes. And because the aim is to get the backlog down in the next 2 years, that was certainly the intent, and but to get it down quicker than that would be ideal, but we were given 2 years to eliminate the backlog. And for the funding for that, for the 98.5 million was attributed to the claims and other frontline services to support that claims work. So that 98.5 million actually, and I'll just give you the exact number, was for an additional
390.5 ASL to go, that's over 2 years. The 98.5, it's split over the 2 years.
Yes.
And so that 390.5 ASL was going into the claims area, but also there were 58 ASL that were going into our mental health and wellbeing services, and another 58 of that 390 going into our rehabilitation and Veterans Access Network services. So that took us up to the, excuse me, the 390.5 ASL of the 98.5 that you're referring to, Senator. And then we also received another 56.5 ASL, which took us to the 447. And yes, the ASL is ongoing, and the funding for the supplementation was for the 2 years. And your question about how we engage the staff, the first step was to convert, existing contractors, labour hire contractors that we had. There was the risk, of course, that if we hadn't received supplementation in budget, which we're very fortunate to receive, then we would have lost a significant over 200 labour hire staff. So what we elected to do is convert them to non-ongoing, because you do not need to go through a merit process when you're bringing on non-ongoing. We asked staff if they were keen to transfer from their labour hire arrangements to the Australian Public Service, which over 200 did, and Ms Rundle can give me the exact number, but that was the intent at the beginning of the process. We are now in the process of undertaking a bulk recruitment round to make them ongoing, and we're doing that across the department to bring a merit process in place so that we can give the staff that were labour hire non-ongoing to now give them certainty of employment as ongoing staff. So there's a little bit of a history around that.
So there's two cohorts, the 390.5 and the 58, is that right?
Sorry, the 390.5 comprises 200 and... I'll just tell you exactly. I think it's 274 going into claims.
Yep.
And 58 and 58.
Yep.
So totalling 390 are all in that frontline service delivery. So if I can use the example with the claims, as you know, Senator, we had growth in the number of claims, but what we're also seeing was an increase in requests for support services for our mental health services. We also recognise that with the initial screening that's undertaken for any claim that is submitted, while they're waiting for a claim, we can refer them on to our other services if they need it. So that's why we had a total of 390.5 in that front line.
Yeah, I get the 390.5, but
and then
to get me to 447, you need another, well, not 58, 57 and a half.
56.5.
56.5, your maths is better than mine. What, who are they?
So we had additional 3 ASL allocated to our commemorations and activities to honour our veterans. We had an additional 21 to support our data analytics and support, and that's a lot of work that we're doing to be able to understand our veteran cohort and also building a capability with Defence to have better information sharing. We received an additional 23 in a legal capacity and program evaluation. That's a team that is also supporting our claims processing, particularly where we're experiencing a lot of complexity across the multiple acts, so that if the claims delegate want advice, they can get advice through that team, and which is also with policy. And we received 4.5 to support veterans advocacy services, and 5 to support the highly vulnerable veterans, which is our wellbeing and support program, which is known as WASP.
And so for the 390.5, the frontline staff group, if we can call them that, they were labour hire. They then become fixed-term employees. What do you call them? Non-ongoing?
So they became non-ongoing. So we converted over 200 and...
just over 200.
And the others
labour
were
hire.
just appointments from...
They've gone into the other areas
sure.
where we've also converted some labour hire in those other areas to non-ongoing. Yes, that's correct.
And that's where we were in July.
That's right.
Now, what I think the department said to me then was that that cohort were non-ongoing because there was no commitment to funding that additional ASL beyond the 2 years because there was a sort of surge argument. We'll come back to the surge argument in a moment. Are you now saying to me that those people will be converted to full-time ongoing APS positions?
So what we're doing now is conducting, essentially,
For
essentially,
all
yes,
of the
Senator.
390.5?
Yes, we want to get up to our ASL cap, which is 2062, and we want to convert as many as we can to ongoing, particularly in those frontline services, but it won't be just in claims, it will be in some of our other areas where there has been pressure and increase in that demand. And if I can offer that with the workforce, it will always be flexible to respond to the different demand that we're seeing. Sorry. Yep.
We'll end up... You'll tell me things about blended workforces in a minute, I'm sure, but that doesn't go away the fact that you have... So those people now, since our hearing, I think there's been some public criticism, are now being converted, or you're underway to converting them to full-term employment, but there is still only a funding commitment for this additional ASL capability for the 2 years. That's still the case, isn't it?
Well, we still have opportunity to come back to government in those
Sure,
months. Yes.
but I'm just talking about what are the facts now, because I think there is a very strong case to go back to government and say this is not a 2-year problem. You've got a permanent understaffing issue, but the facts now are that at the end of that 2 years, which is end of next year, I suppose, is it?
End of financial year 23.
Then there is no funding commitment from this government. So the result of, were there not to be a new funding commitment, what would happen then?
I think there's a couple of things that would happen through the next 2 years, Senator. We're certainly looking at how we can be more efficient and more productive in the whole range of areas in the department. And what we're seeing, particularly in the claims area, is an incredible increase in productivity. And what we are able to do is shift our workforce across the area where there is that demand. We also have natural attrition that will happen over the next 2 years. We will have new policy proposals or measures that will lapse. So the workforce in its entirety, we will look at where it needs to be over the next couple of years, and depending on what the policy proposals would be coming back to budget, we're doing
So
budget.
it's true, isn't it, that if your ASL cap drops by the equivalent amount, then, subject to natural attrition, a range of these other transfers, all sorts of things going on.
That's right.
You would have to cut staff to suit the cloth, to suit the budget and ASL envelope that you're given, basically.
Well, we'll always have the ASL envelope, and then we'll always have labour hire. And I know you don't like me saying that.
Well,
but we
I suppose that isn't the problem. You have an enormous job in front of you to not just cut claims backlogs, but to deliver a effective coordinated service for veterans. So staff, both permanent and labour hire, struggle from a funding cap that is, an ASL cap that's applied from 2014, wholly inadequate for the work requirement that is in front of the department. It's not a surge, it's a very substantial increase in work, and there's no end in sight. the department solves that with labour hire so extensive that 50% of frontline staff are labour hire, which is just, I mean, you put a brave face on it, but it's entirely unmanageable.
I'm pleased to report that the labour
Yeah,
hire
we'll come to
figure-
how much it's reduced. Yeah, I think $60 million a year go into labour hire, according to the question I noticed and I just flicked through then. Then they're told, then staff are told that the ASL cap's been lifted, but people are only going to go on short-term contracts. Then they're told that the short-term contracts are going to be converted to permanent ones. And then they're told that there's only a 2-year window and that they might go back to square. I mean, it's unmanageable, isn't it?
So it was, if I can say, it was difficult, but when we received the additional ASL cap and we were able to say to the staff that we had trained, as you appreciate, training them to be delegates and to then be able to offer them the non-ongoing, and as I've indicated, over 200 said, yes, please, we would like to transfer from
so
labour hire
I accept
to
that, but
non-ongoing.
it's not, there is no private sector environment where this would be tolerated. It's sort of, I mean, I hear what you're saying about the ASL cap, and I hear what I'm listening carefully, but it's, with due respect to any Swedes in the audience, it's sort of Stockholm syndrome. Like the ASL cap, it provides an artificial restraint on your capacity to be able to manage the department that you've got to manage to provide, to deliver on the mission that you've got, doesn't it?
Well, we're delivering on it now, Senator, with the increase in the ASL, and we also still will have some labour hire, which we do have, but the percentage now is not the 50%. Fortunately, it's at the 35%, and with an aim at the end of this financial year to be down to 23% labour hire.
I see that, yes. I think the 23% figure was something you provided, I think, to a question on notice.
Yeah.
So that's the objective. At the moment, it's 35%.
That's correct, but it's come down from 50% because...
Yes.
But the work that we're doing to bring on board the staff that we need and train them, I'm actually really proud of what the effort the team has taken to do this, and we've got a really good team now. The determinations they're making on the claims that are the intake is exceeding the intake. So they're really getting on top of the backlog, and I'm really proud of the work they've been able to do.
I think I've been I've been very critical of these arrangements, but I've been very careful not to be critical of the permanent staff or the labour hire staff. And in fact, I think I might have even said some moderately nice things about the management. My criticism is of the funding and staffing restraints that the government has applied to you that I think make it impossible for you to do the job that you're charged with doing. What's happened to backlogs with all these new permanent staff?
So I might ask Ms Rundle to start.
Thanks,
and
Ms
Ms
Rundle.
Cole to join us. But certainly, as what we have seen is still a growth, to be honest, Senator, the growth in the claims that are coming in. But we are now starting to see, as I indicated, determinations above the intake, which is good. But we still do have a backlog, and I'll be the first one to acknowledge that we have work to do in reducing the backlog. But importantly, I would like to put on record some of the initiatives that are in hand to make sure that veterans that are waiting for extended period of time, we have set up 2 outreach centres, and they are calling veterans that may be waiting for hundreds of days to check in to see how they're going, but also to remind them of what support's available. Ms Cole and her team do screening of all claims as they come in. We're also, with Defence, making huge efforts to have claims decision ready, and also streamlining a lot of the conditions. So there's a lot of work we are doing. We're just not addressing the backlog in a processing sense. We're actually looking at the person who's lodged that claim to see how we can best support them whilst we're getting on top of the backlog. But Ms Cole or Ms Rundle.
So two quick questions, Ms Rundle, before I come to the detail with you for Ms Cosson. Firstly, Ms Cosson, I think in responses to questions on notice, the department indicated that it had spent a few $1,000s short of $60 million on labour hire for the period 1 July 2020 to 31 May 2021. Have you got the final figure for the end of financial year 2021?
I should have, Senator. Can I find that? I don't have it.
Yeah, you can come back to us a bit later if you like. But also, just so I understand what you just said, the short story then, before we come to the detail, which I'm interested in, is that over the period that you've been engaged in this change process, bringing staff on permanently, that what's actually occurred is that incoming claims have continued to increase. So that makes your task harder. What I think what you said was that the rate of claims processing has started to lift above. Okay, well, let's come to the detail of that. And you can come back to me about that labour hire figure a little bit later if you like. Thank you.
I might start, Senator. Vicky Rundle, Deputy Secretary, Department of Veteran Affairs, and then hand over to Ms Cole for the detail. There's a couple of things I thought I'd say in starting. That is that the money that we got in the budget for the extra staff that the Secretary's just been through commenced on the 1st of July. And as we've said before here a few times, it takes quite a while. We converted people as quickly as we could. We started doing that, in fact, before 1 July, as soon as we knew after the May budget announcement. So we started seeking expressions of interest of people that wanted to convert over to non-ongoing. And as Ms Cosson said, those people, the way that you characterise the journey for them, if you like, that it's a very uncertain journey. I wouldn't characterise it like that inside the agency because of the way that this is being communicated, and it doesn't really take into account other factors such as attrition, etc. So it takes a little while to train a person and to get them up to speed so that they can make decisions more independently without being supervised.
Sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
because there is a difference between the range of decisions that are available to somebody who's in a labour hire arrangement and the range of decision-making capability that's opened up to somebody internally. What?
Not necessarily, but
Yes.
but it is the case that we start labour hire people usually at a lower level because they're less experienced. But some labour hire people we have are very experienced, in fact, and they're more senior delegates, and they make the same sort of decisions as ongoing delegates. Excuse me. The other thing is that so firstly training and getting people up to speed, and that can take a number of months. While that's happening, you've got people who are buddying and mentoring them, and these are also your experienced delegates. So you've got two factors swinging in there. One is just people who don't know how to do the job properly yet and are learning, and others who are actually diverted from their usual job partly to train these people. So you do get a drop in productivity for a little while. Now that combined, so in terms of answering have the numbers on hand come down yet? The answer is no, they haven't for most things, but they have for some. So overall, they haven't, if you total them all up. If you looked at particularly one claim type, it's actually come down and it's now within target, which is the first time it's been like that. So if you like, we're starting to see some green shoots. Just starting to see this happen now. The other thing is that Ms Cole will sort of take you through we could take you through the different claim types and the numbers on hand. But the biggest, as we've said before, the biggest number of claims we've got are MERCA, IL claims, initial liability claims, and they're the people who are waiting the longest. And of course, many of them are serving members still. not veterans. So I'll stop there and just check and see if you've got a specific question that we might be able to answer.
Yeah, thank you. I think, I wonder what you can provide this evening, but perhaps you could take it on notice. I just want to check whether we agree on the sort of categories. By each of these claim types, I'm interested in seeing as at 30th of June 21 and 30th of September 21, the number of claims on hand, the number of unallocated claims on hand, the average time for a claim to be allocated, the median time taken for a claim to be allocated, average processing time for claims, median processing time for claims, and the number of claims on hand not processed within 100 days. Now, there's quite some detail in there, and I think it would be. Would you, on notice, be able to provide that sort of detail?
Except for the...
Yeah, this is why I wanted to run through it and just give you an opportunity to tell me whether that that is the kind of data that you're collecting.
That it is, and indeed, I think we've provided most of that to you before.
Yes.
I think the only one that Ms Cole might also comment on is the time taken to allocate, which is slightly different to the time taken to process.
How would you prefer that to be described?
We may be able to work out average time to allocate or
Yes,
medium
okay.
time to allocate, but it's not something we ordinarily calculate, Senator. Sorry, Natasha Cole, First Assistant Secretary, Client Benefits Division. Hi. So I'll just have to check with my data people, Senator, before confirming we can provide that for you.
With that qualification, I think that information would be useful. I think the last time we spoke, 36% of on-hand Mercer initial liability and 24% of DRCA initial liability claim were over 300 days old. Has there been any improvement in those figures?
Mercer continues to be our big problem category, Senator, in terms of just the volume of claims we're getting there, because it's the non-closed category, if you follow what I mean.
No, just explain that for me.
So DIRCA and VEA don't exist in a sense for anyone who has only served past 2004. So what we're seeing in Mercer, in a sense, is the veteran population as it moves through cohorts, will become more and more Mercer, and in a sense, DIRCA and VEA are closed. So that's what I mean. So the growth is always going to be in Mercer.
Yes, I see. Yep.
Yep. So that's what I mean there.
And the biggest growth is in those IL.
Yes, well, essentially the growth is in Mercer. So when you look at our figures, you can see that the growth there has been around 240% over the 3-year period, whereas when you look at the overall growth, it's actually a bit lower because those other categories are closed.
Yeah, and it makes the case on the ASL cap, doesn't it, really? There is no prospect of that, that is going to continue to rise for some time, isn't it?
So it's an interesting question, Senator, because we have been looking at when is it going to actually reach a steady state, noting, as Ms Cole said, Mercer came into effect on the 1st of July 2004, so all veterans who have served from that day now naturally fall into Mercer. Yeah. And we know about 5,500, 6,000 leave Defence each year. And because we're now working with Defence before they leave, I see that it will reach a steady state. We just aren't seeing it yet, because what
it certainly wasn't in 2014, which is when the ASL cap was imposed.
But also there was back in 2010, they actually thought we'd only know 220,000 veterans and dependents in 2020, and we now know over 334,000.
Yeah. That's right.
Yes, we know more of our veterans. So we're not at a steady state, and that's why we can come back and say this is what we're actually seeing in the growth in demand.
Have you got that figure for me on labour hire?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So it said for 2021, Oh, on the annual report, that'd be better than my notes, wouldn't it? Thank you, Leanne. On page 130 of our annual report, contractors, 69,728.
So 69 million, I assume that means, does it?
69 million, that's correct.
Yep.
And in 2020 it was 82.
You could employ a lot of permanent staff for that, couldn't you?
Big one?
You could employ a lot of permanent staff for that, couldn't you? If you figured out how many claims processing staff you could employ for $69 million.
And that's where we're converting them into
Some
APS.
of them,
Some
yes.
of them. A lot of them. We're actually converting a lot into APS staff. So I think
Still 950 to 1,000 labour hire staff.
we will always. I know.
Yeah, it's a bigger number than the 400, isn't it?
It's a bit across departments. So the 440 is. There's a lot of conversion that we're doing into APS, but Senator, as you know, and I've said it before, we'll always have some component of labour hire across the workforce. That's quite normal for a service delivery organisation to be able to have that flexible workforce.
Yeah, well, there's flexibility, for unforeseen events, for short-term surges. This is 2014, 7 years of unforeseen flexibility requirements. Like, it's getting a bit old, I think. The new minister's announced in a manoeuvre never seen before in the Morrison government that one of the government's preferred management consulting firms is going to come in and overhaul your claims processing service. Unprecedented. Going out to a consulting firm to try and solve the problem. Is this the minister throwing the department under a bus, or is it something that the department proposed to the minister?
Oh, certainly, if I can. We've had, as you know, a lot of reviews into DBA,
yes.
and I've been going through all of those reviews, of which there is a consistent theme in all of them about the importance of looking at our claims processing and what are the barriers to the claims process. And we have done our own internal review as well into the claims. What are the barriers? How can we streamline? And we have been doing a lot of work over
I
many
absolutely
years.
accept you've been doing a lot of work. Was McKinsey your idea or the minister's idea?
It was our idea, but I shouldn't say it that way. Back in earlier this year, before we knew if we were going to be successful with funding in budget, we went out to through the normal tender process, through the finance panel, to 3 consultants to invite them to put forward a proposal to come in and do some claims diagnostic work with us. And when we were successful in the budget process, I asked Ms Rundle just to put that on hold for a period, given that we were about to onboard a number of the labour hire. And I said, we'll just hold that for a moment, just to get a steady state in the department. And when the Minister G was appointed, we took him in a deep dive into our claims area and our backlog, and talked to him about what we had been doing in the claims diagnostic area, not only internally, but also that we had gone out to seek some proposals. So Minister G asked us to pick that back up again and let's go for it, to have a look at it. His number one priority is to eliminate the claims backlog. So there was lots of discussions around how we could do it, and that's when Ms Rundle and I met with the 2 of the preferred proposal providers, consultants, and selected McKinsey's and put that forward to the Minister as the preferred tenderer.
So, and they've been associated with a number of the government's programs this year, the vaccine rollout, and just this week, the, what are we calling this climate and energy announcement, Chair? I think it's called the plan at the moment, the pamphlet. So according to the Minister's press release, McKinsey will deliver an action plan in December. Is that still the case?
Yeah, they are to deliver to us a plan on the 3rd of December, which will outline for us a roadmap for implementation, and it will give us some milestones over the next 18 months to 2 years, and importantly, how we can implement those changes to reduce the backlog.
So we should see early results and metrics at the next estimates round?
Yes, Senator.
I think
It's pretty big, right?
new ministers do this, don't they? He said that he didn't want to see the additional staff funded in the budget dropped into an inefficient system, tangling themselves up in red tape. Is that the way that you'd characterise what's happened to the additional staff?
Oh, we've worked very closely with the staff, as Ms Rundle said, to communicate with them about the importance, and also the training program that Ms Cole conducts to make sure that we are trying to be as efficient as we can be. There's always room for improvement though, Senator, and we continue to explore those opportunities, and McKinsey's hopefully the meetings that Ms Rundle and I have had with them every week, talking about some of their ideas and what we can explore to improve the claims process system. I mean, we share the same outcome here, that we really do want to improve that experience for veterans and reduce the claims backlog.
So there have been multiple reviews and reform processes, I think you indicated.
Yes.
The Productivity Commission review, veteran-centric reform, DVA transformation. What are we calling this review?
A claims diagnostic, the McKinsey's claim diagnostic review.
McKinsey's claim diagnostic, and of course the Royal Commission itself. Do you think December's a realistic timeframe to deliver the action plan?
Well, certainly, McKinsey's...
You just said you put some of it off for a while you were...
We put off finalising the tender process, just so, as I mentioned, so we could onboard all the staff. But what McKinsey's are committed to do is deliver that plan in early December, but given the 3rd of December, but given that we've also asked them to now undertake some further interviews, that might slip, but they're still committed to delivering that on the 3rd of December.
Can you tell me how much the contract's going to cost us?
Yes, 1.32 million.
It's a lot of money, isn't it? Now, Secretary, I think in 2019, I think you famously said that you'd shoot 3 if things didn't get better in 12 months. What do you think's happened over the intervening 2 years? How would you describe it?
So if I can offer the context, I actually said, Senator, to the journalist...
It was a bit unfair the way I characterised
it. That if I felt that I was part of the problem in that 12 months, then I would leave. And I genuinely, and I know there will be many out there that probably don't agree with me, I genuinely believe I am still part of the solution, that we continue to try and find ways to improve that veteran
I was really trying to offer not an opportunity to try and defend your own position. I was really trying to get you to tell us what do you think's actually occurred over that 2-year period?
I put it down to a couple of things. Firstly, the veteran-centric reform program, where we introduced the My Service capability, that front-end digital experience for veterans to be able to lodge their claim. Because I do recall when we met with veterans in the design of that, the biggest frustration for them and why they didn't come to the department is that they had to fill out pages of questions about why they believed their injury or illness was a result of their military service. And then we'd receive all this paperwork, and it would take a long time for us to be able to accept the claim that it was related to service. So veteran-centric reform, we identified the top 40 conditions. It's now 43 conditions that you don't need to provide all that paperwork. And what we saw was a huge increase and uptick in the number of veterans lodging the claims through that My Service. 75% of all claims we receive are through My Service. What we also saw was the Veterans Recognition Program in 2018 with letting veterans know if they've served one day in the military that they could be recognised for that service. And we had an incredible take-up of that as well. And I do have the figures, but not off the top of my head, but it was over 100,000 who came forward seeking that recognition. But also the third and final one I'll offer is that because we're working now closely with Defence and implemented in 2017 the early engagement model, we're now knowing everyone on enlistment, and importantly we know everyone before they transition. And with the medically transitioning members of the Australian Defence Force, we're working hard to ensure their claims are decision ready. So what we've seen is an increase in the workload and demand as a result of those initiatives, which I think are great initiatives, and we're just now making sure that we're responding to that as best we can.
So this McKinsey contract costs 1.32. I think since the start of the financial year, the department's entered into $5 million worth of contracts. Are they all similar consulting arrangements?
I can have a look for you, Senator. But we do have other consultants that have been helping us with our veteran-centric reform, and certainly, and also if I can offer, Bupa was a significant contract we entered into. You may be aware, Defence has an agreement with Bupa, and there was a head of agreement that we were signatory to, where we engage Bupa now to assist with our workforce management and workforce flow for our medical advisors. So that was a big contract. And they probably...
Would you, on notice, be able to provide
absolutely.
What each of those contracts is? You still believe that good value for money?
Yes, definitely. We always look for good value for money.
So the Minister said that he's directed McKinsey to work with families who've lost loved ones to suicide, so that those rebuilding the system can gain a first-hand understanding of the impact of veteran suicide. Isn't there a risk that could undermine the work of the Royal Commission?
So the Royal Commission in its media release did express some reservation, but importantly they wanted to ensure that McKinsey's were going to respect the families that they were to interview, and importantly in our discussions with McKinsey's, but also with our Open Arms team, we'll make sure that we're putting in place the right support and that we don't cross over into the terms of reference of the Royal Commission. What is really important for us is that when we do meet with the families that have expressed interest, that it is about the claims process, and the last thing we want to do is re-traumatise the families, and we're very sensitive to that. And what we will be seeking are the names of the families that would like to participate and make sure that it is managed appropriately and it's not crossing over what the Royal Commission is doing.
Why do you need a consultant to explain to the department these issues? I don't quite understand how a consultant can assist the department that of any part of government is more engaged with these issues. How can McKinsey Consulting offer a new insight into these experiences that's going to reshape the way that you build it?
I think
I don't get it.
Sorry. I think if I can, that all the reviews and inquiries have essentially had a look at the problem, and within our environment there are those wicked problems that are really hard to resolve, one being our legislation. But McKinsey's have an international reach, and they have already brought to the table in the discussions with us some ideas on robotics and artificial intelligence, and just talking to staff and working out with the staff and looking, particularly having workshops with Ms Cole's division. But it's not only the claims, it's about the experience as well for the
Do you
veterans.
really want these characters in people's lounge rooms?
I beg your pardon?
Consultants appearing in people's houses?
No. It will all be virtual, I suggest. That's the...
Do you mind?
No, you go.
How is this? I just don't understand how it can possibly assist.
If I could just
Yes.
make a comment, please. I think, firstly, we will only engage with the families that have contacted the Minister and sought to talk to McKinsey. So these are families who are consenting and wanting to talk to McKinsey about the claims process. Even when we reach out, we'll
So
have...
they're families who are aware that McKinsey is providing this
That's
service,
right.
and they've rang up and said, we want to talk to these
They
management consultants.
That's correct.
Right.
So, and even so, we would always check with each of the families individually whether they still wish to engage with McKinsey so that they consent again. And each one of them, as the Secretary has said, will be handled individually and carefully with a small number of people. And the conversation will be guided by people who are trauma-informed. So McKinsey will be observers more than they will be running the process, I think. And so the intention is, as Secretary was saying earlier, not to do anything at all that would inadvertently re-traumatise families. And in no way would we expect anyone to participate in the process if they hadn't already consented.
Did the department consult with the Royal Commission before the announcement of this McKinsey review?
We are not in a position to consult with the Royal
Do you know if the
Commission,
government
Senator.
did?
I don't know. I'm sorry, that'd be a question for the Minister, Senator.
And do you agree that the findings of the review risk preempting the Royal Commission's deliberations?
I think that the findings of the McKinsey review will mainly be in that claims area and what that experience is and what we could look to do. We've learnt a lot through that engagement with families over the last few years in veteran-centric reform, and a couple of the key findings that they indicated to us are our letters, that we need to fix them, and we still haven't fixed all of them, but we certainly got an effort around that. But also for delegates in Ms Cole's area to treat them as a person, and we've taken that type of feedback on board. Every part of veteran-centric reform is to actually get that feedback, because we might think we know what we need to do, but it is important to hear what that experience is and how we...
Isn't that... One of the things I'm sure that the Royal Commission's going to look at are issues around, some of the issues we've been traversing tonight. The ASL cap, the impact it's had on the capacity and the capability of the department. The overuse of labour hire. The use of management consultants. I mean, a new management consultant's not going to tell you or the Royal Commission that management consultants are a bad idea.
I think if I can offer that the Royal Commission will be over the next couple of years, and we still want to be doing things now. And I think what we need to be very conscious of is being respectful of the Royal Commission, that if there are findings from the McKinsey work, that we ensure that the Royal Commission is aware of what changes we might be making as a result of those findings. And I think that was expressed by one of the Commissioner, the Chair of the Commission, that's why they are interested in what these findings will be.
I just asked, in the, how did the department engage with the COVID response? I know that some staff were seconded to agencies like Services Australia, to do important work there. Were DVA staff seconded to Services Australia?
Our grads were, Senator. Our graduates.
Yes.
Our graduates were really keen to go over and experience that at Services.
How many people in the
Australia.
graduate program?
I think we... 11 or 12? Yeah, I don't know the number, sorry. There will be someone who'll be able to drop
10
me
or
a
100 or...
Oh, no.
It's about 11 or
11 or 12.
10 or
okay.
12.
Yeah.
So they went over.
They went over. And a
What,
few
anybody
others-
else?
I beg your pardon, sorry.
Any other staff deployed
A few
in
others did, but not from the claims area. There were some executive level staff who wanted to go over with the graduates. and that was in the last year. And we may have a couple over there at the moment who have expressed an interest to work in Services Australia, but not a lot of staff.
Not-
Reece, can I just ask, just in terms of timing, because
Yeah.
we've got Senator Lambie obviously wants to continue her questioning, and I think Senator Patrick's coming back at 9:30. So I just wanted just to get an assessment of time.
I have just that question, and perhaps one more that's
Okay. And then we'll go to Senator Lambie.
that's come in by text I might deal with. So just on this, the department's already stretched. That period, particularly August, September, withdrawal from Afghanistan, fall of Kabul, provide an additional amount of pressure on the department. Was it really sensible to allow staff to? I mean, the COVID response, Services Australia, these are critical issues for government, but was it really sensible for staff to be reallocated from DVA to do that work?
That was last year. We allocated the staff
So
not this year.
I
no.
see.
We might
Okay.
have one or two, Senator. I'd need to follow that up with Mr Harrigan, but there's not many this year at all.
Yeah,
and
okay,
certainly not
thank
during
you.
that period.
And can you tell me how many, just back on claims, how many rejections from claims on My Service answer?
How many rejections? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll have to take that one on notice.
Can you take that on notice
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
all the categories that are relevant?
Mhm.
And I think,
So,
yes,
Senator, just to clarify, you're asking how many claims which were lodged on My Service subsequently got rejected?
yes.
As in a technical rejection or as in a decision?
Both categories
Oh,
if
both.
you can, thank you.
Yep. Okay, we'll have a look at that.
Chair, I'm going to stop there if I may, hand over the call, and I'm going to do a bit of an assessment of the rest of my pack and see what can be achieved.
Senator Lambie. Senator Lambie, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. For the last one that Senator Ayres asked, can I have the rejections from the claims on both the MERCA and the VA, please, that have been rejected on My Service?
Yeah, so we'll have to take that one on notice, Senator, that's rejected through My Service. But if you're after the overall acceptance rates of claims that are lodged, regardless of whether it's My Service or otherwise, it's 74% acceptance rate and 84% of MERCA initial liability claims are accepted.
Is that the My Service?
I'll have to have a look at the My Service data. I don't have the My Service data, Senator. I'll take that on notice. They're just the overall claims for that I gave you the percentages.
Well, okay, just like My Service. Can you tell me if there was any written framework that was sent to McKinsey and Company to identify the issue? See, family members gain defence. Was there framework sent to McKinsey and Company?
I'm sorry, Senator, I'm not picking up your question.
Senator, can you repeat the question, please? No, we're having
Yeah.
difficulty again, I'm sorry. What's the telephone?
By phone.
That would be good, Senator.
Yeah, what's the telephone?
Says Senator Lambie, we'll send you through the telephone number, and look, it might be 10 minutes early, but why don't we go for the mid-evening break now and resume at 9:20, by which time hopefully we will have fixed the matters with you, Senator Lambie. The committee is suspended. Right, it being 9:20, the committee resumes, and Senator Lambie has the call.
Thank you, Chair. So, Ms Cousins, I just go back to my
last question about McKinsley and Company. Was there any proposed written framework sent to them to identify the issues and seeking the input or responses from the relevant family members?
So,
who did the framework? Was there like a...
Yeah, so there was a request for proposal that went out to the 3 consultants that we engaged, Senator, and Ms Rundle will be able to just take you through what went out to seek their proposal. But if that's okay? Yep.
Yeah, happy to. Is that what you'd like me to do, Senator? Take you through the actual request for quote that we sent to 3 providers of the finance panel?
No, what I was going to get to is I was going to ask if it's going to be released to the public for open consultation, or is it only available for those invited to attend?
So the consultation piece.
Oh, right, yes.
So I think I'll have to, sorry.
You want me to
if you can have a go, 'cause I don't have
Senator, sorry, it might take a bit longer to answer this because it's not quite so straightforward. In the beginning, when we put the original tender out to the RFQ, we hadn't envisaged that we would be doing a lot of consultation with others at that time because it was planned to be a desktop review and looking at all of it's a quick 4-week sprint 1, which is the diagnostic part of the review, and what we asked McKinsey to do in view of their experience was to look at everything that had happened in the past, all of our reviews, recommendations, all of the engagement that we have done with veterans and their families through the veteran-centric reform, of which we've got a lot of that, and a range of other things, talking to staff, and we would limit external participation in consultations at that point in view of the short sprint that we were aiming to get them to do. And but as some families have contacted the Minister, then, of course, we will work with McKinsey to facilitate that for those families who've contacted the Minister. And as well as that, the Secretary talked about our three main forums, our big ones that we consult with a lot, and they're well versed in giving feedback about their constituents. If at the end of the McKinsey work we think that we need to explore further with other things, then that might be something that we'd need to consider at that time. I'm just checking with the Secretary. I think.
So let me get this right. So they're 4 weeks. It goes for 4 weeks.
No, they're actually with us for 10 weeks. The first week was what they would call at their expense week 1, which is a warm-up week for them where they get used to they have a look at our data, they get to know the teams, they form their team and get all of the experts that they need. And then they officially started Sprint 1, which was on the 4th of October. That's a 4-week sprint where they've looked at a lot of data, and as I said, all of the reports, talk to staff, etc. And then on the following week, in between Sprint 1 and Sprint 2, there's a week where they will pause and they'll start synthesising all of that data, collecting all of their ideas, formulating some of the ideas they're starting to get, and then in the last sprint, which is the second sprint, which is also 4 weeks, they will then start proposing and testing solutions. Now, the engagement with those 6 families and also with those 3 forums will occur at some point toward the end of Sprint 1 and the beginning of or during the first part of Sprint 2, because we might want to also test some ideas in those forums. So it's 10 weeks all up.
You're telling me you don't have enough information to tell you what is wrong with the department and how to fix it. You cannot be serious. You're paying these people $1.3 million to do what? To do what you already know to look like you're doing something. I tell you, this is the biggest pull I've seen from DVA in a long time. This is absolutely disgusting, walking into a Royal Commission and you're doing this rubbish. It is like a slap. You're seeing half a dozen families, you've got all this information, you've got all those recommendations, you've spent God knows how much on IT equipment in the last 4 years, and you're chucking $1.3 million of taxpayers' money back out there to hear the same crap you've been listening to for years. So you tell me what is different about that. $26,000 a day. $26,000 a day over your 10 weeks is costing the taxpayer. Who come up with this idea?
So, Senator, it's Liz Cosson.
Who come up with this idea, Ms Cossins? Where did this idea come from?
So, the department came up with the idea to see
Not
if we...
the department. Who within the department?
Oh, well, I'll take responsibility for that, Senator, to have a look at what we can do with the
Why
claim.
would you need to do that, Ms Cossins? I'm glad you're taking responsibility. You've been in the job long enough. You've heard all the complaints. You know all the timelines. Seriously, you cannot need a consultancy group for 10 weeks to tell you what is wrong and how to fix it.
So, Senator, I think...
My God!
The key for us was to have a look at how we could address this claims backlog, and nothing was off the table, just to see if there are other ideas out there. And as I mentioned, we kicked this off before we knew that we were getting the budget for the staffing, as I mentioned. So we kicked this off in April, and it was intended to say, well, are there some fresh ideas out there looking at across, I believe other agencies had used a similar claims diagnostic where they were looking at their backlog, and it was really important that we were able to explore what could be done, and McKinsey's were the successful tenderer in this process.
Would you be able to show the terms of reference of that tender to the committee?
Yes,
and
we
did it go
certainly
to a
can.
competitive tender? Did it go to a competitive tender?
Yes, we did, Senator, and we can certainly show you the request for quote and the work statement.
If you don't mind me adding, Secretary, there were 3 quotes sought off the Department of Finance panel, which was an open tender, and so it is. It was an open tender.
Okay, and you've issued them with the terms of reference on what they have to work, the complete terms of reference?
And Senator, do you mean the request for quote that we sent out, or the current work?
The written framework that they were given to work within. That's what I'm looking for.
The work order.
So,
Yeah,
Senator,
Lambie, if it might help, normally government contracts will have a scope of work, and that part is not normally confidential. So
no, we'll
That's
certainly
right.
share that,
We'll share
Senator.
that.
We'll share the work order, which outlines exactly the body of work that McKinsey are doing for us.
Were they the cheapest option?
I'm not able to disclose that, Senator, because that would mean I would need to disclose the other 2 proponents in the RFQ process and their quote, and that's commercial in confidence. I'm sorry.
Okay. Assuming that the recommendations are received by 2021, what is what are you going to do with those recommendations, do you reckon? How long will it take you to enact on these recommendations? Or is this just another $1 million and God knows what that's going to go back on the shelf?
So the McKinseys are required to provide to us on the 3rd of December a plan that talks to us about what we can implement over the next 2 years, but it's in bodies of 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, then 18 months. And what we should be doing is meeting those milestones on what they believe can be implemented over that period. But naturally, there will probably be some recommendations that we would need to take to government if it needs additional resourcing. So when I have a look at the plan that is delivered, then we'll pull together how do we implement that. And I would like to think that our next appearance that we will be able to demonstrate that we are realising some inroads into the claims backlog. I mean, that's the important part here. As you know, Senator, we really do just want to break through this backlog.
And you'll be passing that information straight over to the Royal Commissioner, whatever comes out of that?
Yes, so the Royal Commission has asked to have visibility of any of the recommendations as a result of the work McKinsey will be doing with us, and so certainly we will provide that to the Royal Commission as requested.
And will that report be made public?
That will really be a matter for the Royal Commission. Anything we provide to the Royal Commission, they then consider
the Royal
that.
Commission, hang on. The Royal Commission didn't ask for this, you did. So what I'm asking is the department, is it going to release this for public consumption?
So I'll need to take advice on that one then.
You do that, because it wasn't asked for from the Royal Commission. You asked for it, the department did apparently. That's what you told me. So I just want to know whether you're going to put that out in the public.
I'll take that on notice, Senator,
Right,
because...
okay.
yeah.
While we're talking about public documents, the Tasmanian University did a report. Do you know where that document is? They were supposed to be finished by late February. They got a slight extension on, I think, until April. Could you please tell me where that report now is and why that has not been released
So, Senator,
to us so we can look at that?
So, Senator, can I ask what the name of the report was? Was that around... I'm just not too sure which report that one was.
I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. It could be the Wellbeing Centre. I'm not too sure, Senator, but if you could let me know.
Yes, that would be it. Yes, that would be it. There was a lot of work done. The manufacturer was pulling their hair out.
Right, so...
Do you know where that report is?
that is currently being considered. It shouldn't be too far away. That we'll take that on notice as well, Senator, and give you advice on that.
Didn't you get that in April and you're still considering it? We've got veterans taking their lives and you're still considering a wellbeing report. Are you kidding me? Please. Please tell me you're kidding me.
I'll have to come back to you on notice on that one, Senator.
Okay, I noticed that I might just switch over now because I'm sure that she'd like to go. I noticed that Miss Cherney's on the phone. May I speak to her now, please?
If Miss Cherney is available, yes. She's just popped up online, Senator.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Miss Chan?
Good evening. Yes,
Hello?
I can, Senator.
Yep, you're on.
You can hear me? Can you hear
Yes, I
me?
can, Senator.
Okay, Miss Chan.
Yes, I can. Thank you, Senator.
Okay. Could you please tell me how many staff you have working with you that are allotted to you at the moment?
At the moment, Senator, thank you for your question. I have 3 staff working for me at this point.
You have 3 staff. What are the appointments for those staff, please?
Of course, Senator. I have 1 executive assistant. I have a project officer and a triage and connect liaison officer or a family support officer who is a social worker trained in veteran-centric trauma-informed practice, and she links families and veterans to services and supports in DVA and externally.
Are they all full-time?
Yes, Senator, they are.
You're also, you're now a commissioner, the Military Rehabilitation Compensation, Commission and Compensation. You're a commissioner on that as well, is that correct?
That is correct.
What other parts of DVA are you employed to do?
Senator, thank you for your question. I am employed to sit on both the Repatriation Commission and the Military Rehabilitation Compensation Commissions, and I work very closely with Commissioner Don Spinks as well as Commissioner Stuart Smith to ensure that we are advising DVA on services, policies, and strategy.
And have you been able to put any, have you been able to make any changes in there, Ms. Cherney? Because you've been in there for well over a year now. On policy or anything else?
Of course, Senator. I think that's an excellent question, Senator. I'd like to start by saying that what I've done over the last 14 months being there, that is, I think, the most important thing, is to provide the lived experience in the senior executive in government to provide advice and support to DVA as well as to the commissions. I bring a family lens, which is incredibly important when we're talking about the veteran as not an island, but in a system structure where the family is in support of these veterans 90% of the time during the week. And we have to make sure that they are well supported in and of their own right. And so my voice at that table every single day allows DVA to ensure that that family lens is not overlooked and is at the center of all their policies, all their procedures, and any changes that they may make. It also, my voice is not the only voice that I represent, obviously. And so I make sure that I'm well connected in the community with those who have incredibly differing views from mine, so that when those structures, when those services, when those programs are created, they provide diversity and choice to our community, because what works for me and my family will not work for another family. And so we have to ensure we provide services that are well and truly veteran and family centric.
Yes. What are your
right? So my achievements? No, that's perfectly fine. I always get caught up in the lived experience, Senator. Excuse me. In the first, in terms of the volume, it's been incredibly busy. Even with the last 4 months of lockdown, I have had more than 10,500 interactions with veterans and their families, and 870 scheduled meetings. I have traveled to all states and territories. I have established a DVA family working group to understand which areas of DVA provide direct services to families and how that they can better support, because they want to better support families. I have successfully advocated.
Ms. Channing, I'm sorry, can I just stop you there, Ms. Channing? I'm going to be as polite as possible here. We've all been doing that for years. So I'm just asking you, what have you actually changed? What policies have been put up because of the work that you are doing? What have you actually done now? What differences have you made apart from sitting on a table like the rest of us do and talking about the same things you are talking about? What have you been able to achieve that the rest of us can't?
So there is now a mandatory requirement in all commission submissions to include a family impact statement, which wasn't there previously. So how a new policy or service impacts a family was not always considered. It certainly wasn't considered in the policy brief or the service related brief. And now that is put up into commissions and discussed at every commission's meeting. I have initiated the development of the first family strategy, where I have ensured and advocated for lived experience to be included in that for family members, not just a bureaucratic document that is provided and then DVA does or thinks it's doing the right things, where families are actually consulted. I've done that. I have ensured that the suicide prevention strategy also includes lived experience. I have sat on a number of,
I've sat on a number of. I just wonder, are they listening to you, Ms. Channing? Because I don't see anything changing. That's what I'm asking you. These have been things that have been raised, and unfortunately you are going to see this coming out of the Royal Commission, because we've all known about this stuff for years. So I'm just, are you doing a paper? I mean, how much impact are you going to have in that job for the well-being
and I
of
think
veterans?
that is an excellent question. And I think it is what are my KPIs and how do I make sure that I am accountable to our community? And that is an excellent question that I ask myself
I'm
every
asking you how you're accountable for making change. So what changes have you made? That's what I'm asking you for. What accountability have you got for making change?
Senator, I have provided some of that, but I'm happy to provide you with a list of those things that I have done, as well as.
I don't want to see. I just want to see what you've been able to change, Ms. Channing. Whether you've been able to do that. I mean, at the moment, you still don't have a website that is up and operational. Like I said, you've been in there since August, so I have to ask why they're floating you around in there. I mean, if you want to answer that, Ms. Cousins, you be my guest. But quite frankly, do you just not want to see and heard whatever? But I mean, we're now in nearly November of 2021. You've been, I believe, employed since last August, and you still do not have a website going on.
So, Senator, it is Liz Cosson, and I'll take that for Ms Cherney, because I can certainly attest to the fact that Ms Cherney has made a big difference, certainly in the community for those that are engaging with her. And importantly, she has an incredible small team, but the Department of Resources...
I know that. I just want to know what she's doing with all the information, because that information, what I see so far in 15, 16 months, she's giving you information. It ain't changing anything, Liz. This is the problem that we've got. And are you both telling all these families out there every time you see them, make sure you put into the Royal Commission, make sure, because I think we asked you, Ms Cousins, in one of our briefings that we did with you, I simply asked you if you could send out all these messages to people that we got through our text. I haven't heard bang out of you about that Royal Commission and about coming forward.
So, Senator, as I mentioned, I'm very prepared to send out an SMS message to all of our veterans and families to alert them to the Royal Commission, but I am also conscious that I wouldn't be able to do that unless I had the support of the Royal Commission. That's not my role, but I have certainly been, I'm prepared to do that if that's what the Royal Commission would like us to do, to connect with everyone.
Wait for the Royal Commission to ask you to do it, or are you going
No, I have raised it, Senator.
Sorry?
I have raised it, Senator.
Okay.
Yeah. But not directly with the Royal Commission, but we are following that up.
I think that's the issue really here.
Yeah. So certainly when we sent out the text message to the whole community with Afghanistan, when we had the concern with how the veteran community was feeling as a result of the emerging issues in Afghanistan, some veterans, or the majority of veterans, were very grateful for that. Some requested to be opt-out, which we've now been able to cleanse all our data to make sure it's accurate, that I can send an SMS message out at short notice if that is what is required, and people would like that. But if I can just say that Ms Cherney, as she mentioned to you, that she has been sitting on commission and she has changed the way we think, and she's contributed a lot to the work of our policy team in developing a Veterans Family Strategy, and she is engaging...
So Ms Cousins, why weren't you listening to us for many years and getting the same information Ms Cherney is getting paid to get? I don't understand that.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Why did it get to a point of a Royal Commission?
Why did it get to
Okay, I would like to go back into Senator Ayres. Thank you, Ms Cherney, for your answers. I appreciate that. That's very good of you. I actually just have one more question. With all that information that you've gathered, do you intend to put something into the Royal Commissioner, Ms Cherney, in your own words, or is there a meeting with him, or what's going on?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. I do intend to engage with and understand that I will be engaging with the Royal Commission, both on a personal level, because my husband died by suicide, and on a professional level, given my role within government. And I also have been actively encouraging families to make submissions and assisting them to link in with the Royal Commission website and find resources so that they may put their submissions together and get the support they need while they're making those submissions.
Thank you. Are you going to, you're giving them support, the families, did you say?
No, I'm ensuring that they are connected to support.
Connected support. So what does that mean exactly? Where are you sending this? What does connected support mean? Where?
So if I can take that one for you.
No, well, no. Actually, I'm asking Ms Cherney. She's actually recommending they get this support. Where's she going to support? So could you please answer the question, Ms Cherney?
Absolutely. Well, there's a number of ways that they can get support, as you know, Senator. And what I do...
What are they, Ms Cherney? I'm asking you. I know what they are.
Allow the witness to answer, please.
Right.
What I do is I ensure that they have all the information they need from me. And then I refer them to my family support officer, who makes sure they have support wrapped around them based on, she does a triage, she does a risk assessment, she does an assessment of their needs, and then she links them to services. I then often do a follow-up phone call if they would like one. And in many cases that I get a follow-up text message from them saying they have exactly what they need. They can't get enough support from her. It is fantastic what she is providing. And thank you so much. They never have felt so supported before. And then we ensure later on with follow-up phone calls or emails that these individuals have support later on. And that is a variety of things. It can be open arms, it can be safe zone, it can be counseling, it can be DVA claims, an understanding of the claims process. It can be legacy, it can be bravery trust referrals. It is a variety of things that we provide to these families, and much of it, which I'm finding consistently, is that they don't know about, as you would know, Senator Lambie. And so I initially start with each veteran family that comes across my desk and say, let's try the system and test the system first. If that does not work, please come back to me and tell me so that I can feed that back into the system immediately, or we can escalate this case if that's required, or if there is a larger need than we thought originally.
Okay.
I can tell you with hand on heart that 90% of the people who come to me go through the normal processes, call me back and said, I just had no idea how to do it and what was available to me. Thank you.
And okay, so how many of those out of all those that are ringing, you must be taking statistics here, I'm surely. How many of them have you had to help with the claims process?
Senator, I do not help with the claims process at all. I do not get.
But aren't you giving them advice on the claims process? I thought that's what you said before, that you give them advice. Who's giving them advice on claims and processing and where to go? Or
I'd be happy to pass back to the Secretary.
So certainly Ms Cherney doesn't help with the actual claims process, but what role Ms Cherney does play sitting on the two commissions is that she and the other commissioners seek from the department that monthly report on how we're tracking with the claims. But Ms Cherney doesn't have a role of being a direct advocate in the sense that you might be thinking with a lot of our advocates. Her role is to actually advocate on behalf of families in the true sense of the definition of an advocate, and that's and certainly I know that if somebody comes to Ms Cherney where they are experiencing delays in their claim, and certainly she's raised them to my attention on a few occasions that I'm thinking of, and I've been able to make sure that a widow or a family member is able to be connected. And I certainly know Ms Cherney has often contacted me in relation to others that are just wondering how they can get into the system, and we connect them with the case manager. So that's certainly the role that Ms Cherney has been playing in supporting those that are waiting for their claims, if that's the system.
So she's not doing what my office is doing, triage, where she got a list of all the service organisations out there, all the level 4 advocates, all the level 3, all the level 2, all the level 1s, because they're the people that actually need to help them, unless they're on their last leg. So how many of these people that are going through claims do you need to fix up that are going through Ms Cherney? Or we're not keeping numbers?
I'm certainly not keeping numbers, but Ms Cherney and I can take that on notice just to see if we have got any statistics around that for you, Senator.
That'd be fabulous, thank you. Thank you, Ms Cherney, for your time. I'll now go into something. I just want to follow up on Senator Ayres. He's covered a lot on this, but just a little bit about the claims processing. The Canberra Times reported today that average wait times for compensation claims are reaching up to 235 days, and thousands of applications for assistance sitting in unallocated for more than a year. Is that correct?
I think we agreed to take that on notice, Senator, where we're going to give you a breakdown. Senator Ayres requested against all the claim types, so that might be easier if we did that, and we can give you a breakdown of where the wait times are.
Is it also, do you think it's practical, unless you're checking on them, that you're sending them out telling them, hey, too bad, so sad, we can't deal with your claim for 6, 12 months, it's going to be quite some time. Do you go back and actually check and make sure they're okay after you've told them that?
Yeah, we certainly do, Senator. We established 2 teams, one in Queensland and one in Hobart, that they actually phone all of the veterans that are waiting for their claims just to check in on them, and they have been actively doing that since I think it's July.
I think it was before July, and they've been connecting, do you mind if I jump in this? They've been connecting quite a few people, Senator, to non-liability healthcare, provisional access to medical treatment, veterans payment and open arms. A number of them were unaware of some of those support services, so that's been really helpful. And the other thing they've done, which has been really helpful, is they run through them what documentation they've got to see whether their claims are ready, so that it can expedite it when they get seen. And a number of them didn't have decision-ready claims, and they were advised what they'd need to do to be able to do that. And that's been warmly received. In fact, we've had a lot of good feedback about that service.
Senator Lambie, how long do you think you'll be needing?
Oh, I can go all night, Chair. You know what I'm like.
Not wanting, needing. Till 10 o'clock? Another 10 minutes?
That will be fine. That will be fine.
Good on you,
okay.
thanks.
Yep, that'll be fine. Thank you, Chair. Okay. So how long is it taking for a claim to be allocated to a delegate across the different claim types?
So once again, sorry, Senator, we will bring that back on notice so we can give you the full breakdown of the different claim types, also the wait times in responding to Senator Ayres. So if that's okay, we'll take that on notice.
Okay. I have a couple of veterans vaccine certificates. How many DVA white and gold holders are there?
I do have that. I'll just find that for you.
Yeah, because while you're there, what I'm trying to get at, Ms Cousins, is how many of those DVA car holders don't have a Medicare card?
Oh, okay.
I can explain a little bit further too, in case you haven't picked up on it. But
yeah, no, I know where you're going on this one, Senator. So,
do you? Do you know? Can you tell me what the answer? Because apparently, because of their DVA, they're not showing. Their double shots aren't showing up.
Yeah.
And then I've got Vietnam veterans in Vietnam that have had 2 different shots, but they can't get through back in as well because they've had a Moderna and a Pfizer or something, because they're 2 different shots. Is there a problem wrong with the system here?
So, Senator, we have been working closely with Health to be able to resolve that system, and we have been. We worked with the TPI Federation as well, and we engaged with one of the TPI veterans who tested the system with us, and we actually have, I believe, corrected it. But if you've got some veterans that you would like to, for us to contact them. And talk them through it, we should be able to fix the problem with the gold card and having their vaccination certificate uploaded on that. There were some issues, and I acknowledge that, but we should have resolved that by now. And we've got one of our team who are phoning veterans as we become aware who they are, so that we can help them go through the fix. But we do have 112,146 gold cards and 151,019 white cards.
Okay. And is that the same? Is there a problem? Are you hearing about the problem with some of these veterans that are overseas? Is this leading into the same one where they've had a Moderna and a Pfizer because they're not both set in? Have you heard anything about that?
I haven't heard anything about overseas. No.
Okay. I think I will just leave that in the back of your head. That might be a problem coming through.
All right. I'll have a look at that.
Okay. Okay. Do you know how many of them have been, do you keep numbers of how many have been vaccinated that you've got on your books?
No, sorry,
Is that
Senator.
too difficult?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have that number.
No. Okay. So is the department, so you don't have a vaccine register?
No, we don't. We don't, Senator.
So if you've got this problem going on, okay, so we've got no idea how many have been vaccinated then. Okay. Okay, so they don't have a place in the Medicare system, and you've got no register for vaccine card holders under GVA. Is it not going to be an issue for you?
So Ms Rundle just reminded me that there is the Australian Vaccination Register, but we don't run that vaccination register. I'd assume the Department of Health would run that register. We've certainly got a register of all our card holders, and as I mentioned, we can help them link in with the register so they've got the certificate loaded, but we don't. I can take it on notice to see if we think there's a matching, something we can do with matching, but I'll need to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Do you know how long it takes for them to get a certificate?
It doesn't take long. I'm just from my own experience.
On the gold, yeah.
Yeah, on the gold card, if you've had the double vax, well, if I can use my father as an example, gold card, his was loaded up within about 48 hours after he got his certificate. His was straightforward though. He had a Medicare card, so that was different. So those that didn't have a Medicare card, which is the issue that you raised where they were challenged, as I mentioned, we can talk them through that very quickly. So it won't take them long if they've had their double vax and it has been recorded.
Okay. I just want to go through. So what's the process for those without the Medicare card, and how long does that process take to clear that up, that matter?
It shouldn't take long. As I mentioned, someone from our team will call them and help them work through it, and it will vary on the individual, of course, on the technology that they're using, but we're happy to work with them individually and get it done as quickly as we can, Senator. If you would like to send me their details or ask them to call, send a note to me.
And I was thinking, Secretary, Senator, I know your office does a lot of work supporting people as well. We could send you the information we've got about the fix, if that's helpful.
Yeah, no, that will be helpful. Thank you very much. That'd be great, just so we can send them straight through contact. Okay, thank you for that. I also, just one last question I have time for. I got an email from a veteran who was mistakenly, and I'm sure you'll know about this, Ms Cousins, advised that his income and assets disqualified him from holding his gold card, even though he was a TPI veteran who is not subject to those limits. I do believe you're involved in this email. It's apparently you then sent one back saying it was a technical error. Was this just an isolated mistake on one person, or was this a computer glitch with many or multiple people? What was the go?
Yes, Senator, it's Liz. Yes, there were several. So it was a computer error where in the letters that were generated by the computer put in incorrect information, and there were 718 veterans that received incorrect letters out of 12,285. Letters that were sent, and Services Australia have been working on the fix, which is now scheduled to be in place on the 19th of November. So what we've been doing when we became aware of the issue with the system, we've been phoning those impacted, but also we've been doing a manual process so that the letters aren't being automatically generated. So yes, we are very aware of that gold card issue.
Okay. Do you know how many cases you have before the Veterans Review Board at this point in time?
I don't. I am aware of roughly how many of the decisions. I'll just have a look at. I haven't got VRB's annual report. It should be due to be tabled shortly, Senator, but before the end of this month. So let me have a look. 1920 data. We made just over 95,000 primary compensation determinations, and the VRB finalised 3,427 applications for appeal in 1920, and as a proportion of the total primary decisions that were taken, the VRB made a different decision in about 2.7% of the cases.
Okay. I just have one more question, please, Chair, and then I'll leave it. Last estimates I asked about the numbers of advocates at each level, and you told me on notice that across the country we've got about 260 level 2. 100 level 3 and nearly all of 30 level 4 at the ATDP accreditation compensation offices. For the benefit of the community, can you outline what officers at those levels would be responsible for? Like, what is level 2, level 3, and what do we use those level 4s for?
So level 4s, I'll take that one first. Level 4 are those that represent veterans at the AAT. Level 3 are accredited to represent at the VRB. Level 2 are for primary claims and reviews, and level 1 work under supervision.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lambie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Patrick has the call.
Thank you very much. And just to assist you in having people ready, I just want to ask a couple of questions about FOI processing, and I also like to ask some questions about DVA assistance dogs. So I might start off with FOI, if that's okay. Do you have a measure of the average processing time of FOI requests? I presume, so you might come back with the 30 days, but just wondering in terms of statistics of how many of your FOI requests come within the initial 30 days, how many times you ask for extensions and so forth.
Can I take that on notice, or I'll see if someone's got the answer here? Have you got that? General Counsel.
I'm happy for you to take that on notice, the average time.
Thank you.
Just as a feel, I have an understanding that FOIs may have increased as a result of the commencement of the Royal Commission.
That's correct.
Okay, so can you give me an idea of the sort of magnitude of the change? Because I note that in the Information Commission's annual report, the number of FOIs last year came down substantially. You had a total number of 1,927. The previous year you had 2,400. Where are you projecting going to end up, and what's your feel about FOIs in relation to the Royal Commission?
So we certainly are, if I can, I'll try and get you all the stats. I just don't have them in front of me. But certainly we have seen an increase in the number of requests for personal records for veterans wanting to put forward a submission to the Royal Commission. And I did try and find the number before I came tonight, and unfortunately I couldn't get that one. So the veterans who are seeking to put a submission forward, putting them to us, they would like to think that we can give them their records unredacted, but unfortunately we do have to follow the FOI Act.
Sure.
And that is taking a little bit of time, and we have seen additional requests for that. So what we're doing across the different business areas now is having a look at how we can bring the FOI team together, information law team, and also the records team, the administrative information team, to see if we can streamline some of this. But we still have to comply with the FOI Act for those records.
So what's the magnitude of the change? Have you seen, like you'd have sort of this monthly kind of number that came in, and since the Royal Commission, how has that monthly number
If I can
changed?
take that one on notice, Senator, I couldn't get that before tonight.
Do you have a feel for it? I mean, obviously you're aware of the problem.
I don't, sorry, no.
Okay.
I don't have.
Anyone else?
I don't have a feel.
Okay. Because what flows from that is, I mean, you've said you're trying to streamline some of these processes. I just wonder how you might be reacting in terms of perhaps additional personnel. I don't know the seriousness of the issue.
Yes,
so in some sense I know what questions to ask you. Can you provide me perhaps statistics in the 6 months prior to the Royal Commission and then since, and any details about what it is that you are doing to address any concerns? I'm interested in those delays that are occurring. Okay, thank you. I want to go to assistance dogs. I'll take you to question on notice number 3958 from the Senate, not from estimates. I asked some questions about assistance dogs, and I'm just going to go to a couple of matters first. In one of the footnotes, I basically said, one of my questions, please provide a breakdown of expenditure, which you did, including contracts awarded to external entities to government, and you've written funding for each of DVA's 4 contracted providers are commercial in confidence.
Yeah.
That is absolutely an extraordinary answer, because I would have thought you have to put that on AusTender as a mandatory requirement for a total value of a contract.
Do you mind if I answer, Secretary? It's a good question. The way that the program was sourced, there were a couple of things. One was the program was sourced in 2 parts. So we had 2 providers in the beginning, and then we had 2 more. Yep. They each train their dogs differently. And so some of them acquire pups and some acquire more mature dogs. And so some can take on average about 18 months, but some are quicker.
To be clear,
different.
I'm not after the scope of the contract, the manner in which it's executed, but it is absolutely a normal and essential thing for departments to publish total contract values for any entity in which it enters into a contract. There are some exceptions. In our security services, for example, I don't think you qualify.
So, Senator, there is one thing about these contracts which I'd like to take it on notice and come back with better advice, but the one thing I will say is that there are a number of components to the program. Some are fixed costs, i.e., the acquisition of the dog, the training of the dog, feeding and looking after the dog, etc., while that is happening. Then once the dog has been handed over, there are some ongoing costs which are variable depending on, each of the different veterans. And those, they are paid, as I understand it, they're paid differently from 2 different programs. I've got a feeling one is administered and one is departmental, but we'll need to come back and check.
All right, if you're not in a position to be able to provide that to the Senate, I would seek a very comprehensive answer, noting I'm simply asking. I would have thought you could have even said these are the contracts on AusTender. I mean, it just is a transparency failure if DVA is not putting contracts on AusTender.
Well, so we'll try and answer as best we can for you.
All right, well, I'll come back to the numbers that you gave me.
What happens when they come to the end of their leash? I think... I thought it. I wasn't going to go there. I think Rex is barking up the wrong tree again.
Tim, at this hour of the evening, that's
Don't cut him off, that'd be a bit rough.
No, that's why it's that bad. It's that low.
Okay, so going to the answers you provided me, you said that you talked about the number of veterans who have been approved for provision of a DVA assistance dog. So in 1920 it was 74, and then in 2021 it was 132. So there was an increase, but that's not surprising because the program had just started. Then the question was, how many have actually got a dog? And the answer for the previous year was 5, and last year was 29. Okay, so they were helpful numbers. Then I asked you, what's the waiting list? And you said there is no waiting list. Well, I might put it to you, if I stuck up my hand and said I'd like to have a dog to assist, and you process me and I don't have a dog yet, I'm on a waiting list. I just found that answer extraordinary, noting you provided me with the data that suggests otherwise.
And Senator, do you mind if I make a comment on
that? Yeah,
that?
absolutely. That's the point. We're having a conversation. So.
And perhaps we could have answered that better, actually, because in a way, when you look at the data and you know that you've seen the data, and at the moment those numbers have increased again. But, we have total veterans accepted into the program because we find that they're eligible. Then there are some who are declined, at that time at least. And then once the providers have got the ability, the 4 providers have got the ability to take more, so as they finish one, they might let us know that they can take another, or if they're expanding, they can take a few more. Then they match those, the people on the waiting list get allocated to those that number, and we've got that number, which is currently we have 300 and, as at the 26th of October, we've got 307 who've been accepted into the program. We've got 144 of those who are currently in the program, and we've so far completed 47, which are finally passed their second test, and they're placed with a veteran. Now, I think probably if we were to take a proxy there, we're probably talking about those, the balance of those that aren't in training and those that are still on the list awaiting allocation.
But you can see why I was concerned with that answer. I said,
yes,
it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next question I have is how many veterans have we had, since, say, Afghanistan? What are the numbers? Because this just seems like a really low number. I just want to state up front, I'm a big fan of the program, okay? I'm not going, I'm just trying to understand the demand versus the response. So how many veterans do you have on your books?
So we've got 240,231 veterans on our books.
So I just don't believe the numbers there, noting the success of the program.
I think, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, Senator. Yeah, there's a couple of things there. Probably it's the criteria for being allocated a dog when you apply, that you have a clinical diagnosis for PTSD, and that your clinician recommends that you'll get a benefit from a dog. So that's one category. But the other one's just gone straight out of my head. Some veterans have already got a dog, so they're not actually in this program. But yes, it is.
Sure.
It's a fairly low number when you think of the numbers. About 39,000 veterans served in Afghanistan.
Yeah. Okay. So I just want to get the full picture here. Perhaps if you lay out the full number of veterans you've got, then there's the ones that come to you, and even if they're not eligible, I'd like to get an understanding of that.
Yes.
Then through to they're eligible, and perhaps you can then update this list so we can see what's happening down the chain. The next thing I just wanted to go to is the benefits of these dogs. Now, I know of some studies that may not have been funded by DVA. I presume you are at least monitoring this program and trying to work out things like some metrics like decreased use of alcohol, decreased incidence of PTSD.
Hospital admissions. Hospital admissions. And
those sorts of things. So do you have data on that? Do you have something that have you commissioned any studies?
We don't yet, Senator, and we've got two programs that are running. As I think we've got the La Trobe research trial, and that's expected to run until June of next year. And we've had some interim reports, but there'll be a final report of that. That's a very small number, though, as you know.
Sure.
There are 20 in that trial, and at the moment I think about 17 that are active. The other thing we've done, though, we are looking at this to see what else we can marry up, and we do know that Royal Guide Dogs for the Blind, for example, have done some of their own research along with, I think it's Adelaide Uni.
Yeah, that's Van Hoff, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And so we are looking to see what we can leverage off and work with those as well. But the other thing we have done is...
Is there anything from overseas, if I may ask? Any similar programs and studies that we could possibly...
The US were conducting a study a couple of years ago, but I haven't seen the report from that, but we can track that down, Chair.
Well, if you could, it'd be interesting to see what they've learned.
And the other thing that we have done is, while we started to do some further surveying of the people in the bigger program, and so we phoned out to those veterans and asked them, do they want to participate in the survey that we were running? And there's quite a lot of interesting things come out of that. So they have said there's a reduced PTSD symptom severity, improved sleep quality, decreased levels of social isolation, anger, depression, sadness, anxiety and fatigue. The data also indicated that in some instances there were improvements in veteran interactions with some other family members, and we do know that some family members have said and the stories they've told us, because we get them a lot, we get lots of emails from them, to say they never thought that their partner would be able to step outside the house again or even go to something and participate socially, and they are, and they're doing quite amazing things, which is not surprising, of course. The other thing, treating clinicians. So some of this is from the other trial. Treating clinicians report significant benefits to the majority of veteran participants in relation to PTSD, overall mental health and social interactions. And so that's the interim report from La Trobe University, that part.
Can you provide that report to the committee, please?
Can we please take that on notice?
Sure.
We'd need to talk to the university, and but
Sure.
we can
It's
take that
funded
on
by
notice.
the Commonwealth, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think
funded by us.
you probably own the IP. So,
We do.
So and you don't want to have me FOI it, because no one likes getting into an FOI fight with me. Okay. So.
No.
So I'd be grateful if you could.
Except you.
I'd be grateful if you could just provide it to the committee, even if there is some sensitive numbers in there. Maybe redact them, but openness and transparency is my favourite. They're my two favourite words. Okay, so we want to sort of wrap up with this. Is it sounds to me like you've at least experienced some really good results from this that I think benefit the veterans and likely benefit DVA from a cost perspective. You know, the other services you might otherwise have had to have provided were it not for the provision of these dogs. And if you could come back on notice with any analysis you've got of not just the effect on the participants of the program, but how that's translated through to a reduction, hopefully a reduction in cost for DVA, because then I'm going to be thinking about, these big numbers you've given me in terms of number of veterans and how much money we can save, along with helping them in a fantastic way. That's kind of where I'd like to get to. So anything you could provide to me on that I'd be most grateful for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Van has a few questions, and then we'll let Senator Ayres take us out.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms Cosson, in the spirit of Senator Patrick's last question in terms of helping veterans, clearly you or the department created this position of family commissioner for a reason. Now, for those listening at home, I had the honour of hearing Ms Cherney's story at Dr Boss's research forum, of which I'll say, quite proudly, I was the only parliamentarian at. There was, obviously some obvious people who should have been there that weren't there. Can you tell us about why it's important and the importance of having, someone supporting families that are out there? I've seen Ms Cherney's work firsthand, and I could go on, but this is estimates. I think it should be coming from you, and I wouldn't want to embarrass Ms Cherney about how good her work is.
Thanks, Senator. And I will kick off, and Ms Hancock might like to join me as well, talking about the work that we feel is really important and the family focus. And we have, over the last few years, really put a big effort into understanding the family experience, because as we know, when we talk about veterans, the first line of support to a veteran is their family. And that was really important when we started to have a lot of the forums where you would have a female veteran tell you the story, but she's also got a family or a family member of a veteran who has seen their veteran struggling and really not understanding how they can connect with support and services to help their veteran partner and husband, spouse, or in my case, a father and husband. So just helping them understand what was available. So over the years, we recognised that having the commissioners, we had a repatriation commissioner, Don Spinks is our current commissioner, who represents the interest of the veteran. He's the veterans representative on commissions.
And does great work.
Oh, he does. And having someone like Gwen Cherney sitting on the commissions, she never lets us forget families. And I mean, sometimes you don't even realise you're doing it when you're talking about Veterans Affairs and you're talking about policy. She's always connecting us to the families and the importance of our services to families. And over the years, we've expanded Open Arms for families. The Vietnam Veterans Family Study taught us a lot as well. So the family component of Veterans Affairs is essential. And so Ms Hancock, who's Acting Deputy President at the moment, she and her team are working really closely with Ms Cherney on taking those strategies and those policies forward.
Hi, Veronica Hancock, Acting Deputy President. I'd like to add one thing in particular, if I may, in relation to the influence that Ms Cherney brings to the work that DVA does. My area is responsible for family policy. It really is a developing area for us. It's not an area that we've traditionally had much capability in. But one of the outcomes of the pressure that Ms Cherney rightly puts on us and the accountability she brings to bear, which really feeds back into actually the question that Senator Lambie was asking earlier, is in the budget this year there was an extension to the family support package, which had been in place but was limited in what it offered and who was eligible. But the fact that Ms Cherney had really made us rethink how that works. She put it to us that the families that she was talking to were saying that the restrictions on eligibility didn't make sense, and the limitations on the types of services that could be funded were just not working, particularly for young widows with children, which did influence us to put forward a proposal for the extension of the eligibility and the flexibility of the funding in a family support package that was that got up in the budget in 21-22. So, to add that to the list of achievements that the position of family advocate and particularly Ms Cherney's advocacy has achieved.
Earlier today to Defence, I was talking about issues applying a gender lens to our serving people. So being able to add a family lens to veterans, and particularly our suffering veterans, people who are really struggling, who need all the support around them that they can. We don't want to make them angry. It's not anger, it's having that support around them that's the most important thing. Is that the work that Ms Cherney is doing?
Absolutely, Senator. So, and I've listened to Ms Cherney speak as well, as you know, and just how she can de-escalate a situation where just to say no, and it's a calming voice, and to say I can help you connect with the support that you need, because often it is just a case of not knowing, and Ms Cherney articulated that really well. It's not knowing where to go because you've never lived in a military environment other than as a spouse of a veteran, and what is available to you to support them. But what I've also had the discussions with Ms Cherney as well, it's about the definition of family, because it should be so encompassing. It's just not just a partner of a veteran. It can be the siblings, it can be the parent. And that's the sort of discussion we now have, which is based on that lived experience that Gwen has mentioned. And it's just so important to our work. Because, as I said, the family is that first line of support to a veteran.
And those statistics that you mentioned about how many families she's interacted with and met with, etc., they're extraordinary. Even as a politician, I couldn't possibly hit those sorts of numbers, although I do try. She's a hard-working member of your team, isn't she?
Oh, absolutely a hard-working member, and I often tell her, because she's been in COVID, and I can see her in New South Wales now for quite a period of time. She's got 2 young children. She's a single parent, a widow, and she does this work, and she takes on a load to talk to families, and she does, and that's why the department is there to support her in all of her work that she does. And sometimes I just need to tell her to stop. And find the boundaries and not take the call on the Sunday, because she's got other people that can support. We've got Open Arms that's there 24/7, and just making sure they know where to go to. But she's an extremely hard-working veteran family advocate.
I've had to, I have people in the veteran community reach out to me that I've referred on to her at extraordinary hours, and she's always been there to take them on. I can say firsthand how hard she works. An extraordinary appointment, both in terms of the scope, what it does, and the person you've appointed. So thank you.
No, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Van. Senator Ayres to take us home.
Thank you. Ms Cosson, I went back to my office and made the mistake of... went back to my office to have a cup of tea and made the mistake of getting one of my staff to print off for me the AusTender details of all of the contracts for Department of Veterans Affairs that are listed as management advisory services or strategic planning consultants. And we had a...
Sorry, I missed the name you mentioned then.
So management advisory
Oh, yes.
services and strategic planning consultants. I mean, we had a bit of a discussion earlier about McKinsey's role with the organisation. There are 46 contracts for the... so I haven't got them here in order, but from, over the course of the year, basically. Does that sound like a very big number to you? 46 consultancies?
Yeah.
Some of them, when you look at them, are small and credible, but there are many of them that are just strategic planning consultancies. What?
I haven't got the list in front of me. I'd have to... Oh, you've got it.
Does 46 sound about right to you?
It does. When
This
have
is
a
a
look
list
at
of
the
those
list.
over $1 million.
So-
It won't be everything, but it'll be everything over, because AusTender is everything over 100,000, isn't
Yes,
it? So
yes.
the list I've got is everything over.
So
$1
it will be
million.
longer than that because it'll have other...
That's right.
So your list is over $1 million, is it?
My list that I've got is over $1 million.
Yes.
But I haven't got the under $1 million here.
But certainly we do use consultancies where we don't have the expertise or the capability in our own workforce. So I'm not surprised, but I am conscious that the number, the figure that we've spent on consultancies has reduced over the last couple of years, but we certainly do use consultancies, Senator.
Well, would you be able to, the AusTender list, I'll arrange my office to send it over tomorrow, but I assume it's the same list that you can produce. I'd like to get an understanding of what the amounts are for each of those contracts, and then for the ones that you've got on your list, contracts over $1 million, I'd be interested in seeing what the purpose of those contracts is as well.
Absolutely, happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
All right.
Thanks.
In case there's
Ms.
trouble
Cosson and
anywhere
colleagues.
else, allow me to very quickly say that concludes the committee's examination of the Department of Veterans Affairs and Defence portfolio. I thank the ministers and officers for their attendance and Hansard and broadcasting. Staff and the Secretariat always prepares this and always leaves themselves out, so allow me to add in the Secretariat. The committee will begin its hearings tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with the Foreign Affairs and Trade portfolio. The hearing is adjourned. Thank you all.